I just had a bug fly into my mouth. Console Crusade podcast. We're back at it. I got the lists up today because look at this. Look how pretty it is.
That's a lot of Switch games.
So I don't forget anything. I'm EJ Olsen. I'm with Nick Durheim.
Hello. I could just look at my shelf. It's a wall of red, but it's also my shelf.
And it lives right in front of you there. It's beautiful. And Chris Gilly 4.
I like a lot of things. Today's pod was easy for me to prepare for.
You think it's tough for me to narrow down to 10?
It makes it harder.
Yeah.
It makes it harder.
I just go from the gut.
Today, 2 things. Quick and easy. Well, it'll be easy, but it won't be quick. Switch honorable mentions. We're finally here. We've done all the Nintendo consoles, all the handhelds, and we're finally going to do a little Nintendo Switch action. Will we talk about games that haven't been talked about at length on this podcast already? Probably not, but we're going to do it anyway. And then we're going to revisit our top 10 personal video games each in anticipation of our top 100 revisit, which you guys will get in episode 150 next episode. So I was telling Nick that I revisited our episode. It was Console Crusade, the Lost episode, where it was one of our very first recordings. We were in person. We took video, and we were, this is like 2016, and we did our top 10s, and it was a really great conversation. I mean, it was awkward. We were both like on camera and podding for the first time, and we figured it out. We got through it, but it was fun to go back and listen to. It's an 8-year-old podcast, and not only hearing the games we talked about, but also seeing how we've come along as dudes who talk into a microphone. A pretty stark contrast, I'll tell you. So that was interesting. I'm sure we'll reference that a few times today, but let's start off with the Switch honorable mentions. And Chris, you can go first because I'm sure you got everything on deck, lined up, ready to go.
I do. What can I say? I'm fresh as a daisy, man. I slept in today, got back from like a 5-day theater conference in Mobile, Alabama. And
Alabama.
So I didn't set an alarm. I just rolled out of bed when I rolled out of bed. But I do have an honorable mention, locked and loaded. This was actually kind of a tricky console to do because almost all of the Switch games that I really like are already in the top 100. And a lot of the games that I really like that I played on Switch are not exclusive to Switch. And so I did not want to use any of those. I did not want to use multi-platform games that I happen to play on Switch, which is not to say we can't. I made the choice for myself. That is up to each of you gentlemen to make that choice for yourself. But I wanted it to be a Switch exclusive. So I thought about it a little bit, got a couple of titles down, and I get to go first, which is great. I don't have to worry about getting swiped by someone else. And that game is Octopath Traveler. I really fucked with this game. It hit at a moment in time where I was really craving a JRPG experience. And ordinarily, when I have those feelings, I will turn to Final Fantasy. That's sort of my home base JRPG, or one of its, sort of spin-offs with a little bit of other Square Enix stuff dabbled in there, such as this one. This is one that was announced pretty early in the Switch's life cycle as the first 2D, 3D effort from Square Enix with sort of a pixel art aesthetic, but with a depth of field that would allow you to move through it. And I was really struck by that, as were I think all of us in that Nintendo Direct when that got announced for the first time. This game features 8 playable characters with a party of up to 4. Each of the characters has a quest line that you can travel through over a number of different episodes that get progressively more difficult. You could do these in any order. You could choose any character to start with. I chose to start with Honnet, who was a sort of woods woman with a bow and I believe, talking leopard beast thing.
And the old English ass writing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I blocked it out. Yeah. This game's fully voice acted, by the way, and not very well, which is part of the charm a little bit, that it's just like, oh, this is really dated. I don't like it, but it also warms my heart a little bit because it's familiar. This is your, I don't want to say like garden variety turn RPG, but turn-based RPG, but you have a list of character icons, allies, and enemies in the top right of the screen indicating turn order. You can take different actions that can accelerate or decelerate your ability to stack turns up. You can also, in the course of battle, build up charges, which can then be used to unleash more devastating abilities through the course of the fight. It has a bit of a job system in that everybody starts with one thing, and then you can also exchange the jobs as more become available to you. There are also secret jobs that can only be obtained by beating really fucking difficult optional boss fights, which were extremely rewarding, some of the most rewarding parts of this game. And as you complete the different stories of all these people and recruit all of these different people to your cause, the ways that they overlap and intersect start to become apparent. And eventually, after they're all concluded, there is one final overarching piece of connective tissue that reveals the true final boss of this game and the true overarching threat, as is par for the course with Square Enix having a sort of secret super boss. I have never beaten that secret super boss because it requires you to use all 8 of your party members. And as I did not give a fuck about half of the people in this game, I did not level half of the people in this game other than when I was required to for story purposes. So I was like, I'm not grinding these 4 folks up to like 65, 70 to be ready to do this final boss fight. I think I'm done. But in hindsight, I probably should have seen it coming because the game is called fucking Octopath Traveler, and it kind of lays it out for you that I probably should have anticipated that and done a better job of leveling up all my characters equally.
Yeah, how many paths?
Octo
Fuck!
paths.
Shit!
This game has a ripper of a soundtrack. It is gorgeous. It is catchy. There are earworms aplenty. And it is just a joy to move through this world and to experience some of the stories of these people. It is a very satisfying 45 to 65 hour experience that I had with this game. I still need to pick up the sequel. I'm not buying it yet because I know it's just going in the backlog, and I want to wait until I want to buy that game when I'm ready to rip the plastic off and play it the second it arrives. You know what I mean? Like, I need to be ready for that, and it's going to be a while because I've still got a lot of Final Fantasy to go, fellas. Not going to be ready for it for a while, but I'm looking forward to the time that I can come to the second game with 8 new characters. Great fucking game.
Yeah, I put 15 to 20 hours, I would say, into this game, and that was enough for me. It was really good. I thought the battle system was really well realized. It was just, it dragged on for me personally. The music was fantastic. All my complaints that I have from the first game, it seems like, are addressed in the sequel, so I'm really excited to play that when I have a free moment outside of the dozen games I'm trying to line up after the one I'm currently playing. But yeah, I would really like to play the sequel as well.
I owned Octopath Traveler, and I started Octopath Traveler, and pretty quickly realized I'm probably not going to be into this. And this was quite a while back. I mean, I was still, I was working an office job basically, and my video game
came out in
time was-
2018.
yeah, very limited time. This is also the time when I tried to play Hollow Knight and a lot of games that I dipped my toe into for an hour or two and then never went back to. Had to be a little more discerning. I couldn't just play through games for my friend's sake, to completion or almost completion, as is well documented on this podcast.
But you're saying you put more than 15 minutes into it?
Yeah.
You're better the person than me.
I am really interested in Triangle Strategy. That's the same team, right?
Yes.
That game reviewed fine. I think if I'm going to be looking for turn-based,
Play the demo.
yeah. Well, I was going to say there were probably, if I'm going to be dipping my toes outside of Fire Emblem, better games. I mean, Unicorn Overload, for example, is probably something I should look at before Triangle Strategy. But Wargroove 2 is on the list. There were other non-Fire Emblem games I should be looking at. But anyway, Nick, honorable mention, Nintendo Switch.
Honorable mention to the honorable mention, because I am now inspired by Chris doing an exclusive, but my non-exclusive choice for Switch would have been SteamWorld Dig 2. That game fucks. But my actual exclusive to the platform game I want to shout out that I think does not get the kind of shine it deserves is Astral Chain.
Oh.
Astral Chain, a Platinum Games joint. This was, I want to say, the first game they put out after Nier Automata, and it has a very similar level of depth as far as the action combat, which is to say, it's not hyper demanding. It's probably more stick inputs than you want to deal with because it is you controlling a character and also another character with the other stick, and you can do moves in tandem with them because you are connected by, you guessed it, an astral chain. Yes, the one and the same, Chris. You got it. 10 points to Gryffindor.
Slytherin, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have known. The green and the blonde hair, the Aryan nature.
Oh, you frozen? What happened?
No, I'm just letting it sit.
I'm not touching that.
So it's too complicated for its own good as far as how you control it, which I think is pretty appropriate for most action games. It has a smattering of small RPG and level up mechanics. It has a good variety of you playing as this anime cop, fighting these interdimensional beasts. And as you do, you have to like scope out a crime scene. You have to like walk around and your footsteps sync up to the music that's like this like jazzy kind of bass driven lick that's happening, and you're just like plodding along, and you turn on your detective vision because you're a detective, and you got to do that since Batman came out 10 years ago, and that's the only game we can make these days. But then you get into these combat arenas, and you're fighting probably not my favorite enemy designs, but kind of cool variety of like flying enemies and ground enemies. You got your big bruisers that you got to stun before you take them out. You got your parries, your dodges, your heavy attacks, light attacks. You know, think of an action game. There you go. But it has a really cool vibe, and it takes itself just the right amount of serious. Like, it's not sniffing its own farts, but it is committed to the bit. It is a ridiculous storyline, and it follows through with it until the very end. Like, I think the main like enemy is named like Noah, and it's got all these like, you know, big biblical kind of things happening. One of the like because you get colors for your, I think they're homunculus. The homunculus are the enemies, but you get these beasts that are your homies that you have the chain attached to, and they do your bidding. But one of the color schemes you get for them, like the first ones you get is purple and green, which is clearly an Evangelion reference. It's like, that is what it is. It is just anime references filtered through this video game lens. And I thought it was really fantastic. And there's so many really cool like action set pieces. Like, talk about anime tropes and just video game tropes in general at this point, but having an opening where you're on a motorcycle and you're like chasing down foes, and then you crash the motorcycle and you're fighting through highway streets. I mean, it is like basically Final Fantasy VII mixed with Final Fantasy X at the same time, but you're a cop and you're beating the shit out of people with a baton, which turns into a gun sometimes. It's fun. It's a really good time. I would recommend it. Not too long, 25 hours, I want to say. Like, very digestible.
What year did this come out?
2019. It was the same year as Link's Awakening and Fire Emblem Three Houses.
2019 was a good year.
Yeah. A lot of like the B tier and lower kind of releases. I want to say it was Luigi's Mansion 3 also 2019. But coming after 2018, which was like tent pulled up by Smash Bros. Ultimate and maybe a couple other games like Octopath. It was like a lot of the smaller, these could have been 3DS games, but they would have been like 10 out of 10 best games ever on 3DS, but they were on Switch. So it was like the little brother kind of games.
Right.
A lot of those.
The depth of the Switch's library, full of those kind of experiences where it's like, this is just like an 85, a really good ass game. To be fair, for every good ass game, there's 10 horrific shovelware titles on the eShop, but that just comes with success, baby.
EJ, double check this for me if you care, but I will make a bold statement of what I remember looking up recently, which is to say that I was looking at 3DS games and games I should check out on that system. So I did as one does, and I Googled top 25 games 3DS. And you get a bunch of bullshit articles that are all copy pasted from each other or written by ChatGPT. So I did what any sane individual would do after that, which is go to Metacritic.com and look at the best rated games on the 3DS. And would you believe me if I told you that 6 games got above a 90 on 3DS?
Only 6?
Versus the Switch, which had 36 games above a 90. Not exclusives, mind you, just games on the platform. So Switch obviously gets some like ports and stuff that drag it up a little bit, but
that makes a lot of sense. And to be fair, the best games on the 3DS.
Mario 3D Land.
That is
Did
number
Animal
5.
Crossing crack 90?
It did not. So the best non-remake on the platform, Fire Emblem Awakening. Of course, it's a fucking great game. It's an amazing game. Former top 10. It is a current top 100. Shovel Knight, a port. Pushmo got a 90.
Yo, shouts out to Pushmo, my dude.
And then you got your Zelda remake. You've got A Link Between Worlds, which is the sequel to.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time both got above 90s probably.
Majora's Mask was 89.
Oh, get fucked.
Wow.
Drew clapping in the audience.
Super Mario 3D Land is there at 90 as well. 3D Land is a really good game. Again, held back by the controls of the 3DS, unfortunately. But the Switch.
It eats 85s for like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And they don't matter anymore. Like you could put out a really great game and it could be like if you were just a regular person and that was one of the 5 games you own on the system, you'd be ecstatic. That'd be like one of your favorite games of all time. But we are so spoiled for choice and we are just eaten.
I wonder what it's like for younger kids.
They don't care. They just play Roblox and Minecraft.
Well, seriously, I mean, we got Daniel a Switch. He wanted one so badly when he was really young, and he loved playing Mario and Splatoon and whatever. And then he discovered the iPad, and then later a PC, and he just doesn't give a shit. And you know how kids' brains work? They're so influenced by what they're told is cool, not what they actually like. So that's a factor. But then also the binaries of like, well, I'm a PC gamer now, so I can't play console.
You would be betraying your PC brethren in the wars.
You can do whatever you want, man. It's okay. It reminds me a lot of Nick. We have a mutual friend and person we used to live with who would go through those phases, and he would like get rid of everything. Like he would get into something new and he would get rid of, like, just give it all away. It's like, dude, I tell Daniel, bro, you don't have to give away all your video games. A, they're worth money, and B, you're going to want to play them again in 3 months. It's like, you don't have to be that way, man.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Cold open. There's so much, I don't want to say mid-tier because that's insulting to the games we're talking about.
Middling.
There's so many games in that range that you can routinely find for $29.99 that are just so solid that, like, does the shovelware exist? Is there some little girl out there who's getting this is how old I am, I don't even know, but the Lizzie McGuire games, or like, you know what I mean? Like, kids don't have to play that crap, right? Are parents informed enough, or is it just a larger chance that they're shot in the dark hits? Like,
it really, like everything, it really just depends on who is doing the buying and how much they give a shit, if at all.
Right.
Need I remind you of Zombieland Double Tap that you received as a gift?
In lieu of The Witcher 3, mind you.
Because she knew better, right?
To be fair, she's 70, so,
there's a lot of 70-year-olds out there.
That's a good point. All right.
EJ, what do you got for us?
So I waffled here between 2 games. They've both been talked about on the podcast, and one of them within the last year, we did a little bit of a deep dive on it. But I was gonna go Golf Story at first, but I think I'm just gonna go Snipper Clips.
Yo, shout out launch title! Launch title.
The second best launch game on the platform.
I have said this before, but Snipper Clips is the only time in my adult life, in my relationship with Sarah, that we have both sat down to play a game and like had fun, because she just doesn't play games. The most ever that, in the past, it would be like her accidentally rotating the controller thinking that would steer Mario Kart, or button mashing in Smash Bros, or like Marvel vs. Capcom, right? So this was a fun little game that we could actually sit down and play, and she could understand the mechanics, and definitely was not playing with Sarah's not like playing with you, Nick, but it was a different kind of experience, trying to like watching her figure out how to use the controls and how these, so Snipper Clips is a little like mini puzzle game, and you play these cute little construction paper cutouts, and the way you interact is wherever you overlap on the screen, you can cut each other into different shapes, and you're just like trying to contort yourself and cut yourself and align yourselves into weird little configurations to solve these puzzles. And seeing her trying to figure out both the mechanics of the game, but also the controller, led to a lot of funny moments. We were laughing our asses off, and we literally only did it one time, but I'll always remember that one time. And this is such a cute little game. And I was reminded of it recently because I was at a game shop trading in a bunch of Blu-rays this week, and they had a copy, and this was hard to find for a while. I didn't have a physical copy for a long time and couldn't find one at a good price for a long time. And then finally they became more available on the secondhand market and were like $30. So I finally picked up a copy, but they had a copy there and I was like, oh yeah, remember when I couldn't find that for 3 years? So cute little game. I'm with you, Chris. A lot of the Switch games that like I really loved were already on the list, and all the Switch games that I liked fine, like the new Pokemon, aren't really worth mentioning in this context. So that's my honorable mention. There are just so many games on the Switch. Nick, how many games are on your wall now in your collection?
I have to reevaluate my count because there are games that I've purchased that I then had to return because they were wrong, and that I will just sort of like put in my spreadsheet, my Google Sheets,
Peggy 16.
to like track it, because I'm not going to go up there and count because that would take me minutes. But I want to say, over 300 games.
Yeah, dude.
Just the Switch titles?
Yes, just Switch titles.
I have an uncle who in the past told me, I don't trust someone who doesn't collect something. And those are great words to live by. And, you know, you've collected some things over the years, but you've really hit your stride with the Switch.
You know, you're onto something there, Uncle Man.
Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben. No way.
Yes. Yes,
Man loved rice.
Oh, God, that's really funny.
And getting mugged in an alley.
Honestly, and he's my aunt's husband, my biological aunt's husband. So, like, literally, if someone kills him, I might become Spider-Man.
That's what happened. You're so right. That and nothing else.
Shout out to Uncle Ben. I hope nobody kills you, but if they do, I hope I get superpowers.
EJB Olsen over here. Anyway, all this to say, I agree completely with collecting related things. And even Nate, who has famously given me shit for holding on to all this physical media, has and fire sailing all of his physical stuff. Like literally I think he has like 4 or 5 physical video games left. That's it. As he's been like finishing stuff, it's just like all gone. He does, however, now have a really impressive 4K Steelbook shelf.
Oh, he went down the Steelbook
He went down the Steelbook hole, and he fucking took me with him in a couple of instances. Just a couple, like Dune. I need that, right? So I have the Lynch, the 1984 Dune. I have that extended edition, and so I got that for like $1 as I had some Mercari credit from a botched order. So I paid like $1 for that. Like I'll have both of the Dunes. I have Cowboy Bebop, like Inception, stuff that's like really heavy hitting crisp material. But anyway, Nate's got like a whole shelf of all these steelbooks now. And so he started like picking those up and gone down that rabbit hole.
That is the top 100 honorable mentions, Nintendo edition. We've been doing this all year. A lot of fun little games that have been talked about. We'll be revisiting it again, like I said, on episode 150 next week. Let's set the line at 14 and a half games. You going over or under on how many games will be added or swapped?
Under.
I'm going to trepidatiously take over, but I think that's going to be on the back of me and you, EJ. I don't think Nick's changing much stuff out.
Nick, you took the under? I feel like I set the line in a really good spot just off the dome. So this is actually harder than I thought.
Pretty good line.
That is a good line.
I'm also going to go under, but probably just barely. I'm going to go under, but we'll be reordering as well. So I imagine
that will go over.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of changes, I think, to the ordering.
You both may be underestimating how many of my own babies I'm killing next week.
I mean, you have like at least 10 games that I have kept note of that you have mentioned wanting to potentially put on the list. So I imagine there'll be a lot of baby killing if you want to get anywhere close to that number.
Now that we all have, and I don't know if I'll get all these in here, and it may be that other people like support the nominations of some of these, so it doesn't come from me, but I have 11 on my list by myself. And I want to try to get all of them in by substituting some of my own titles.
That is going to have to be how we do it. It's going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of, I mean, not only having had some time to sleep on the list, see it in its entirety, and realizing, oh shit, I can't believe I forgot X, Y, and Z, but also we've collectively played a lot of games this year, and I imagine there will be a handful of games that were released in the last 12 months that make this list, or at least that we played for the first time. Hades and Risk of Rain, things of that nature. So that'll be next week. This week, we're doing our personal top 10 games of all time. Nick and I did this again, like I mentioned, 8 years ago. I think that's episode
54.
Insert clip. You can go back and listen to that. It's a terrible episode. Again, it's camera audio from a failed recording before the podcast was even officially launched, and we just never revisited it. And it was released as like a, we called it the lost episode, and it was just like a fun thing for our group.
DVD special features fodder,
Right.
if anything.
Exactly. So we're gonna revisit that. However, I told Nick before we started recording that this exercise sort of depressed me a little bit this week. And Nick had postulated that was because I was afraid to revisit some games for fear that they would not live up to my nostalgia. And I think that's maybe a small part of it, but that's not really what was at the forefront of my mind. I think what really got to me, and I don't know if this is just a byproduct of having an exceptionally poor week and just already sort of my baseline was much lower than it normally otherwise would have been. So I don't know if that influenced it, but I looked at my top 10 from 8 years ago. I felt okay about it. And then I started thinking through all the games, and I'm like, do I feel anything about that game having not played it in 10, 15, 20 years? I remember that I felt at one point a certain way about these games, and so then it becomes this obligatory thing of like, that's one of my favorites ever, and I love it. And I'm like, do I? I don't feel anything. And then also, looking at newer games that I've played in the last 8 years, I've always said, every time we play, like, I played Spider-Man, and I remember distinctly saying to Nick, like, yeah, I love that game, but it wouldn't make my top 10. I've not felt about any newer games the way I felt about some of these other games in the past. And so not only do I feel a disconnect to my past self where I'm like, yeah, I know that like I said those things and like at one point I felt those things, but now I don't know. You know what I mean? So it's just like a weird disconnect from my past self while also being very in my head about like how hard it is to enjoy things as an adult and having some interesting thoughts regarding like the imagination of a child and the lack thereof as a 30, almost 2-year-old man. You know, even playing Battlefront 2 this week and going for the platinum in that game and just like, I'm like, I know I love this game, but I don't remember what it felt like to love this game, and I'm not loving it now. It was just like a weird spiral of like, what's wrong with me? How come I can't enjoy things? But I know I've enjoyed things, and genuinely so in my later years here, but it's just been a weird exercise. And so, all of that to say, I've just decided, not that any of the games we're talking about today, collectively, weren't already talked about in the top 100, but I've just decided to not do a top 10 all time and just do a top 10 in the last 8 years since we last recorded. So you guys will do your top 10 all time, and I know Nick's will have changed probably quite a bit, and Chris will be hearing yours for the first time. But I just decided, fuck it. I'm just going to do my favorite of the last 8 years. That's just how I'm going to do it.
My inclination, as always, is to tease you. However, I actually really, really love this, and it kind of feels part and parcel of something that Nick and I were ribbing you about a couple weeks ago of like, you know, talk about things you like challenge, where we were going to make you take like an hour and only say nice, like good things about like games that you played. This kind of feels like that, where it's like, I know I've enjoyed games in the since we have done this list previously, and in the spirit of celebrating the things that made you feel good, it's like, here's a bunch of things I really like, and freeing yourself from the burden of like all time, which is a heavy yoke to bear.
Yeah.
I think that's fucking tight, dude. I love that for you.
I know that Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage was like a really big thing in my childhood, and the nostalgia of like the music and being in that world as a young person, it's like that nostalgia like weighs heavy, but I'm like, I played the remakes and like, I'm like, yeah, I love that game as a kid, but like, is it on my top 10? I don't know. I don't even want to do the exercise. And Nick and I were talking about the criteria of like, it's like, you talk top 10, are we talking Desert Island? Are we talking, I'm not allowed to play any other games for the rest of my life except for these 10? And then, you know, it becomes a much different cross section depending on how you build those constraints. And so my constraint is just within the last 8 years. Games that came out, not that I've played. There were a lot of games prior to 2016 that I've played post 2016, and some of those sadly won't make the cut. So I have a list of 13 games, and I will get it down to 10 over the course of this conversation.
Talk it through, baby.
Yeah, so
You'll start at 10. You'll pick something. You'll build your way up, and the 3 that are left, that's just chaff.
I haven't ranked these, by the way, but we're really figuring this out on the fly, which is apparently my MO. So we're just gonna go one at a time.
Historically, very good at doing things on the fly and not getting upset about it later. Have you eaten recently, EJ?
Did you eat dinner?
No, I have a sore throat and a clogged up nose and no food in my belly. But
All right, Chris, slide my DMs. We'll figure out a game plan.
Yeah, sounds good, buddy.
hey, if you could just go to a different Discord server and then not say anything to me for like a week.
Stop.
Okay, so I'm going to go first just to get us away from this as fast as possible. I did a very unchrist thing with this list. And that very unchrist thing is that I did not rank them yet. And I did that intentionally.
Fine.
I've had the list set for like literally weeks. Cause you know me, when we're like, hey, we're going to do a top 10. I just fucking sat down and did it. I did make one substitution today, knowing that we were getting ready to record, and I feel really good about it. That I went through one by one and went, no, that's not moving, that's not moving, and then went, I think this one could. And then anyway, so the way that I'll be ranking this is pure gut feels of just looking at these titles and going, you know what? I think that's the number 10 title. And actually, I think the number 10 title for me is pretty clear, because I think that it's one that I love a lot and that I think is like a well-reputed game, but is not one that is either easy to return to logistically or necessarily would be fun to return to, barring a remake or a remaster, which, you know, touch wood, I'd buy the fuck out of that. And that is The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. That is my number 10 game, Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. This was my introduction to the Elder Scrolls. Picture it, I'm at the Goodwill in Gresham, Oregon, on Burnside. And I go in, and there is this $5 computer game. Yes, computer game. Game of the Year edition, Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. I go, $5 for a game? I could probably play this on my computer. I checked the operating system, which is all that, you know, a 13-year-old, 14, whatever, knows about a computer in the 2000s, and went, well, we could run this. So I go home. It was a 2-disc set. It had the game and also had the town building tool, which I still can't believe they've never come back to again. And I would love if they do a remaster for them to include that. You could just like build whole like towns and settlements and dungeons and shit. Anyway, and I am absolutely entranced. I've never played anything like this before. I'm like, what is this world? What are these systems? And then I bounce off it really hard because it's a family computer and I cannot just sit and play games on the family computer. Fast forward, Dad, OG boss thug that he is, buys us an Xbox for Christmas one year and Knights of the Old Republic. Because we've been talking about it for like literally months, and we're like, we're going to pool our Christmas money. We're going to go buy an Xbox. So Dad jumped the shark, bought us an Xbox. I go buy the Game of the Year edition of Morrowind, which included the 2 DLCs. And I just devour this game. I mean, dozens, hundreds of hours. It, even to this day, I probably put more collective hours into Skyrim because I played it through twice to completion on PS3 and on Switch. But at the time, it was maybe the most I had put into a game, because this is pre-Final Fantasy XII, when I infamously did 370 hours on the original PS2 version of Final Fantasy XII. This was before then. So this is the most time I'd ever put into a video game. And I did everything that you were able to do. Because in those days, you could not simply, one does not simply do all of the guilds in Morrowind, because the way that they built the world in Morrowind, these guilds are rivals and are expressly like competing against each other. And you cannot do all of them because, like, okay, for example, if you do the Morag Tong, the Assassin's Guild, the final mission of the Morag Tong is to assassinate the Grand Masters of the Fighters Guild. And if you do that, you are blacklisted for life and you can never join the Fighters Guild. That's so fucking cool. Like, it's that kind of thing that I'm missing from contemporary Elder Scrolls. I'm missing that. I'm missing the weirdness of the lore. Like these have gotten so much more like every other Western RPG since Morrowind. In Morrowind, you're running around and you're going into these like ash beast caves that are all like sickly and slick and look like internal organs and are really gross and have like pentagram looking things and candles everywhere. And the beasts are all like misshapen and gross looking. And you could contract the blight. You could get plague from these ash beasts. God, and the game itself is so like delightfully broken that you could build spells that would damage your stats. And if you built spells that would damage them strongly enough and then would level that corresponding stat, it would break the way that the game counted experience and shoot you from like level 1 to level 80 in a respective stat just immediately. So you could just break your character. This is the last time that spears were able to be used as weapons. That might not be true. You may have been able to use that in Oblivion, but it is the last time you were able to use medium armor as a class. I miss that level of customability that you did not have to either be a fucking walking target in light armor or hulked out in fucking Daedric enchanted armor. There was a medium option where you wanted to have some mobility. You still wanted to be able to take some hits, but you don't want to go all the way to heavy armor. This is the last time. No, that's not true. It was in Oblivion. This is back in the days where you had both major and minor skills that you would select the things that you wanted to emphasize. So you had to be a little more mindful of character creation. Well, I do appreciate in Skyrim that I can just keep switching and changing stats so that I can keep leveling stuff like fairly infinitely, and then literally infinitely when they added the prestige system in the DLC. In Morrowind, you had to be more thoughtful. You had to think about what are the things that I want to focus and specialize in, and then crawl all over this really interesting, varied map, meeting literal gods like Vivek and Almalexia. The DLC was amazing. Took you out to Solstheim, which is the first time you got to go to Solstheim prior to Skyrim taking you out there. You could build a house out there and have like a whole settlement. There was a whole side quest out there with who's the Daedric Prince of the Hunt? Help me out, EJ.
Hircine.
Yes, Hircine. There were 3 great houses that you could align yourself with, which had their own quest lines in Morrowind, and of course they're all feuding with each other. There were 3 different vampiric houses that if you ended up contracting vampirism, you could choose one of those to be in allegiance with. And then the other DLC where you go to Almalexia's city, and then at the end line of that quest, you discover that she's just gone like fucking insane and assassinated Sothasil, who's the third other like god, the third other like living god in the Triumvirate in Morrowind's lore, and you have to kill her, and then you get these 2 fucking like amazing enchanted swords. This game fucking rocks. I am waiting, begging Microsoft to just remake this fucking game. Stop edging me. Stop giving me more Elder Scrolls Online content for Morrowind. Nobody fucking plays that game. Let it go. You're never going to be World of Warcraft. You're never going to be Final Fantasy XIV. Let it go. Give me a fucking Morrowind remake. I will give you any amount of money that it takes. I will buy an Xbox console. I will do whatever you want if you will let me play this game not tied to an Xbox. And if you do some quality of life improvements, namely the fact that, and this is the last time this is true in an Elder Scrolls game, you had not an accuracy stat, but your weapon level dictated also your hit chance, not only your damage. So like when you're getting attacked by cliff racers, because you're always getting attacked by cliff racers, and you're swinging your sword, you would literally just hear of you missing your hits at low levels until you finally could connect. It was maddening. That needs to change. But by and large, this is the most interesting world of the modern Elder Scrolls by a fucking country mile. And I would love to go back. And because I can't go back, this can go no higher than 10. But this is a huge, huge formative game for me, and one that I would love to revisit again if they pull their heads out of their ass.
What you said about the way that the story is structured, the way that characters interact, and how your choices have a little bit more weight. Not that there isn't some of that in something like Skyrim, but I do find it a little, I think, rote and irritating just being who I am and the way my brain works, where it's like every playthrough I have to go and do the Thieves Guild first to get my skeleton key, and then I have to go and do the Guild and Whiterun, and then it's like you got to hit all the notes, and that's irritating. And somewhere along the way with Skyrim, which I've played so many times, I started to role play and be like, all right, this time here's my backstory, and I'm just gonna play like within my own little canon and make decisions based on what my character would do and not what I would do as the OCD, like check every single box as I go. And then, all my playthroughs are virtually the same and it just becomes whatever. So I like that that's more incentivized in an older game like that.
I have one more thing I have to mention about this game that I think is very funny. Speaking of quality of life improvements, there are two things that differentiate Morrowind from Oblivion and certainly from Skyrim. The first is that they did not have safeguards in Morrowind like they do in subsequent games, that if you kill someone who is a part of a quest line or the main quest, they just die. And you get a little pop-up that says you have unraveled the thread of prophecy with some additional text. So you would have to go reload. You would have to be really smart. They don't just like pass out and then get back up like they do in Oblivion and Skyrim. So you could be like sneaking in somebody's house, trying to rob somebody, and they're like, oh, they detected me. Whack, you have unraveled the thread of prophecy. God damn it. And then you have to go back and reload again.
That's so sick, though. I like that a lot.
So that's number one. Number two is that it would let you remove quest items from your inventory. Unlike Oblivion and Morrowind, Oblivion and Skyrim, that when you acquire a quest item, it cannot leave your inventory until it's delivered to the person it has to for the quest. In Morrowind, it will let you remove them from your inventory. My only Morrowind playthrough on Xbox, my main one that I put hundreds of hours into, I started the game. I got the very first quest item, papers for Caius Cosades, who is the person you're to report to now that you have been removed now that you're getting out of jail. And I went, okay, cool. I'm going to go start exploring. And so I go into Seyda-Neen, which is the first little town that you get settled in. And, I start branching out and questing. I take some Silt Striders. I go all over the place. And, at this point in time, it's harder to sell your gear in Morrowind once you've acquired a lot of like high ticket items until you get to some later places. So I had like caches everywhere where I was like stockpiling enchanted shit and expensive items so that I could like go back and get it and sell it later. So I started side questing. I do guilds. I'm up to like level 65. I've done all the DLC. I've done a bunch of different guilds. I'm like, okay, it's time to go play the main game. I do not have the papers for Caius Cosades anymore. They're gone. I took them out of my inventory. I go back to Seyda-Neen and to my first storehouse. Mind you, I have literally dozens of these, which I did not write down, all over the fucking island of Morrowind and Solstheim. So I go back to Seyda-Neen, which is the first town. I'm like, surely it's here. And I go look through the barrels and it's not there. So I've literally never played a second of the main quest of the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. I have not beaten the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. I don't even know what the story of the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind is, but I enjoyed my time with it so much. It has stuck with me for this many years, regardless of that fact. So that's my idiot moment of the day.
This is why you need a PC, so that you can mod it out and have a competent experience in 2024.
You can like auto-populate items on PC, but you can't do that on Xbox. You can do some things, but you can't do quest items. So I did explore it and see if I could like backdoor a papers for Caius Cosades, but you can't.
I've only ever played Skyrim, so people always tell me how much I'm missing from prior entries, but you can't go back. I can't go back like that.
No, wait for a remake or a remaster. If they update it, we will be playing that game for this pod.
I love all the little apocryphal kind of development stories and histories and notes, especially for Morrowind on the original Xbox. A game that had a memory issue when it was like loading between certain places that would literally turn your Xbox off and then back on to clear up memory for itself to boot back in and like take you to where you needed to go.
So cool.
And it's just covered as like a loading screen, like it goes to black and you're like, fine, it's doing its thing. But it's literally churning the console off and back on to like deal with the memory issue. It's so crazy that they got that game to work on the original Xbox.
Nick, what is the first game on your top 10 ever?
The first game that I want to talk to you about, my number 10, is Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Okay.
I'm couching my top 10 as not my favorite games, but what I'm calling my most important games. So Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I don't know if I could say it's my preferred of the series. Like, I loved this game when I played it in 2017. I loved Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. I loved Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and its DLC. But Xenoblade 2 was the one that I played first. And it was the one that drew me in to the world and the story and the gameplay and the music and the vibes. And it's the one that stuck with me. Like, any game that has you want to engage, not like, I don't engage in the community of Xenoblade fans because I don't really engage in a lot of video game communities. The ones I do are more so just chatting about general video game stuff. But I follow a Xenoblade Chronicles subreddit, and I've been following that subreddit for the past like 7 years. So it's like, that's something I want to see actively. I want to see the fan art. I want to see people talk about this game, have their fan theories, their connections they have with all of the various predecessors to the Xenoblade series, which is Xenogears and Xenosaga, games that I actively want to play because of how much I enjoyed Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So this is a very important game to me, and it's a newer sort of important game, so I want to like put a little extra shine on that because it's something that's stuck out to me in the past 7 years. Like you were talking about, EJ, like thinking of games that I gravitated towards in my late 20s to 30s, like it's much rarer. That's a totally natural thing because they have a lot more competition than the games I played when I was 10. This game is not quite an action RPG. It is more akin to an MMO where you have cooldowns and you have auto attacks, and it's more about the positioning of your characters and your builds as far as who you have in your party at any given time. It has an infuriating system that they chose to go with gacha pulls for all of your different blades, your weapons, these tertiary characters that you don't actively control but are your stand-ins for your typical spear, axe, sword, that kind of thing. So all these characters have their own individual quests and storylines and interesting vignettes that are, for the most part, very interesting and well done. People are pretty mixed on this game, and it's interesting. I like when a game can be a little bit divisive. Like, that makes it more interesting because that means people care, for one, and that there isn't like a right or wrong sort of opinion to have on it. It's more just like what you fuck with, right? So a lot of the discourse when this game came out, obviously, was comparing it to the first. And what people liked about the first is a little bit different than what people really like about the second. But they're so like, you can't separate them because 2, despite it not really feeling like it for the most of the game, is a direct sequel to 1. And that's an interesting place that I'm coming at it from, is I didn't play the first game, so I don't have these expectations. I don't have this connected lineage of me picking up the pieces that are being placed in front of me with the context. Like, I don't have that experience. It's like you, EJ, playing Final Fantasy VII Remake without having played Final Fantasy VII. You are coming at it from a completely different angle than maybe what their target demographic is. But to a certain extent, like, they made 2 with an express intention of growing the franchise. Like, this is a sequel, but it's also a stepping stone to play Definitive Edition, which they put out a couple years later because 2 sold so well. And a lot of that obviously was it becoming a big tentpole JRPG franchise, the first big JRPG on the Nintendo Switch, one of the most popular new consoles ever to come out, like since the Wii, outselling the Wii now. So it's like a big deal, but it's less of a big deal 7 years down the line. There's been a ton of great, huge RPGs. You can play Persona 5 on the Switch. You could play all the Final Fantasies, basically, except for 13. Come on, Square, get your act together. But Xenoblade 2 was like the first big one, and that made it more important. Not like wildly important. It sold like 4 million units, like better than a Metroid, but not as good as a Kirby, right? So it's in that kind of niche echelon still. But a lot of people were coming at it having played Xenoblade Chronicles 1, which famously was not going to be localized into English. It was this big internet phenomenon trying to get 3 games for the Wii localized from Japanese only. These big JRPGs. There's Pandora's Tower, there was Xenoblade Chronicles, and then I can't remember the third one, but it's Operation Rainfall, and it was like this big thing turned into like an international incident, quote unquote, but that's part of the reason why Xenoblade has this like British vibe to it, is because all the voice acting is in British. It was localized by Nintendo UK. So it was like Nintendo they're like, we don't really want to do this, but we'll put some people on it and we'll put it out for you guys. And it sold fine. But then Shulk gets in Smash Brothers because Sakurai is a huge nerd. Like, he's the reason why Fire Emblem is in the West, basically. You can thank him. And you can thank him for Xenoblade Chronicles getting a sequel probably for the Switch, is because Sakurai put Shulk in Smash Bros. And suddenly Xenoblade mattered. But people were a little bit put off because Xenoblade 1 is a lot more traditional, a lot more like somber, downplayed in a lot of ways. Like, it still has ridiculous characters and like your big JRPG. You hear the yakety sax of anime music and you know that like comedy's about to happen. And like that's just a trope that happens in anime and JRPGs alike. But Xenoblade 2 is a lot more shonen, which is like youth anime. It's, you know, My Hero Academia, it's Dragon Ball Z, it's Hunter x Hunter. It's all the big targeted towards teen boys. So there's this sort of like big eye characters, really big, expressive, over the top bits, stupid comedy interlaced with a truly like big story that is a sequel to a game that is about being the chosen one that isn't actually the chosen one, but you were just sort of there and you became chosen by happenstance. And this game is like the other side of that coin, where you are chosen at the beginning of the game by being killed. So you're just dead. And then the rest of the game is you trying to help this character do a suicide, like a mercy, like they want to be put out of their misery. And it's you traveling with this character, not because you want to actually achieve that goal, but because you want to teach them that life is worth living and that you are more than like what you were set out to do. Like, you're more than what you were created for. And it's all wrapped up in like this ridiculous over the top big eye anime, like flashes of light and characters doing poses because it's all like Sentai, and you literally fight a giant mech made lady that is the opponent of the other mech made lady that's in your team, but it's like a different mech made by a different person. So it's like, it's got all the ridiculous shit, but it's also got like some of the most pathos you could possibly have in like the genre. And then you have Yasunori Mitsuda doing the goddamn score of a century, the man who composed Chrono Trigger, the man who composed some of the best music of all time, not just video game music, just the best music of all time, doing a ripper of a soundtrack again after Xenoblade Chronicles 1 also had a ripper of a soundtrack. And it's like 120 hours of this. Yeah. Let me just sit down, put up my feet and just dig in. And 2017 winter was like this game. And then when its DLC came out, I was like, I jumped right into that. And that was a abridged and improved version of the base game. I'm like, well, shit. I think these Monolith guys, I think they know what they're doing. So whenever I see that name pop up on a screen, I know I'm going to be treated well. And I think they are probably one of the most like consistently excellent developers that I've had the pleasure of playing their video games for the past 7 years.
The way you described that story, I remember when we did the top 100 that you initially had Xenoblade 2, and then somewhere in the process you're like, you know what, we're gonna go 3. We're gonna call the audible live on air here, and you went 3. And I know that this is, you know, important and best. You know, again, the criteria is loose, but I bought Xenoblade Chronicles 3 because it's on the top 100. And I had to have it, you know, I want to collect all 100 of the games on our list. And of course, the list is about to change. So do I have to collect every game that's ever been on the top 100?
Rev 1 and Rev 2.
Exactly. We'll see. But now I'm like, I got to buy fucking Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I just got to play the whole trilogy now. I got 400 hours to spare just to understand my friend a little bit better. God damn!
I want to come to this franchise eventually. I do have Definitive Edition. I started it a little bit at a time in which I was not ready for that, and also I let myself get too overwhelmed with the systems too quickly that were not going to be relevant until later in the game. And Joey told me after I bounced off, he's like, oh, when you come back to it, because Joey's a Xenoblade guy. He's like, when you come back to it, don't fucking worry about all that stuff. You're going to be able to change the time of day yourself. There are side quests that you're going to get them now that you're not going to be able to do them. Don't worry about the sort of web of interactions with people and the little chart of affinities. He's like,
The affinity chart.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
don't, because I looked at that and I looked at the side quests and I looked at the day-night system and I like got to the first town. Basically, it was just like I completely shut down. I was like, too much stuff, too many systems. But now I know when I approach it next time, I don't need to worry about that. And I just want to play those games. That might have also been before I divorced myself from the insane compulsion to do every piece of content for every game that I play. And once I moved past that, that's when I started banging out a ton of a ton of games that I was like, I don't care about 100%. I just want it done. I want to say that I did it and be a little more discerning with this game. I will do 100%.
Yeah, these games, they have a lot of content, and to the point where it is a bit of a downside, but it's also with the intent of saying you're not going to do everything. So if you do most of this, you're doing way more than you need to. It's sort of the same design philosophy and intent behind the Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom, both having an absurd number of Koroks. They were not there so that you can get all of them. They are there so that you can upgrade your slots and get enough weapon and armor or weapon and shield pieces so that you can, feel stronger and get more things and become a bigger, better Link. The side quests in Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2, honestly, are pretty uninspired. There's a lot of fun to be had, but it is more just like the set dressing and less the main reason to be engaging in those systems. You're really more just there, like, you pick up a side quest to do if you're just looking for a reason to go fight something. And the battle system, and if you pick up on that and you have a good time, like getting OP and having a ridiculous party and getting your rotations down and like knowing how in Xenoblade 2 it was more of the attack canceling and like knowing when to move so that your auto attack would hit faster so that you would build up your arts and do your special attacks more quickly, and then being a dodge tank and just like all this different JRPG bullshit. But very, very good games, and man, it's just they live rent free inside my head. And I'm constantly either thinking about or like wanting to listen to or engage in like what people are talking about for this game franchise. And it makes me incredibly excited for what's coming next from the studio, because they were hiring and they had a concept art for a new franchise, like a more traditional fantasy style franchise. And they've been hiring for that for the past like few years. And that was before even Xenoblade 3 came out. So I'm thinking like, yo, the Switch is getting its successor soon. And what's going to be happening in the first 12 months of that console is going to be a big brand new honkin' Xenoblade, but also Monolith game. So like, fucking sign me up. Hell yeah.
I'm going to try to keep it a little quick just because we have like 27 more games to get through after this. And then we do not want to be here until 10 p.m. So I have the top 100 pulled up here. Spider-Man 2018, number 49 on the Console Crusade Top 100. We've talked a lot about the Spider-Man games, so I'll keep it brief. Spider-Man is my favorite character in media. I was a walking Spider-Man encyclopedia. I could literally tell you anything about Spider-Man through 2006, probably. Like, I was just obsessed with Spider-Man my entire childhood, like since I could read. So to get a game that was this lovingly crafted and this much attention to characters, the way that they played with the lore of this world and did something new and interesting while still being faithful to the root of these characters and hitting sort of all the high notes that we got in the comics, but doing so in like a really streamlined, concise way that is not something you could ever say about anything that has to do with comic books. Pretty much ever. It all kind of came together. The combat, it's fast and fluid, and you don't have to think too hard about it, but there's a level of nuance in it with the gadgets. If you wanted to go deeper, you could. If you wanted to button mash, you could. Just exploring those worlds, flying around New York City like a madman. I loved it. I played that game to completion, literally to completion 3 times. I've played it 2 additional times. On top of that, I platinumed the other 2 Spider-Man games. I love these games. Spider-Man 2018 will just slide in there at number 10. Not that these are ranked. These aren't ranked. They're just the order that I'm throwing them out there in. So
Every game you talk about after this, you like more than Spider-Man. I'm hearing it right now.
That's what I heard.
From your mouth to God's ears.
I'm glad we could all agree on that.
Yeah, sorry for both Chris and I going really long on our 10.
No.
I want to go to bed today.
Well, I know, Nick, you have to be up super early tomorrow, and Chris, you're 2 hours ahead of us. So if you guys want to wax, go for it. Nick, you're talking about games you've not waxed about in this context. Chris, you've never done a top 10 with us, so it's like you guys can talk a little bit more. I don't need to necessarily retread everything we've talked about multiple times on the podcast. So that's Spider-Man 2018, one of my favorite games of the last 8 years. Chris.
Okay. I did not expect this to be this low, but when looking at the rest of the games that I have on here, it feels right. And that is the Super Mario RPG remake. I would not say that my opinion on this game or love for this game has changed or diminished since the remake came out. Far from it. It has only increased my love and affection and appreciation for that game and the place that it holds in my life as the first JRPG I ever played. It is deeply, deeply important to me. I think that the other games on this list that are left are games that I have or will play more, engage with more, come back to more. And I'm going to play this game again, like probably every Thanksgiving break. Mario RPG. I'll probably just do a quick little Mario RPG playthrough once a Thanksgiving break because it's like easy to do now. I could just like slap it in and just like bang it out really fast. I'll put on easy mode. Like I don't give a fuck. Just like smash through. Just have a really good time. Just living in that world.
You just want to go back to Roseway, man.
Yeah, I do. Honestly, like it's just straight dopamine heroin right to the brain. This game's a delight. I've said everything that needs to be said in episode insert clip where we did the full Kubrick review of this game. I love it. I appreciate it. It's dear to my heart. The fact that I can play it on Switch anytime I want is a treat beyond all treats to me. But I think the other games that are higher on this have more substance, have more not replayability, but that I have revisited them more frequently, which tells me something, or that I think that I will in the future. So 9 at an all-timer list feels real good for this baby's first JRPG. Union of Nintendo and Square that I would love to see revisited. The creator has said he would love to come back and create a new game now that this game is sort of in the popular culture again, and maybe in a way it never was, outside of a niche audience. Love this fucking game.
Super special game.
Right on. Nick, what is your number 9?
My number 9 is Banjo-Kazooie for the Nintendo 64.
Classic.
It is a fantastic 3D platformer. A must-play, I would say, Chris. And really, EJ, I think you would have a great time popping through this. This is sort of like the N64 equivalent of the Spyro and Crash. Well, more Spyro. This is like Spyro, but on N64. And no flying. So like, oh, boo, no flying. But also, oh, thank God, no flying. It is very pure in its execution of just being, here are these worlds. Go collect these things. Get the notes, get the jiggies, get the Jinjos, get yourself some eggs and feathers, get the gold feathers eventually too, because those will help you be invincible. And just a really delightful sort of, not Metroidvania because that wasn't really a thing back then, but just sort of the progression as you unlock more moves, and then you can go back to previous levels and like get that thing that you couldn't get before because that was only accessible with this special shoe power up you get with Kazooie to allow you to run really fast and run over water and like on quicksand and shit. Really delightful game. It's had several sequels. I don't think really any of them hit the highs as the first one, but I think it's clearly, I don't know, it's like one of the best games on the console, and it's very informative of the way other 3D platformers would sort of take the mantle and run the torch after Mario 64 sort of established, well, this is how you move in a 3D space. And then Banjo-Kazooie was, hey, what do we do with moving around a 3D space? And the answer is fill it with crap. And you'll love it. Or you won't. It'll be too much. But Banjo-Kazooie is like the right amount of crap. And I love it for that.
What's the best way to play this game right now for me?
Just play it on Switch online. Or if you have a Xbox and if you have Game Pass or if you bought the Rare Replay, I played the 360 version back in the day, and they actually do like the work of making the button prompts line up and stuff, which is like a small detail, but I think it has right stick analog camera control. So if you have a 360 or Xbox One, you play that version. I think that's also a really great way to play it. I think it's widescreen and everything too.
I just sold my Series X.
Good for you.
Bummer. I don't think they put it on PC, which is unfortunate. It would be really great on PC. But yeah, in that case, Switch Online with the OG N64 controller if you can muster it, because it is very, well, less so I would say than Ocarina of Time and even Mario 64. It does utilize the C buttons as like inputs, less so than camera control. Most of the time you're just going to be like letting the camera auto follow you, and that's totally fine. It's not like precision platforming. It's more just like, well, when it is, it's really annoying. Like I'm thinking of Rusty Bucket Bay, where you're doing certain challenges where you just insta die if you fall into a pit, and that sucks. But with like the rewind and like the save stating you can do on Switch Online, I think that might be the best way to play it.
Maybe I should just boot it up on the old EverDrive here in the closet, you know?
I will be playing this summer. I have the 64, the wireless 64 controller from NSO, brand new, minty out of the box, ready to go for this game. Tiff and I are going to play that up in probably Anchorage, which, you know, life update maybe after we finish recording. EJ, what's your number 9?
Number 9, I'm going to go Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2, the remakes from 2020.
Ha! New game.
Yeah, so there's a couple of, listen, I cheated a few times here. Yeah, you know, and we'll get to some more egregious selections here. But the remakes, they were absolute love letters to this franchise that unfortunately dropped off. I mean, the market was so saturated. They were trying to innovate and always had to bring something new. You know, in the first 4 games, they brought a new mechanic that was sort of directly correlated to actual skating mechanics. And then they were like, oh shit, now we've done it all. And they just had to, they just kept getting more bloated, and they were making open world skate games, and it was just ridiculous. And celebrity cameos, just like, it got out of control. The last Tony Hawk game was really bad. Pro Skater 5, I think.
Yep.
And the ones before that, they did the Wii gimmicks with, I mean, it was just, they massacred my boy, all right? And that sucked. So for them to bring this back, to make such a loving remake, it blew me away how good this game felt in 2020. The physics of your character, the skating mechanics were unbelievably tight. The combo system, I mean, it was perfect. The barrier of entry was really low, but the skill gap was really high. To really master that game, like, you had to be a sicko. And I love that there was such a spectrum that you could like fall in on. And I, of course, was trying to platinum this game. Sadly, I don't think it'll ever happen. The servers are dead for this game. I don't think they've been fixed yet. And I'm like 3 trophies away from finishing it. One is just all the gaps, which is basically just following a guide. I just hadn't done it yet. One of them is, as I've talked about, the get there challenges, where you're putting these like specific string of combos together, and like they're extremely difficult, and you can't break your combo at all. So it's a lot of grinding and you know, manuals, and really hard to pull off tricks. And I did a few of them. It took me days of like literally playing for hours per day trying to get one chain together. And I was like, I might not ever get this. But even if I do, the servers are offline, and so I'll never be able to do it, and I'm sad I never will. But I love this collection, and when we were on the top 100, it was like, can I just cheat and put the collection? Because to me, it's like those games were so short. This combo pack felt like a worthy, like $60 title. I don't actually know if it was $60. It might have been $40 or $50. But I love how they had a combination of classic Tony Hawk Pro Skater songs. They couldn't license everything, sadly, but they got a lot of the classic songs.
What, it's like 2 or 3 songs that didn't make it?
Very few that didn't make it. And then they added a bunch of modern stuff. But I loved it, man. I just loved it. I played, like I said, I 100%ed both of the games. I got almost all the trophies, which was a total grind. It was, you like that? It was a real labor of love. And this was like a weird time. Of course, COVID happened, and then this game comes out in September, I believe. And then that's when we got hit with the wildfires, which we get every summer now. But this was one of the worst in recent memories. I think we had 2017 was bad, and 2020 was egregious. And I think it was like 2 weeks of smoke. Actually, I think down here it might have been 3 weeks because we got it a week before you guys got it up north. And it was apocalyptic is just like not even accurate. Like that's not enough to describe how poor the air quality was, what it looked like outside. We literally were using masking tape to mask all the crevices in every window in the house and putting blankets up because the smoke was getting into the house. You could see the smoke in the house. It was crazy. So we were already locked in because of COVID. And the only reason we didn't lose our minds over COVID was because we walked several miles a day. We spent a lot of time in the backyard. Like we were outside so much more than we'd ever had been in our adult lives. And then the smoke hits and we were like, okay, now we're feeling the stir crazy. Like we are literally prisoners in this. We can't even go outside. So anyway, all that to say, all I did during that time, 3 straight weeks of literally from the time I woke up, I only stopped to cook twice a day. I played this fucking game for 3 straight weeks, and I love it. I'm sad that they canned 3 and 4. I don't know how this game sold, but this was the perfect remake, and it's bullshit. This franchise is dead.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that this is the best-selling game in the Tony Hawk Skater franchise.
Seriously?
Pretty sure, yeah.
That is
Like,
sick.
this game sold. It sold. And then Activision said, all right, now you make Call of Duty maps.
You know that low effort remake that sold better than any other fucking game in like one of our most successful franchises that doesn't have guns? Yeah, what if we just didn't do any of that anymore? Like, what the fuck, Activision?
So I'm not sure if THPS 1 and 2 is the best selling, but it was the fastest selling to hit like 1 million within the first 2 weeks.
Very good.
But I mean, those OG games sold really well, so I don't know how. Maybe I'm just getting that conflated. But it sold appreciably. I mean, over 1 million for a remake that cost like $40. I mean, come on. Did you see me tag you in the now recording chat?
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5, a 32 top critic average. That is all time.
Right. Like, you said it was a bad game. And I think when people hear, oh, it's a bad game, that like a 60, maybe even a 50 something. Wow. But a 32.
It's one of the worst games ever made. That's amazing.
Truly an atrocious and abhorrent video game that they just shat out one day.
And everyone's all excited for the Skate. Was it Skate 4, Skate 5, whichever entry? Dude, I do not like the Skate games. I tried. It just, part of what makes Tony Hawk so amazing is the arcade nature of it. It's a little wacky. The physics are a little crazy. I don't want like a skate sim, you know?
Totally different games for totally different types of players, I guess.
All right, Chris, number 8, you're back.
This is already getting tough. As I look at these games, I'm like, man,
Resident Evil 4.
these are all like baby killing games.
You're not killing these babies, you're celebrating them with a
No,
number
but
8,
like-
which makes it better than the previous 2 games, but worse than the next 7.
By which I mean, if it were a choice between this game doesn't exist or I kill a baby, I'm killing a baby for all 8 of these games.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna go I'm gonna go recency bias over nostalgia in the
Yes.
8-7 split, and I'm going to slot at number 8 Pokemon Crystal. This is to me the best that Pokemon ever got. I do not fuck with Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I thought the art style sucked. I thought it looked cheap and wrong. And I did not feel that it added anything to the equation that meaningfully made it a better experience than the iteration that Crystal did on the Gold Silver formula, which already was the most meaningful gen over gen jump that maybe we've ever had in terms of stuff with staying power, and introduce a number of things that were way ahead of their time in terms of stuff being introduced in the future. We have still never gone to a second region in any Pokemon game, despite the fact that they did this 20 years ago.
25 years ago.
Yeah, long fucking time ago. They have never returned to that idea, despite the fact that they have all the storage space in the world. Fucking Iwata made Kanto fit on a gold and silver cartridge. And you can't figure this out, like, Jesus Christ. So going back to Kanto, the Pokemon in Johto were interesting and felt like they were in keeping with the design aesthetic of Kanto. So it felt like a true sequel in that we were adding new things and iterating interaction with the overworld, more varied ways to encounter Pokemon with the introduction of things like headbutts, specialty Pokeballs, the Pokegear, which had things like the radio that allowed you to use, the Pokeflute channel. God, which is so funny. Such a meaningful way to like skip the stupid, fetch quest for the Pokeflute. And also registering up to, I think it was 10 trainers in your Pokegear that you could go and they would call you and you'd go and rematch them. That's so fucking cool. They still haven't done anything like that. I know there is the Versus Seeker in Fire Red and Leaf Green, but this felt more personalized and interesting, and like you were a Pokemon trainer on a journey instead of a video game mechanic that they wanted to make work for the sake of replaying battles. This was you connecting with these trainers and deciding, yeah, I want to rematch you in the future. You could be my rival, and going back and being able to do that. It also features the only true secret boss fight in the entire Pokemon franchise. In the set the scene. It's the late 90s. This is the second Pokemon game, which means that for us, it is the sequel to Pokemon, which was a generational event that changed the course of the history of the Game Boy, the future of Nintendo, in this massively successful, which is now the greatest selling franchise of all time, most profitable franchise of all time. And here is this cave that you can only get to after you've beaten the Elite Four. And you've got all 16 badges. You've gone back to Kanto. You've seen the way the regions changed. In you go to Silver Cave. What is in this mountain? Is it a Pokemon? We don't know. There's no internet. I've already caught my cover legendary, so I know it's not that, but maybe there's a secret one. Who knows? Could it be Mew? Could it be Celebi? Who knows? And there's a very familiar looking sprite in the final cave of that room. And you approach him. And if you're wise, you saved. And if you're not, tough luck to you. And he says nothing. And then the champion's theme begins. And it's motherfucking Pokemon Trainer Red with the level 92 Pikachu right out of the fucking gate. Come on! That is all-time childhood moment. That was a revelation. It was shocking. It was holy fuck. There he is. I cannot believe it. With a full team of staples: Pikachu, Snorlax, Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise, Dragonite, I think was the 16 member, or was it Pidgeot?
I think it was Lapras.
Lapras, that's what it was. Great fucking team. All of them tough. Hard fight. God damn, this game has everything. I still have my original Crystal Kart. It is broken. It was broken by Josh in a fit of rage over something or other.
Was this the bedpost?
It was the bedpost. Yeah, I thought it was Joey for the longest time because he got pissed I wouldn't let him play it. He picked up and he bit the corner and it wouldn't start. Unbeknownst to me, it wasn't starting already. I didn't know that. But Josh had gotten pissed at me and set it between, the wall and the bed, just went bam, 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 and just like broke it. That cart contained my entire team from Yellow version, my very first Yellow version that I traded over, and my full team from Crystal. So I still keep it for nostalgic purposes. But to me, this is the best that Pokemon has to offer. And I would love to see them craft an experience that had this much care again, and that really tries to give us something that is rooted in all of the things that make Pokemon great, which includes returning to things from the past, because the best Pokemon is the one that you remember the most fondly, and that's something different for every generation. It's probably part of why I think the Legends series is such a worthwhile endeavor. Just because they're mining these other regions for some new experiences, but starting from a place of familiarity. Anyway, Crystal version, I fuck heavy with this game. That's my number 8.
EJ, remind me, this was on your top 10 originally, or was it on mine? I think it was on yours.
Crystal was on mine, and you had one of gold and silver. And I waffled a little bit between whether I wanted to do Heart Gold, Soul Silver, because I really like those remakes. And it fixed a lot of issues with like power scaling that the original Gen 2 had. I mean, and it has issues. Like you beat the Elite Four and your Pokemon are like level 50 if you're lucky. Like and then you go to Kanto and you're fighting like level high 30s and 40s again. And then Red is like, yeah, level 92. So it's got issues.
I buried the lead, by the way. The cover Pokemon for this is also the greatest water Pokemon of all time, Suicune, which is still probably my favorite Pokemon ever.
I do love that Pokemon. And on the Top 100 pod, I told the story of this is the first game I bought with my own money, and I waffled. And when I came back to this list, and I was like, do I want to stick with Crystal? And I think now, as a 20 older than that, as an almost 32-year-old man, I have a lot more nostalgia for Gen 1. Like I just do. I recognize they're inferior games, but if I'm strictly talking about feelings, I have way stronger feelings about Gen 1. Even though I know somewhere I have acknowledged in the past that Gen 2 is superior, and I love Pokemon Crystal, and I say it's my favorite Pokemon game. I don't even know if that's true anymore. Who knows? But Nick, number 8.
Number 8. For me, I'm going to go ahead and say Mother 3.
Oh,
I was bouncing between this and Earthbound. I think just the whole series as a whole has a sad feeling associated with it. It is adventure. It is that like very archetypal kids on a journey. You know, it's like Stand By Me, it's E.T., it's Goonies, but it's through this like very heavily Americana vibe, but through a Japanese lens that still hits really true. Like it still feels like something that is a loving story of like 60s and 70s American culture. But it is like just beyond that. There's so much strangeness in the Mother series, and Mother 3 is the forbidden fruit. It is the game that won't get localized, the thing that everyone's always asking for. It's a meme, you know, it's like it's a joke that people are asking for it. But I think it's also really worthy of being requested. I think for the culture, you know, for just the in general video games players, people who want to play video games would do good to themselves by experiencing any of the Mother games. I think they are very approachable as far as genre tie-ins. Like they're JRPGs through and through. They're incredibly like they're Dragon Quest games originally, and then Mother 3 took that and like added some more sort of nuance to it with like the timing based combat and trying to get combos going based on the tempo of the music in the background. But there's so much interesting shit going on that it just makes you wonder like, oh, there's more to this world and these people than what is happening on the screen. And you can tell in every moment and every like vignette that happens that you're not being shown everything, but you're not shown everything in all the people you meet. Like you talk to people and they have their own story and lives happening. And this game kind of just exemplifies that in a really concise way. I mean, it's just video games don't really make me think about that very often, but Earthbound and Mother 3 definitely do that. I love that there are chapters in this game. This game is like a book. There are chapters, and there are chapters in which you play as specific characters that aren't, you know, always in your party, but sometimes they are. They'll come and go because everyone's on their own journey. And one of the chapters in this game is you're playing as this monkey named Salsa, and you're trying to save your monkey girlfriend. Both of you have been captured by these like capitalists, basically, and you're being put into slave labor, and it sucks. But you're just trying to save your monkey girlfriend, and you're doing this dance. You have to dance for this man who is electrocuting you if you don't do the dance. And that's just one of the chapters. And then later, Salsa joins your party, and you're doing great things to Salsa, and he's a homie, and you save his monkey girlfriend, and they are free. They go away because that part of their story is done. And it's just another part of a greater story of you living in this town, and you are then introduced to the happy box, which is television, and the concept of money, which is completely foreign to you. You're just like a provincial ass town, you're just doing stuff, but this man comes and sells you a happy box, but you don't have money, so he gives you money to buy the happy box, and then suddenly you're wrapped up into this capitalist nightmare. And that's like the main bad guys are pigs. Like, it is just so funny that is a game that came out in 2006, and then later it is fully a sequel to Earthbound, and it's you're maybe part of a like a colonization project leaving Earth. Like, it might be like some spaceship, future Promethean kind of vibe things going on, but just a lot of heart. And it's all wrapped up in the story of a little boy whose mom dies, and your twin brother just like goes off the deep end and just can't handle it, and he's angry and he's mad and he wants revenge. He wants to make a difference, and you're too afraid to do anything. And it's you coming to terms with that and changing that fear into love as opposed to hatred. And it's a typical kind of JRPG kind of story stuff, but all also involving Salsa and his monkey girlfriend, and Duster, who's got a grandpa or dad. I don't know exactly how they're related, but a parental figure that thinks that he can't live up to his what's asked of him. And a dad, like, you play as the dad after the mom dies, and you go and you see his trauma and grief. There's a lot to this game, and it's like all really good and worth playing, and people should play it, but it's probably not going to be localized because there's some very questionable characters that socially would probably not fly these days.
Yeah, I feel like that would be an easy fix in a translation, but it would be a very unfaithful fix.
Yeah, and people would not be happy about that, but it's
damned if you do, damned if you don't,
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
You're more damned if you don't. I would rather have some fans upset that I adjusted content that no longer is socially acceptable than having the entire internet upset that I didn't. IMO.
I think you just put a disclaimer up.
Do the Disney intro, like,
Yeah.
This was the creators. This is what it was, and it may not be in best taste these days. I don't think personally that there was like negative intent behind the portrayal of those characters, but
yeah,
it is easily lumped in with a lot of other negative stereotypes. Like, just because the blackface was done tastefully in this one thing doesn't mean that blackface is okay anymore, right? So I understand the complaints and the things that would draw some ire and draw some questioning, but Nintendo is not the type of company that wants to even think about questions.
Yeah, they don't want to invite that controversy. Like,
no,
there's no reason to. For a game that would sell 200,000 copies, like,
yeah, wouldn't
what
sell.
do we do it? Yeah, so
Yeah.
it makes sense why it doesn't exist
But
yet.
we're robbed. And again, thank you, Sakurai, for Lucas being in Smash Bros. And for being an awesome boss battle against Pokey in Smash Bros. Brawl, and just capturing that characterization of Lucas. Like, in Smash Ultimate, I think he is given a disservice. So often Lucas is like the blonde-haired boy, angry eyebrows, powerful, self-assured, confident. That's like the portrayal in all of his moveset. But like in Smash Bros. Brawl, he was just a little fucking scared kid. And that's so important to his character, and that like pushing past that, I don't know, I'd get wrapped up in like a total tangent, but that's just like such a cool thing to play as a character that is not like your typical, not Farm Boy Fantasy, not G Willikers, I'm Luke Skywalker and I could just do everything well, and not like whatever self-confident character that is very typical in these kinds of JRPG adventures. It's just someone who is trying.
You know why we got that look into Lucas's character in Smash Bros. Brawl? Because of fucking Subspace Emissary. God damn. Beautiful
Goated.
opportunity. Goated. Unimpeachably goated. And I didn't mind World of Light. I thought it was good. But Subspace Emissary, like, that was sort of like our imagination of Smash Bros. from the 64 and they just like made it real. And it's like, I can't believe that exists.
It is the best fan fiction of all time.
Yes, exactly. Crossover fan fiction. It's beautiful. I need to play Earthbound. I played a lot of Earthbound. I never beat it. I remember starting that game. I was playing it on the bus on TriMet on my Superboy, my big Hyperkin portable Super Nintendo, which is what I will use to play the rest of Earthbound. Probably just need to start over. I don't fucking remember anything about that game at this point. But I remember getting to like some of the first enemies and fighting a new age retro hippie. That is the literal name of the enemy, and going, I'm going to really fucking like this game. This is a really weird, surreal, bizarre fucking game. The David Lynch, Chris, that's pre-David Lynch, me getting David Lynch pilled. So me now will probably devour the fuck out of this game.
Oh yeah, big Lynch vibes all over Earthbound and Mother 3.
I beat Earthbound, didn't love it. Felt like it was a necessary journey. You know, it was one of those, especially at the time as a collector, where it was such a sought after game, and
you were taking your medicine,
you know, as it seems to be when I play games like this. But I was like, I have to have this game, and it came out on the Wii U, and so I bought it and played it. I just remember it running really poorly, and it was kind of a grind, and I didn't have a ton of fun with it. But I do remember, especially, this is like the first year that I had moved away from home, and I was 2 hours away, which, you know, in the grand scheme isn't very far. But it was the first time I'd ever been away from home like that. And these long stretches where I don't see my family, I just loved that Ness would get homesick and you had to like call your mom.
It was a status effect.
Totally resonated with me at the time and was something I felt very deeply, where it's just like, you got to call home every once in a while. But Mother 3 I played quite a bit of years ago. I should go back to that game. I should, because it fixes a lot of the issues. I mean, there's 15 years, 12 years between.
Yeah, just about 12 years, yeah.
That's a lot of growth in the industry. And so the game is, to my memory, was a lot easier to play. It was just like most games I started another game. So
yeah, a lot more concise. Earthbound is like, you can go back to everywhere you've been, so it's like more of like a big world that you're kind of traveling through. But I don't think that is nearly as true in Mother 3. I think it is a lot more like staged and like level to level, chapter to chapter, which is like kind of a different kind of approach to it. Also, big shout out to these games as far as being like taking place in a modern setting, like an RPG where you're just like in a town with like houses, like in suburbia. Very influential, and you didn't see a lot of that back in the day. Maybe more so in like the Megami Tensei games. I'm not sure if those really were doing the school thing before Persona, really, but very influential in that aspect. And yeah, you see so many of like weirdo indie RPGs that are like cut from the cloth of people who either literally played and like made Earthbound fan games, or like ROM hacks, which is the origin of Undertale.
I was going to say.
And now there are games that are just like, oh, we liked Undertale, so we're going to do an Undertale. And that was just like, we liked Earthbound, so we're going to do an Earthbound ROM hack, and then turn that into like a video game career. So very influential, not just on me, but on like a huge community of people who just, I don't know, huge is the right word, but like there are big communities of people who like Pokemon, but there are big communities of people who like Earthbound and make that their life. So it's like a different kind of love, a lot more dangerous and like obsessive kind of love, but you wouldn't have Fangamer without Earthbound, for example. Like that started out as Starman.net, which was a fan website for Earthbound from the 90s that just blew up and just turned into a whole different thing. And now I can buy video games that are published by Fangamer. You know, like it's just, that's the kind of people who love this, and it turns into like their identity.
Hearing you frame it like that, Nick, it kind of hit me like a ton of bricks, because we were just talking about Final Fantasy VII in the last couple months with Rebirth coming out and with you playing it for the first time, that getting away from sword and sorcery was into like a truly science fiction setting was a big deal. But it is no less a big deal, like you just said, that this was just in the fucking suburbs. Like it was just a version of our world. And that's part of what made the surrealism so effective, that if it were just like a random looking weirdo in like a sword and board kind of like Breath of Fire, we'd be like, oh, that's interesting. And it would just be a part of the, you know, fun fantasy landscape, you know, like Dragon Quest type stuff. That is, I never thought of it like that.
some of the first enemies you fight in Earthbound are crows and dogs.
Yeah.
And the crows will steal your cookies, which are your healing items, and the dogs might drop a sandwich. Like, that's the kind of stuff you're working with here. You're not getting potions and mana. It's all about your psychic abilities, which, obviously is a little bit of fantasy, but also you're just like fighting hippies and businessmen and like middle-aged women
With purses.
that are just with purses, and they're just like weird disheveled sickos. It's so cool.
And also the fact that, and I didn't know of a game that did this before Earthbound, and I wish more games would do this now, that when you are past a certain level, if you engage with an enemy on the overworld, you will auto kill them and gain the experience in an instant and move on with your fucking life. More
It's
of that,
beautiful.
please.
Also, they just fixed random encounters. Like, they did that back in 1994, and it took Pokemon Company how many years to finally do the right thing? Rip that Band-Aid off? We don't need the random encounters. Just let me see them out in the world, for God's sakes.
Boy, fellas, we are already 2 hours into this, and I am just getting to my number 8. This is is this a two-parter? Do we just hold this until next week?
We can two-part it.
I think that's the play. Number 8 for me, I am just going to spin the wheel, and we are going to come out with Risk of Rain 2.
My boy.
I just love every roguelite that I play. Nick pointed out that another one of my top 10 here in the last 8 years, Call of Duty Warzone, is also just a roguelite with guns. And it's true. I love setting the parameters, not letting me get too far outside of those, but you just drop me in and I am having to evolve a strategy as I go. I love that. It's enough of a challenge without, like most games, and especially something like an RPG, Chris, like you said, you were talking about the affinities or whatever in Xenoblade, and you're like, I mean, if that's too much for you, it is so beyond too much for me. So like, I need those parameters here, but it's got to be enough that you can like poke without feeling like you're overwhelmed or missing out on something. And roguelites do that really well. Whether it's Rogue Legacy, Dead Cells, Binding of Isaac, I mean, every single one that I play, I end up really liking. So I thought about putting Dead Cells on this list, but I just don't think there's so much more to that game I haven't gotten to. I just feel like I couldn't squeeze it on. So Risk of Rain, platinum that game. I think I bought it on 3 different platforms. When it comes to video games, and it's just something that I realized listening back to the last top 10, is I'm so big on vibe and atmosphere. And that's what really sticks with me. That's why Wind Waker is in my top 10 ever, right? Is like the music and the aesthetic, which is timeless. I can remember how it felt to be in that world. And that's what sticks with me after all these years. Risk of Rain was like such an instant classic. Aesthetically, the music, it is so distinct and so unique. The enemy and boss design, I mean, the game is like unhinged. It's like a fucking acid trip of a game. And so you get to World 6 before you could loop. Like the sky is purple, and it's like this weird planet, and the grandparents, the creepy gold men, it just like fucking, they're like starmen, like just gigantic
Starman.
It's just like unhinged. This is without a doubt one of my favorite games I've played in the last, let's call it decade. Except for those goddamn crabs I had to have Brendan do for me. I was not gonna, because you had the loop. You had to be on like world 8 or 9 or whatever to fucking do it. And it was just like, bro, come on. This is ridiculous.
Just to chase some crabs. You had to get lucky and actually find them in the right place. You can actually chase them off the edge.
Yeah, it was fucking bullshit. It was so dumb. So other than that, I platinumed, I got all the trophies in that game, and it was a good trophy list, which is like weirdly important to me now in 2024.
Did the trophy list have all of like the character specific unlocks as trophies as well? I remember that being a thing in the OG Risk of Rain, I want to say, that you had to like beat the game at least with like all the characters to like unlock certain things.
I don't know if it like differs from like, because there are like in-game achievements where like to unlock certain things. I don't think it was 1 for 1. You know, it was all the basic stuff like
loop.
Right. And there's a couple things that were like, okay, you defeat like X amount of enemies, and like that's fine. Things that would just incentivize you to like play more. But things like reaching certain thresholds in like how you stack items, so it's incentivizing you to make different builds and be like, all right, I need to stack like a bunch of headdresses, and I need to stack a bunch of, whatever. And then that obviously changes like, okay, well, I can't just stack a bunch of headdresses, not think about the build more intentionally. There's some, incentives for finding some of the secrets, and there's a lot of secrets in that game, which is always cool to unearth something. Kind of reminded me of my time with Destiny 2. You do a little light platforming challenge, and you end up someplace you think you're not supposed to be, and you find a cool item or a boss, and you're like, oh shit, this is intentional. So immaculate vibes. Immaculate. I mean, it just doesn't get better than this.
There's a double pack on Switch, right?
Yes. Frequently very cheap as well. Like new or used, $20 or less, easy.
I would highly recommend that you pick it up on PlayStation, Chris. It is a miracle that this game runs on the Switch, but it is not the way you want to play it. If you don't have a PC, PlayStation's for sure the way to go.
I'm going to have to think about that because I guess it would depend on if you're like, Chris, we're going to run some Risk of Rain, or if it's like a shelf item because I do be liking my Switch cases. I'm going to pray about it. Not really. I don't believe in God. But I just put it on my to-buy list. I put it on my to-buy list alongside Crosscode Hollow Knight and Cuphead, which I don't have physically.
There you go. All right, let's blow through. Can we get through 3 number 7s in 15 minutes?
My number 7 is Resident Evil 4, which I've just talked about a whole bunch. The only reason this is not higher because I feel like this is as close to perfect a game as remains on my list. Certainly from an objective point of view, is that I just played it and I've only played it once. This is a game I could absolutely see myself going back to a New Game Plus to come in from square one with all of my guns and all of my knowledge, and wanting to build some new guns and get some new stuff. It is a fairly perfect action shooter. It preserves the horror and the fear and the unknowing of the earlier Resident Evils, while also creating just some of the most interesting and varied gunplay and environmental challenges and enemy arenas that I have ever experienced. It is a rollicking, campy action game with a plucky protagonist that I literally have nothing wrong to say about this game. It is fucking immaculate. I'm just sorry it took me this long to play it, although because it did take me this long, I got to play the remake. This game fucking rules. I can't wait to play this again in the future. Shout out everyone who tried to get me to do it before. Shout out Brian Hettinger. Shout out Nathaniel and Dallas. I have seen the light.
I extremely want to play Resident Evil 4. Don't think I will play the remake first. I will probably go back and play the OG or one of its 7,000 ports and remasters and such.
Respect.
My number 7 is Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock. When I tell you I was thoroughly obsessed with Guitar Hero 2, and then they made another one and it had more songs and it was betterer. And my God, I loved that stupid little plastic guitar. It's the reason I started playing real guitar. I have just excellent memories of coming home from high school. I had this on PS2 because I was still a PS2 household. We never had a 360. I didn't get a 360 until I was an adult, a man grown. But I would play this on PS2, and I remember the day I came home from school and I actually played and completed Through the Fire and the Flames on Expert. And I felt the light touch my skin. I felt myself ascend. I grew 3 inches taller. I grew a full beard. It was all in that one moment that I became an adult. I became a man. And I loved playing this game over at Jordan Markoff's house because he had a hacked PS2 and he had custom songs in Guitar Hero. I don't remember if it was 2 or 3, but still Guitar Hero. And we could play such songs, EJ, as The Crusade by Trivium or No Business to Be Done on a Dead Planet by All Shall Perish.
Let's go.
Just some sick like metalcore and deathcore songs on Guitar Hero. Like the two things that were my most cherished in my life meeting in harmony. Like it doesn't get better than that, and it hasn't. I would love to play Clone Hero sometime. It sounds like a big pain in the ass to get it set up and working, and I don't have a USB goddamn plastic guitar.
Not yet.
Maybe I will because Fortnite has a Guitar Hero now. That means that plastic guitars are back, baby. They're on the menu. I gotta buy one.
Who was it that just announced that a third party just announced?
Bro, I sent you that link.
Was that you that sent it to me? Who was that?
Yes. I think it was Hyperkin or maybe
PDP. The Riffmaster wireless. Yeah, this thing looks
Riffmaster.
This thing looks.
Oh no,
sick.
is it? Does it have a dongle? Because I ain't doing Bluetooth. I do not fucks with Bluetooth.
No
Not
input
for a
delay.
controller. No shit.
Wired.
No way. Wire me up.
Oh, there's
Plug
a
me into the
thumbstick
Matrix.
on the back. It looks like it's got a
Yo.
detachable cord, but that might be for
I want to be
headphones.
Dark Souls with that.
Yeah,
Nick,
we'll see if it has a dongle.
you have to.
I will tilt the guitar to activate my star power, and then I will defeat Gwyn, the first flame.
I desperately want to take video content of you playing Dark Souls with a Guitar Hero controller, so we're just going to mentally bookmark that for future times.
And then you have to beat it with the Big Buck Hunter Wiimote and nunchuck shotgun.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
My brother in Christ, I heard you talk about Bloodborne. I don't think it would be a good time. EJ, tell me your number 7.
We're going to go Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Nice.
Got 500 hours in that game, and I still never had an island I was proud enough to bring anybody to.
All the resetting you did, basically like your brother doing the shiny restart.
No, that was in New Leaf that I did a lot of restarting. Less picky here with New Horizons, just because you could terraform, and so you could make whatever the fuck you wanted. And with the like infinite money glitches early on before they got patched out, I just was like, I can literally build what I want, move things where I want, how I want. I don't have to worry about money. This is just my little sandbox to play in. So, I talk about the vibes of a game and how it makes me feel to hear the sound effects and the sound design and the music. Wow, I did not realize how much nostalgia I had for this game. I mean, it's 4 years now. We're 4 years this month. I mean,
Yeah, it was April.
Crazy how time has flown. COVID has completely just distorted my existence. But this was early in the pandemic, and I just remember that year. All right, I'm coming off of like a 3-year run at a hellacious job, and COVID hits, and I was already like on my way out the door and was like, I'm going to go full freelance, and I had all these different gigs lined up, and it was just going to be, I was like so excited for the future, and then COVID hits. And so on one hand, I'm like, oh shit, everything is turned upside down. On the other hand, it was just like the intense relief of being out of this hellacious job, knowing that like for now, I don't have to worry about, like for a week, for a month, I don't have to worry about what's next. It was just like, at the time I thought a very small break. I didn't think it was going to be a year of being isolated at home and on unemployment. But anyway, I'm thinking I got a week, I got 2 weeks. It's just me and my cat and Animal Crossing.
Shout out Waffle.
The weather was beautiful. I remember it was like summer started in March that year. We had like 2 weeks of rain in May, but otherwise, I swear to God, it was fucking bright and sunny and warm from like mid-March until like the beginning of October. It was just insane that year. And I said yesterday, it was beautiful out. It was 70-something degrees, and I doing yard work, and I'm out sitting in the backyard, and I'm drinking a beer, and the cherry blossoms are going on the big tree in my backyard. And I'm like, man, I just want to go inside and play Animal Crossing right now. Like, just being back in that world and just popping around. And it's just so cute. And anyway, so the fact that only a few years on, I like have this intense nostalgia for playing that game every single day and linking up on Discord and visiting the islands. And the way it brought me together with friends of years past, people I hadn't talked to in so long, who I would have never guessed they would have owned a Switch and would be into Animal Crossing. And like the group chat, rest in peace, all linked up to visit islands and swap flowers. And man, it's just such a silly thing for a bunch of dudes in their late 20s to be into. But like, what the fuck else did anyone have going on, I've talked about, it's well tread, how Animal Crossing, to me, I always prefer to make it more of like a sandbox where I'm crafting this like perfect island or town or whatever. And I sort of get into the sim aspect in that way, and less so about like, yeah, I care who my neighbors are, but like, I don't just pop in for an hour a day to like do my menial chores and talk to everybody once. Like, I'm like intensely playing this game and like grinding out money and like just trying to build the perfect town and decorate my house to like this degree of specificity that, at least until New Horizons, like didn't even exist, but I'm still trying to do it anyway, The most recent entry, just like, I mean, you could even like put in your own like art. I had a music basement, and on the wall I had every single Coheed and Cambria album lining the wall downstairs. In my bedroom, I had this giant mural of Calvin and Hobbes that I had stitched together from all these different tiles that you had to generate through the phone, and the process was arcane as hell, but I just loved how customizable it was. And all the gripes that people had about this game, about like, oh, the dialogue repeats, and I play this game very differently than most people. This game fixed so many of the issues I had with prior Animal Crossing entries and leaned into it. And I hope that the next one just continues on that path. They can add whatever they want, but keep this focus. I think, to me, this is the greatest Animal Crossing game ever made. And maybe one of these days I'll go back to it, but it just feels different with the world's not playing it, so it feels different.
Animal Crossing was a light in a very, very dark place for a lot of us. And like, I remember I bought this game. No, I didn't initially buy it because there was some kind of like expense that was not anticipated. And EJ Venmos me $60 completely unprompted and says, I want to make sure that you have this right now. And I'm in the middle of, damn, I'm getting a little emotional. I'm in the middle of what was the most grueling series of graduate interviews that I had done. It was the 5th year I'd been trying to get into grad school, and I had a couple go like deep into 2nd, 3rd, 4th interviews. I really thought I was going to get into my top choice school, University of Iowa. And it was right in front of me, and then it didn't happen. And I was like, I can't do this again for like at least a year. And I get this game, and I'm like, Tiff, be on my island. Tiffany has no idea what Animal Crossing is. Tiffany says, Chris, I was like, Tiffany, I want you to play this with me. She says, okay. So we get her on the island. We get her little tent. And she starts playing. And within the first couple of days, while we're still figuring out what the fuck is going on globally with this plague, Tiffany's like, I think I need my own island. Like, I don't. And we have this whole 6-day honeymoon in Paris that we have booked, airfare, Airbnb in the city, plans. It all evaporates. And we elope. And it is literally an hour before lockdown is going to start in the state of Louisiana. And we drive to Best Buy, and the last thing we do before the world locks down is we buy Tiffany a Switch Lite and her own copy of Animal Crossing, and then we go home and we lock the doors. And that got us through those months that I don't know what I would have done without that community, without the community with y'all in the group chat, without going to the islands, without hearing about how stuff's going. Tiffany and I have a friend named Grant who built whole trivia nights that he would host on his island, and we would all go to his island and spin the spinny wheel to get our trivia question with real prizes like art for the museum and bells and like rare flowers and fruit. And he at one point, like late in the game, turned his whole island into like low-key an escape room that had like clues everywhere, and like he was captured and Evil Grant was keeping him hostage, and we'd like run around to do stuff. But just literally the things that people did this game were fucking incredible. And meeting people, like you said, EG, from all over the world, like this was everything that we could have needed. It's very fortunate for Nintendo that it happened when it did, because Animal Crossing, kind of a niche franchise, and it became the world's game for 3 whole months. And it was very cool to be a part of that because we really needed it. I really, really needed it.
I really want to revisit the group chat from that era, and I don't delete any of my text messages. I got a decade of text on my phone, so I might go back tonight and see if I can pull anything good.
Animal Crossing was amazing. And yeah, sort of mirroring both of you, the first like couple months after the Panini started and Lindsay was laid off, and she was spending a lot more time over here because she had more free time over here. But I was still working nights. I was still going to work because my job didn't involve interacting with people. There was a lot of mornings coming back and like hopping on Animal Crossing for just like a little bit just to unwind. And the best music of the game was 5 p.m. But like it was very rare for me to be like up and about at 5 p.m. So it was like that was a treat if I got to do that. Time traveling, the absolute insanity of turnips and the market, the stonks. Yeah, Animal Crossing was a fabulous time. And if only, maybe next time they'll let you craft an unbreakable shovel. But, until then, just got to carry a spare in your pocket, EJ. I'm sorry.
Remember Chris was going to do a digital reception after you guys got married? I don't think that happened.
No, we kind of did. Like, we opened the gates and a couple of people came in and we all hit each other with nets because nobody really had anything unlocked yet. It was like 323 that we got married. So it's like 3 days. So some people brought some stuff. Like somebody dropped off a gold rose.
Wow, someone had a gold rose 3 days after the fact. That's crazy.
I know. And so I like put that in my hair and like held onto it for forever. It's probably still in it's still in my storage in my house somewhere.
Dude, I'm deep in the text, man. Like, listen, now we have the Discord to yammer about this kind of stuff. Let's find a game that we're all collectively playing. Let's shut the world down again.
I still have a Google sheet of keeping track of all the friends and who has what pieces of artwork and the fossils, and we're doing like a little trade economy, trying to like, oh, if we get a double, then you can, put it up, and whoever needs it can go drop it off. And the songs, I mean, all the different things. You had to get all the things. That was the best part about starting Animal Crossing New Horizons, was like, I get to fill this museum, and there are things that I have to get before this month is over, because these fish are not coming back until next year, until I, rip the Band-Aid off and start cheating. But like, I wanted to play it legit for as long as I could. And that was awesome. That was really cool to be like, oh shit, it's April 30th. And I really have to like go catch this like weird stream fish that only happens on like near waterfalls on the second tier. But I have terraforming so I can make this happen, but I still got to go catch it.
I am finding some hilarious shit. An argument we had about time traveling, and you guys were like, no time traveling for me. And I was like, I love arbitrary rules that prevent me from having fun. And you guys were just up my ass about it. I was just like, dude, I don't want to shake 12 trees and then wait till tomorrow. Like, I'm trying to play, and I was complaining about the implications that time travelers don't understand the game. I don't get the game because I'm trying to play more of it at once, I guess. I don't know. That's so funny.
I don't want to relitigate that because it is interesting and very esoteric and will take far more time than we have at this moment. But shout out ACNH, caring is sharing. I saw that document in my shared folder the other day, Nick, and was like, that was the time.
So that leaves us with number 6, which is back to Chris. This is totally the same day. I have developed a head and chest cold within the last 14 seconds. Ooh, time.
It happens.
With EJ, we go from tickle in the throat to I have the fucking bubonic plague in approximately that amount of time. So
literally, when we recorded the first half of this Monday, I was like, I don't know if my throat hurts because I'm talking a lot or because I'm getting sick. And Nick was like, why not both? And then I fucking Tuesday wake up with my throat on fire. And it's just been downhill.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
It was bad. All right, so number 6.
Recently beloved games, continuing in that realm. Games that, given more time, may rise higher on the list. May remain on the list, may not remain on the list. But right now, definitely feels appropriate. It's Hades. The first roguelike that I played that really sunk its claws into me and became like a full-blown mania, just itching to get home and do some runs in Hades so I could try to get that relationship with Aphrodite or whoever just a little bit further so that I could get that new dialogue with Achilles so that I could continue my romance with Meg, the harpy. Just such an incredible jambalaya of genres, like part visual novel, part dating sim, part roguelike, part you name it. I mean, it's just a great ass game. It is fast. It is fluid. The combat is thrilling. The way that there's so many different builds that are all incredibly useful depending on how you're feeling any given day, but you can find something that really works for you. And the joy of getting your sort of idealized build in any given run and just becoming an absolutely unkillable demigod is like nothing else I have played in that genre. And I'm still trying to branch out, but even Dead Cells, partially because that's not as narrative and experience as Hades is, which is big for me, as y'all know. But also just that Hades is so fast. It's just so fast and exciting in terms of the combat. And I feel a little bit of not FOMO, but sort of Hades nostalgia as I'm playing through Hyper Light Drifter right now and going like, I want Hyper Light Drifter to be as fast as Hades. And it's not. And so I've like readjusted, but because of the dash and the fact that it's like largely physical combat with a sword, with some ranged options addition, like, oh, this feels very familiar schematically. But it's definitely, it's a different shaped peg, and I'm trying to put that in the Hades hole and it doesn't belong there. Anyway, Hades, great fucking game. I wonder if I will go back to this game and ever finish up all the last achievement-y type things. I'm squarely in the realm of having to like grind at this point, so I don't know if I love that, but I love my time with this, and it's definitely stuck with me.
This is a game that EJ needs to play.
I know.
He needs to just put the time in and play it, and maybe have some advice from one of us about what to be dumping the different currencies into, because there is like a bit of an economy that I think EJ might get a little bit stumbled on, because he is very completionist, very platinum driven. So if he has like a do this first and then everything else after sort of order of operations to follow, the game encourages you to figure that out on your own. And because you're always making progress, it's not that big of a deal, but that could be something that you could stumble on your own.
Every time we talk about it, it comes up. It's on my dang list, and then I just get distracted with other things. Like I tried to dip into Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I put a fair amount of time into, and
more than I thought you would. Honestly, I commend you for lasting as long as you did. And now that I know you're not going to continue, I'm going to start spoiling things with impunity with regards to this and Rebirth, because shit's starting to hit some various fans. And I want to talk about it.
So maybe Hades will be the next one that I try. I hear jingling. Chris has gotten up from his chair. He's taking his headphones off. There must be a cat causing chaos out in the foyer. I see it running around
in the mezzanine.
Oh my. Yeah. So maybe that'll be the next thing we pull out on the list. I mean, I platinum Battlefront this week, and that was a grind. I grinded that for like 5 straight days for a not insignificant amount of time. When it was over, I was like, oh man, I need something to grind. But then I started reading Game of Thrones instead, and that's preoccupied all of my free time since I've been sick. So anyway,
it's a good book.
Hades. Dude, sorry to be tangential. The first 4 seasons of that show are amazing. This is so much better. Like,
yeah.
Wow.
I'm sorry, EJ. You're going to read all those books. You'll be like, well, the 6th one's coming out soon.
No, I already know. Whatever. I know.
The more you read it, the more you're going to be like, man, they really fucked up a lot of things. It was not just the last 2 seasons. It was
the last 4 seasons. I mean, basically after season 4. But even the things they adapted in seasons 1 through 4, I'm finding there were things like changes I really dislike about how, like, dude, in the books, Khal Drogo is a top G. But they make him a raping piece of shit in the fucking... Anyway, whatever. Anyway, this is totally tangential. But we used to talk about, I think when season 8 was coming out, we did a breakdown of the episode. Like, every episode we talked about it. Yeah, so it's,
we were hot on it. We were watching it. We wanted to see would they land this plane? And it was
a disaster.
It was something. It was spectacular.
Is the Telltale's Game of Thrones canon to the show? Or is it based on the books? And is it good?
I believe it is, because I remember when that was coming out, some of the reviews talked about how the Telltale formula of choices having consequences and you don't know how they're going to affect people. And certainly in like The Walking Dead, which was their big breakout hit, like people are dying, like you are losing people who are close to you, who they've set up,
right.
But because it was canon to the show, and a number of the people are then like, it's less determinate. Like, that Tyrion Lannister's not going to die, because Tyrion Lannister does not die in the show at the point in time in which this thing takes place. So I remember him saying it took some of the stakes out of it.
Yeah, it is based on the show. It has character likenesses of the actors playing those roles. So
interesting.
It centers around like a small made up house, like from the north, and like how that sort of plays into the politicking and everything. So I remember it being okay. Like I was watching Austin play it back in the day, back when we lived together.
Okay.
I was like, this is interesting. It was before I'd even like watched the show or read the books though. So I was like, not exactly a fair estimation of it. It was just like, whatever. It's not like, it doesn't look bad. Things are happening. It's not like stupid outright.
Yeah. Right.
Anyway, see how I brought it back to video games there after the tangent? So
just a beautiful segue, masterfully done.
all right. So that was Hades.
Much like Homer in the Iliad, we went on a journey and we came back.
We came back.
Oh.
We made it home, baby. Nick, what's your number 6?
My number 6, most important game to me, and I'm excited to play it again this year, is Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. This game makes other turn-based RPGs feel stupid in comparison. It cuts off all the fat, small numbers. Your characters have like 10 HP, 15 HP. Your opponents have 6. Your attack's doing 2. And I just love that. I love to know I'm going to have to hit this guy 2 times. So I've got 2 turns to do this. It's all about the turn economy. And the combat in most JRPGs, I'm just like, I get it. And then I've got 80 more hours of this. But in Paper Mario and Super Mario RPG to a lesser extent, and the original Paper Mario as well, it's much more breezy. You're kind of just like mashing through the battles to get to the next thing. And the next thing is generally a very well written comedy. It is light, it is breezy, it is nice. It's just a nice time. It's a storybook from the get-go, from the original Paper Mario, and then in Thousand-Year Door, they continue that aesthetic. And everything about this game is just filled with charm and delight. It is just a delightful game. I love the myriad of locations that you go to, going to Glitzville, which is like a Vegas stand-in, and taking part in a seedy underbelly wrestling tournament. Like, this is so stupid and awesome. You become the Great Gonzalez, and you and your teammates at that point are just beating on other enemies that are like totally just like regular enemies, but they have like a shtick, because wrestlers are just people that have a shtick. So you're like fighting against a guy who's just like a Koopa, but he's a masked Koopa because he's like, I don't know, a wrestler. So all the locations are great. They built upon the first game and expanded on its systems in ways that were beneficial in basically every regard. I can't think of a thing that they changed that made it worse than the first one, including some of my favorites being like the traversal elements and the ways you interact with the world expanding in this game, with like you get cursed with the ability to turn sideways by a chest that you open. So now you can like go through cracks in the wall, and that increases your ability to explore the overworld, which is super important to me in RPGs. And when RPGs don't do that, it makes it fall on their face. Or when you can transform into a paper airplane, or you roll up into a tube and then you can go underneath objects or go fast enough to go past certain things. It just opens up the world, makes you want to go back to places you haven't been in a while. And sometimes when you go back, you find people that were not there before, or you're following through on these little side quest lines like Colorado in the first game. I just love Paper Mario. It's like where Mario got, like Super Mario RPG definitely like laid the groundwork for these characters having character. And then the Paper Mario franchise followed through with that and was like the true successor in that line, along with Mario and Luigi. It just fills me with joy that we're getting a remake of like the pinnacle of the franchise, because every step they've taken away from that formula to I don't know what end. Like, I don't know if it was like, I think Thousand-Year Door must be the best selling game of the franchise, maybe Super Paper Mario because it was on the Wii, but I don't understand why they like gave up on that design philosophy in the genre. Basically, it just baffles me. It was so good.
Is Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door a Metroidvania with RPG combat? Is that what you're saying to me?
No, it is very linear. It's just like when you get new abilities, you can go back and do things, but that's just what video games do. So I don't know if that really qualifies it for a Metroidvania. It's not like you get a grappling hook that lets you get to the grappling hook area that you saw before.
No. Paper Mario is much more nuanced in that way.
The sales numbers. This does not surprise me just given install base, but Super Paper Mario is the highest seller at 4.23 million units. Origami King is second with 3.47. Sticker Star third with 2.49. I know, brother. I know. And then Thousand-Year Door with 1.91 million. I would assume the Switch version is going to outsell that.
Okay, now give me that in percentage of the install base.
I was just going to say, okay, the GameCube sold 20 million units, versus the Wii's 120 million. Which one sold better? The good one.
The density of that paper, it's like construction paper.
Exactly.
That's
It's
cardboard right there,
dude.
baby.
Now that would be a really interesting mechanic for a future Paper Mario title, is that you can become different thicknesses and different types of paper. So like in standard form, you can like slide, like lay flat and slide under walls, and cardboard would allow you to like resist wind currents. Cardstock you can fold into like a paper airplane or something. It's just, I don't know, like I would like to see this come back too, and I'm excited to play this. I'm unprepared to have to acknowledge on live radio that it is the best Mario RPG game, but I'm really looking forward to having this in May and to goobrick this game and to hopefully get Nate on here.
I am very interested in what additions and changes they're making, because you can kind of get small hints of it in the very, very limited video footage we've seen of this game and screenshots we've seen of the remake. I think based on the track record of all the other remakes that Nintendo has done on the Switch, it will likely supplant the original in like basically every way. Like, for example, there is a screenshot of the battle system where you and Goombella are fighting against, I think it is Hooktail. It might be like just another enemy inside Hooktail's castle. But from that like battle menu, from the select screen where you're rotating around and choosing whether to attack or use an item or whatever, there is a Tattletale button on the bottom right that is like the minus button. So I wonder if there's going to be like not a dedicated Tattle, which was the worst part. Not the worst part, that's stupid,
God.
but it was a very big downside to the
Yes.
Psychopath or whatever they called it in Super Mario RPG. And it was always a bummer back in Paper Mario 1000 Year Door that you had to have a dedicated party member tell you the stats of your opponents, and that counted towards not really anything. Like, it's not like there's a percentage.
Completion.
Yeah, but you know, it's filling out the enemy index. I know you were complaining about that, EJ, and I do agree with you that shouldn't cost a move. That shouldn't change my party composition. I should be able to do that whenever. So if I could be fighting with Koops and have Goombella like chime in from the audience, it's like, oh, Mario hit him on the head. He's weak to jump attacks. Like, hell yeah. Like, I already know all this shit because I played this game obsessively when I was a child. But you know, I want to have that index filled out, or glossary or whatever that's going to be
The glossary.
flipping through.
All I'm
Exactly.
saying is that if I can't spin dash my way around this world,
Zippity doo dah.
come on.
Spin dashing and also doing that little jump at the end so you don't have to have the recovery frames.
Slide canceling. Yes.
Slide canceling.
Yes. They got rid of that in the original 1000 Year Door, and it drove me nuts after playing, because I played Paper Mario and then I immediately went to 1000 Year Door afterward. And I think that's why I bounced off it. I just put in 25 hours into this game and I'm fighting against an N64 controller, which I have loathed since I was a boy. And then I immediately jump into this game thinking, oh, it's going to look nicer and the controller's better. And I'm like, I can't spin dash and I don't have any of my powers. I'm done with this game.
I totally forgot about that, EJ. I'm so sorry. I think that might be literally the only thing in 1000 Year Door that could be considered worse than the original, is that there is no spin dash. They took out slide canceling. That's how they ruin your favorite games, EJ.
Damn it.
That's how they ruin Call of Duty.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Honestly. This might be the only game that comes out in 2024 that I actually play and beat and buy brand new. So
That tracks.
Yeah.
I'm excited for it. I mean, I like the Mario RPGs, and I'll be glad to go back to this without the immediate context of the first game. You know what I mean? And just sort of dip into it like a new experience.
I'm just excited to roll up into Rogueport for the first time and hear that refrain play, fight some X-Nauts. Hell yeah, go to the fucking moon. The best JRPGs let you go to the moon at some point.
Shout out Final Fantasy IV.
I don't think I've ever been to the moon in an RPG.
Brother, you're playing the wrong
You haven't
RPGs.
lived, brother.
Oh, shit.
He's like, I just play Pokemon. They don't go to the moon ever. Does Pokemon have a moon? They just have moon Pokemon.
They have moon stones.
Clefairy came from the moon.
They
I
came
forgot
from
about
the
that
moon.
lore tidbit.
Is that canon? I don't even know.
That wizard came from the moon. Oh, you
Classic.
played Destiny. That's an RPG, and you went to the moon there.
True.
That's true.
We did it.
I'm not a fake gamer. Number 6. Sticking with the theme here, I want to point out again, a reminder for the audience that I did not rank these 1 through 10. My number 6 is not better than my number 10, and my number 1 is not better than my number 5, etc., etc. But in sticking with the theme here, I'm going to go South Park Fractured But Whole. And I kind of waffled on this because I had a few other contenders for this slot that I both put more time into and experienced with other people. And in my first list, that was sort of the theme 8 years ago, was all of these games are games that they're either multiplayer games or they are games that I have like a really strong association with, like my cousins, for example, or my brother, like, you know, doing Life or Level on Spyro or playing Star Wars Battlefront, you know, split screen, whatever. So that was kind of the thing that made a game stay with me through the years, is who I experienced it with. You know, it's like, oh yeah, Mario Kart Double Dash is better than X, Y, or Z because of my time with Nick and just like how nuts we went about that game when we were kids, even though it's not the best Mario Kart game. It's just those memories are so strong. So anyway, I waffled on this and I was like, maybe Splatoon 2 gets on this list, and there's a couple other games, but I just said, you know what? This is one of those single player experiences that I've had recently that I just enjoyed beginning to end. And I talked about how I platinumed the game, both games back to back, actually. The second game had a really good trophy list. Nothing missable, tons of Easter eggs, tons of secrets, tons of trophies that sort of make you go out of your way, try different play styles, which is the kind of list that I love. It enhances the game. It doesn't become a grind and detract from the experience, right? It only enhances the things they wanted you to do in the first place. But as I've said before, there really are no games like this. I'm not like a big South Park guy. I've gone in and out over the years, a season here, a season there. It's not really like my bag. It's not my kind of humor generally, but I like how topical it is. And the combination of like, okay, here's a snapshot of pop culture in 2018 or whatever, but also there's enough sort of evergreen shit that they have been doing for decades at this point, but also there's enough about this world that even if you're not a huge fan of the show, like you're in on the inside jokes. And so all of those things, not necessarily like, oh, the humor hit for me. Like, I don't know, like fart jokes are only funny like the first time. And then you're like, okay, yeah, it's fart jokes. And I'm too old for that. But like just how authentic it feels to what the show is and what the world is and what those characters are. And it's charming in a very different way than something like Paper Mario, but I feel the same way being in the world of South Park. I mean, it's ludicrous, the things in the lore of South Park. There's so many ridiculous things, like from Al Gore being like Bigfoot, or what is he, the man-bear pig?
Man-bear pig.
And like that being a recurring thing, and Morgan Freeman running the taco shop, and just things that like, oh, I've never seen that, but like, you know, it exists because, again, South Park has just been in our lives, our entire lives. I don't want to say I have like, I feel like this connection to it because of that, but like, I was like 6 years old getting yelled at for flipping South Park on in the basement on a Friday night, you know? Like that's fucking almost 30 years ago, dude. It's crazy. So, yeah. And then the second one in particular, it just went to the next level, like graphically. The combat, like I talked about, went from like a very simple rock, paper, scissors system closer to Paper Mario to more of a grid-based strategy RPG, which is obviously more in my wheelhouse. And even on easier difficulties, towards the end, some of the boss fights are absolute fucking dick twisters, dude. Like fighting Morgan Freeman at the end for that last trophy, and I'm like, I legitimately don't know if I can beat this guy. Like I'm trying all different team comps. I'm switching characters in and out. I'm switching their main powers, and I'm like, okay, there's got to be the right combination here of like character supers that I need to spam in the right order to do this. And I ended up cheesing in by like using a bunch of defensive supers and like boxing the character in, and like I literally had to cheese it on the easiest difficulty mode because it was such a fucking grinder, dude. And I'm like, that's cool that this like game that you look at and would think, oh, this is just going to be like some bullshit like money grab, and it's like, this is a really competent RPG, lovingly crafted by the creators of the show. Your cat is walking on 2 feet. What the fuck, dude? Holy shit, bro.
Yeah, that happened. I saw that.
Your cat was just walking on 2 feet behind you, the door there. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Chris.
right in front of the door. It was pretty ridiculous.
That was nuts, man.
Can a GeForce Now back record that? Because that was so funny.
That was crazy. Dude, he was just doing a shuffle.
And he's muted.
Have you ever seen that?
Was it the black cat?
Yes.
Gigi, yeah, I bet she was coming in hot to try to intimidate Houdini before they go a few rounds.
That's good. That's good. Anyway,
EJ, you're telling me you played an RPG where you fought God at the end? You're a legit gamer. What can I say?
there you go. I didn't go to the moon, but I did kill God.
There you go.
It's one of those games. Again, there's so few games like it, and there must be a reason for that. I don't know what that reason is. It's sad to me that they decided to go in the direction of like a crappy, like battle royale-ish live service game with Snow Day that's coming out this year. I don't know how you go from making the shining example in a very niche genre and also printing cash to being like, you know, it would be better. What if we just did none of that because we're bored with it or whatever the fuck the reasons were? It just seems goofy to me. So even though this barely made the top 10 of games that I have played since 2016, I think it is a worthy inclusion. I really enjoyed my time with it. And I played it on PlayStation, but I own it on Switch. And every time I boot my Switch up and I see that icon there, I'm like, what if I did a different playthrough and changed my main up and just did like a breezy playthrough just to do it? Because it's like popcorn. You just running around South Park, you know, collecting Chimpokemon and fucking bopping bullies. And the theme of Fractured But Whole being superheroes, I enjoyed that quite a bit more thematically than I did the sort of World of Warcraft, D&D inspired, like medieval.
Game of Thrones inspired as well, EJ.
And I did mention when I talked about this game after playing it last year, I did mention how like I really like the soundtrack of the first game better because I've played a lot more sort of high fantasy RPGs than otherwise. And so the vibes of the first game were better, even though it looked worse and thematically I wasn't a big fan. So like there is a trade-off there, but I appreciated a lot more of the like pop culture razzing given how big a fan I was of the MCU for the last 10 years. Not so much now. I'm like fully divested from anything Marvel is doing in 2024, but like those first few phases of Marvel movies, I really loved. It's the only thing that got me to a movie theater for a lot of years. And so I really appreciated how they took all of those tropes and either flipped them around or just roasted the shit out of them. I was like, I got that reference, you know? That's my number 6.
I still need to play Fractured, but the first game was just very authentic. It was very authentically made by people who cared about the show, who cared about the world, and they stayed true to it. It felt like it was made by people who cared, like as also someone who does not watch South Park regularly. Like I've seen episodes here and there, but it feels like a lived in world at this point. Like South Park's been going on so long that it started out as a reflection of pop culture, but now South Park is a pop culture.
Yeah.
It's an institution, and getting like a legit game based on that, made by the people who make the show, was like so legit. If only we could get anything like approximating that in any other show that we really like. Like if there was like a real ass Avatar: The Last Airbender show, like that would be so cool, but we're never going to get that. We're just going to get cheap, like turn around, make a quick buck kind of games. And for a medium that has had that be its history since its inception, because video games started out as toys made for children, and guess what? You make cheap toys to make the most money. So you make cheap Batman games, you make cheap fucking the Kool-Aid Man, whatever, bust through video games. And to get like a legit, this is not only a South Park video game, but it is what South Park does to movies and TV shows and pop culture at large, music. For video games, like the whole game is like a Skyrim riff meets like a World of Warcraft riff, like you said, EJ. Just having that legit Skyrim sounding ass soundtrack while you're in boss battles against Morgan Freeman or Man Bear Pig or whatever the fuck you're fighting.
I love it.
The City Walk guys, like you're fighting Mongolians at the City Walk, of course. It was just so fun and like anachronistic, but also so in keeping with the flavor of what South Park is. It really is just a great time.
Like I said, I'm such a big vibes guy that like the atmosphere of the first game is superior, but the second game I think is more refined in every way. And if you're thinking of playing just sort of a goofy, breezy RPG, the second one is the one I think you got to play.
But do you go to Canada and it turns into a Dragon Quest game with pixel art and everything?
No, that doesn't happen in the second game. If I recall, I think that's just the first game. And that is a funny little bit.
I just love, there's so many good bits. I'm sure the second game has great bits as well too, but I mean, I I just think about like those shining moments from the first game.
Oh man, they're great ass games, man. And I don't know if it's this one or if it's the first one. I'm waffling when I look at the top 100, and I think maybe this should just edge on into the bottom 10. I'm like, I don't know which one I would choose. They're such a package deal to me, and I like them equally, but very differently. And so it's like hard for me to just choose one and be like, this really stands out on its own. I don't know. Anyway, that's South Park, man.
We'll figure that out next week.
Chris, number 5. We're number 5. We getting halfway through the list.
Number 5.
Dude, halfway through my last little rant there, I like turned weird and tried to pop my ear, and my jaw made the most horrifying, terrifying crack sound. I was like, I've never experienced that. Like, I don't think it hurt. It was just so startling. And now I'm like, something's not right. That was very weird.
Are you guys both haunted? Like EJ is falling apart at the hinges. Chris's cats are walking around like human beings. Sentient folks. You've got roommates now, buddy.
Yeah, and we treat them like people, so
You can't do that. You got to put them in their place sometimes.
Number 5. It would not be a list for me if it did not include a Final Fantasy game. And while I do think that 6 is objectively the pinnacle of the franchise, for me, Final Fantasy XII is the one that's the closest to my heart. And I wonder why that is, because it wasn't my first Final Fantasy game. 7 was. And I think that I had played 9. And I don't remember if I'd gone back and done 1 and 3 and 4 before I got to 12. But 12, for whatever reason, you know what it was? 12 was the first Final Fantasy I played at release. So when I came to that game, it was fucking cutting edge, state of the art. This game was sort of like, had this sort of mythic cloak around it that it took them a long time to localize this game because of how much dialogue there was and how much voice acting there was and how far they had committed to that in a way that even in 10, they had not fully committed to yet. It's an incredible world. Ivalice is beautiful and interesting. It's a game that is sort of operatic in scope and Shakespearean in tone. It has some really memorable characters in the form of, Balthier, who's the sky pirate rogue, and Ash, the deposed queen who's trying to reclaim what's rightfully hers, and Bosch, who was disgraced and thought to be a king killer. But was in fact framed, because his twin brother, who's a judge magister, is the one who did. It's just like all that stuff. Like it's Shakespeare in Final Fantasy form. And it did not have a main character, did not have a central character, which was extremely appealing because Vaughn is kind of obnoxious. And if I would have had to do like a whole game of, Vaughn and trying to care about Vaughn, then I would quickly not care, but I don't have to because it's an ensemble cast, 6 people, that's it. Like one of the smaller party sizes, smaller overall character pools available to you. And it has what I think is still the most like elegant battle system of any Final Fantasy game in the form of the gambits, which allow you to customize your party's actions so that they can auto-regulate the things that they do in battle. And that was revelatory. I miss the version in the original where you did not have to specialize your characters with customized license boards based on the zodiac signs. In the original, everybody had the same board. And so I just had 6 people who did everything. And so everybody was able to hit like a truck, and everybody had magic, and everybody could buff and debuff. And it was just a matter of whose gambit priority hit first to cast the spell. There's like no redundancy. It's so elegant. And in the final hunt in that game, the optional super boss, Iazmat, who famously has 50 individual health bars that all contain 1 million HP each. And you could do it in stages. You could go and you could leave, and when you'd come back, it would have the same amount of HP because it's just a war of attrition. But getting your gambits so dialed for that particular fight which had some specific wrinkles based on some spells. Like he would petrify, and there were also traps all over the ground, so you'd have to keep float on at all times. But getting your gambits dialed perfectly to where I could set the PS2 controller down, let them start fighting, and go like make and eat my lunch for as long as a half an hour and come back, and they are just still fucking going, just still fighting, whittling away health. I was like, this is beautiful. And I've never seen them come back to it. And I don't know that they ever will, because that's not something they tend to do in the mainline Final Fantasies. It's great. I love it. I'm glad that it's on Switch. I own it on Switch and on PS4. I have the Steelbook for the PS4 edition, which has some gorgeous Amano art all over it, and the soundtrack, which is in my CD case in my car. Love this game. Played it twice. That's a lot of game to play twice. I don't play things twice if they're long ass games. That's like, I'm done. I'm never going back. Zelda, the Switch Zeldas, I'm never playing them again. Too much game to replay. But even after like 370 hours on the PS2 version, I knew I needed to play this again when it got remade and brought to Switch.
It's interesting that the Steelbook has Amano art when the original is so distinctly that other artist whose name I do not know, but did the art for Final Fantasy Tactics, which is also Ivalice, and like the Bravely Default games. Like this is another very well known and regarded artist in the Square Enix pantheon. But I don't know. I guess Final Fantasy fans, if they don't see Amano, they say this isn't Final Fantasy. I think it's just so like ingrained in that culturally at this point. This is a game I also own. I do need to put some time into it because it is on our top 100. It is a very beloved game of yours, Chris, and I want to give it the time it deserves to poke around at it. It was also a strange sort of scenario when this came out because this was super late in the PS2's life cycle. The PS2 had Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2, the first like sequel to a Final Fantasy game. And then they had Final Fantasy XI, which was like the weird spin-off MMO, but it was still numbered. And that was a very strange sort of thing for Square at the time. I don't think Enix was even involved at that point. I don't think they had merged. This was after Spirits Within, but maybe before they were like so desperate to like be teaming up with EA to publish their games in the West and that kind of thing. But this was like 2005. Like this was pretty late in the PS2, right before PS3's coming out, and JRPGs they were thriving on the PS2. But there was also a lot of pushes towards changing it up and trying to capture the Western audience, especially with how big the PS2 was, selling as well as it did, and having these juggernaut games like Grand Theft Auto. It really changed a lot of how Japanese developers kind of pursued Western audiences. So I don't know if Final Fantasy XII was like a reflection of that, or like it wasn't influenced by that. But it did seem a little bit different, and that Ivalice flavor. I can't remember who directed this game. If it was that guy who was like super boner for Ivalice, like he was the tactics guy, and then 12, and then I don't know if him and Yoshi P worked together as well, because there's been a lot of crossover with 14 and that kind of stuff. But yeah, it is definitely a distinct entry in the Final Fantasy oeuvre. Which a lot of them are, but some of them, I think the Nomura ones kind of blend together a little bit as far as his design aesthetic and the choices he makes in character. And a lot of Final Fantasy games, like you see the characters, you think of the characters before you think of the world in most Final Fantasy games. And I think maybe 12 is like flipped a little bit. It's more about the world, it's more about the politics and the cultures. And the other ones that's like the backdrop for the characters to be doing their grand plot points.
I think that this game is more influenced by things like World of Warcraft than...
Or just Warcraft at that point. Because I don't think WoW was out at that point yet. Or was like very, very like nascent.
That's true. Yeah, but MMOs, this is a very familiar game for combat-wise, that you're moving around the overworld, auto-targeting nearest enemies. And yes, you have an action bar, but it's fairly hidden. Like the point is not that you see that filling. The point is that you get into proximity and then you do things, or you let your gambits run. And I do have to correct myself, because you are right, Nick. The cover artwork on the Steelbook is not Amano. It is Akihiko Yoshida, who's that other designer that you were referring to.
It is very like iconic and wrapped up with that game and those games in particular that are I think it's that director that just likes that artist. Like it's like how Kojima works with Yoji Shinkawa for the very iconic covers for the games that he works on. So I think it might be one of those scenarios where it's like this artist and this designer, this director are homies. So like you see that art and you think, oh, it's like Vagrant Hearts, or is it Vagrant Story, or Tactics, or the Tactics Ogre game actually that got the port remaster or whatever last year, 2 years ago. That's got the same artist, the Bravely Default games. Like it is very like it's iconic. It is evocative.
How many Final Fantasy games ended up on our top 100?
2 or 3. I think 3.
Yeah, 6, 12.
6, 12, and 7 remake.
Yeah. And I'll have to see. God, I don't know if I'm going to have Rebirth done by next week. I might, though. Tiffany's out of town. So, I mean, it really is just going to be like me and the cats. And
Poop socket, my brother. Just go full blown.
when we get off this recording, I'm going to eat a little bit. And then that's it the whole rest of the day until I pass out.
When's Tiffany back?
End of day Saturday.
Oh, you got the whole week.
I do. And I got no plans.
He's going to go feral.
The only thing that I do have planned is A24 is doing a re-release of Ex Machina on IMAX screens with a little bit of footage of Civil War. And I was like, shit, I love that movie. I would love to see that in theaters once. I think I've seen that movie 2 or 3 times. And
Ex Machina is really good.
It's great. Alex Garland, I fuck with him heavy. Like Annihilation is amazing.
I hadn't seen that.
Oh God, Annihilation's so good, dude. Like absolutely heavy hitter cast. Really interesting story and world design. And also Men. I know some people didn't fuck with Men. I thought Men was great. So he does not miss for me as far as I'm concerned.
He's done a lot of interesting things I wouldn't have expected. 28 Days Later, Dread.
Yeah, he wrote those. I don't think he directed Dread. Yeah, he has some writing credits that predate his before he started getting in the director's chair.
Ex Machina and like Interstellar and one of those first Planet of the Apes remakes. Anyway, totally tangential again. It was sort of these movies that got me back into like sci-fi and sci-fi adjacent films again, like 10 years ago.
Well, I'll tell you, Wednesdays in April, if you got a Regal near you, every Wednesday, they are screening one of Nolan's heavy hitters. The Dark Knight's going to be in theaters for one day only. Inception, Interstellar, Memento, Wednesdays in April.
I might look into that just to go see some of his older films that I haven't seen. I haven't seen any Nolan film except for his first film, like the college thing he did. Anything pre-Batman, I've not seen.
The Prestige.
Yeah. Anyway,
I love that movie.
Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies being re-released in theaters. So we talk about that on there.
Every Monday, also starting in April. Spider Mondays, they're calling it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
2.5 good Spider-Man.
Okay, the first 2 Raimi ones are good. The first Tom Holland one is good. Yeah, that's it. That's basically the long and short of it.
I don't terribly disagree. Nick, get us back on track. Number 5.
Number 5 is Donkey Kong Country 2. This is the game I've played the most times. It's the game that I know the best. I was, to use a EJ-ism really quickly, I was waffling between this one and the first one, because Donkey Kong Country was my first video game. It was the game that came with my Super Nintendo. It was a Christmas present, and I was but a small child. I don't think it was even a Christmas present for me or for Nat. It may have been just a gift for us kind of thing. So I have very, very strong memories of playing Donkey Kong Country, but also not playing it because I was not good enough to do the timing on certain levels, like the Barrel Canyon levels. Even in that first world in Donkey Kong Country, I play through it now, and it's like, this is kind of tough. Like this is tough for a child. And that game came out in 94. So I don't know if we got it the year that it came out, or if it was like a pack-in deal that we got the next year. I don't know the timeline, but I was either 3 years old or I was 4 years old trying to play Donkey Kong Country. That is the Dark Souls of video games if you are a 3 or 4 year old. So
yeah.
what I would do is I would have my mom help me play the barrel timing levels because she was an adult who could press buttons at the right time, and I was a kid and I couldn't. But Donkey Kong Country 2 was a game that I could play and beat all the way through as a small child. Because I was a year older, I was a year wiser, I had the reflexes of an adolescent.
That first boss was a cinch, bro. A cinch.
A cinch. A word that I only knew as meaning a thing that was easy and not anything else, because context was everything. But yes, those bosses were a cinch. The bosses in the second game are hilarious. They're all just like pirates. Like you're fighting a bird that's wearing a pirate hat. That's so funny. But then you fight the ghost version of it because you kill it in like the first level. So you fight it later up the tower as a ghost. You're like, what the fuck?
That fight's
This game's got
tough.
continuity.
That fight's tough.
That might be the hardest boss in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Or the skeleton man that chases you while like clearly Baroque inspired classical music is playing behind you. Just a great game. I love the pirate vibes. The music is of course god tier. The first game's music is god tier. I mean, we can't. Obviously, I'm the broken drum. What is that sound? What is that phrase? I'm the broken record. I'm the dead horse that I'm being beaten. But I will beat the drum that Dave Wise is like the GOAT as far as video game composers and just composers in general. Both these game soundtracks are triple S tier, unfucking questionably best video game music of all time.
Damn.
But Donkey Kong Country 2. So the worst part about Donkey Kong Country 1 was playing as Donkey Kong. They fixed that in the sequel. You get to play as Diddy and another Diddy that is better at floating around in the air. And every time you beat a level, you're doing a sick guitar solo or you're like rapping over a beatbox, like a boombox. Yeah, it's just an absolutely amazing game. Platforming champions. It's a bummer to me that the newer Donkey Kong Country games with Tropical Freeze and Returns, they are not even approaching as good as the originals in their mechanics and movement. They are greatly designed and the level to level feeling and progression is amazing. But it feels wrong to play, so I can't get past that. I am broken inside. I cannot surpass that minuscule hurdle. But Donkey Kong Country 2 is the game that I can return to at like any moment, like any day of the week. Tell me, hey, let's play some Donkey Kong Country 2. I'm fucking in. Like let's do it. Like anytime. you say the words and I will just do it. And having it accessible on my Switch, obviously, it's the console that I have plugged in all the time. I played through it again when I got the Super Nintendo Mini. Like, obviously, that's the one you play through. But goddamn, I just can't think of, like, it's just one of the best video games ever. And getting all the coins, like, just the collectibles are so small. Like, there's really, like, not that much to collect in each level. It's just, it's genius. I can't believe this game came out and I got to play it as like a small child and it's like just stuck with me this long and it's still just that good. Like, man, we consumed a lot of shit media when we were children. And like you go back to like, oh man, what the fuck was this? I read Aragon. Like, what the fuck was I doing? You know, but like we played Donkey Kong Country. We got the best of the best and we fucking deserved it. Because you know what? We deserve good things sometimes, damn it.
Amen, brother. We did a whole episode where we played through these games and chatted through them. The thing Donkey Kong Country taught me as a 20-something-year-old man, late 20s at the time, was that I am bad at video games now. I had to save scum my way through these games. So I was like, I don't have the patience to get good enough to actually get to the end of some of these levels. The bees? Oh my God, the bees! But the vibes are impeccable. And as previously noted, what they did graphically on the Super Nintendo is nothing short of like astonishing.
It looks great. I know some people like to do revisionist history of being like, oh, we thought it was great at the time, but now looking back on it, it's bad. It's like, no, it looked great at the time and it looks great now. Like, you just need to fucking grow up. Like, it still looks fantastic.
It looks amazing.
The way they translated those SGI pre-rendered graphics onto sprites, like, it wasn't just like they fucking Mortal Kombated it. Like, they took a frame by frame and they stitched it together. Like, these were well animated, well constructed, beautifully designed levels. The cohesion is all there. Like, I don't understand how you could look at this game and think it looks bad. It's fucking gorgeous.
It holds up in every conceivable sense of the word. The fact that, yeah, they basically cheated as a way to make this look the way that they wanted to, bending what was possible with the graphical capabilities of the Super Nintendo, and also absolutely shattering what they thought was possible with sound. And you sent a video years ago, Nick, that explains like how they engineered the sound in Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Country 2, because it's like this isn't supposed to be possible, but they made it possible by bending and exploiting those systems. They had to do with like limited number of channels, and that they like cheated by like, I don't know. I don't have the expertise for that.
Yeah, largely like a memory, like not a bandwidth problem, but like a storage problem of like getting all these samples saved on the ROM and having to like loop it in the way they could distort different effects. Like it is like technically impressive and auditorially impressive and visual. It's just the pinnacle of what video games could do at that point, and it's still better than like 90% of the shit that we get today. Technically, visually, sound wise. I mean, it's just the full package. Just, I think one of the most cool things visually that this game does, in particular the first game did not do, is anytime you're in a level that's on a ship, there's this really, really impressive parallax effect that happens in the water behind you, where the parallax obviously is like things far away move slower than things close to you. So as you're scrolling side to side, it gives it that depth effect. But also it has a vertical sort of parallax, so that if you're higher up in the air, you get like a downward view of the water, like they stretch it vertically. And then as you get closer to the water line, it starts like getting closer and closer to being just like a thin line of water. So goddamn good looking. Games wish they could look that good these days. It's just endlessly impressive.
You remember the beginning? Well, of course you remember, but the beginning of Donkey Kong Country, that, you know, you get the Rare logo, which is very like, you know, game logo. And then the twist that we get, you know, is Cranky, the OG Donkey Kong, is, you know, turning his little Victrola, and DK says, fuck that, throws a bomb barrel, blows up the Victrola, comes in with a boombox, and it's like, it's my turn, motherfucker. It's my world. It's Donkey's world. And in Donkey Kong Country 2, they don't even wait after the Rare logo. The Rare logo immediately is, you are in for something epic. You are in for a spectacular quest that is grand in scope. Like I can see and hear in my head that amazing, you know, like, oh my God. And then you come in, it's like treasure and sparkling, and it's like, whoa, wow, this is going to be something. This is going to be something. Man, I'd play that game any day of the week too. We're about to like hot seat DKC2, the next Console Crusade beach retreat. Just trade levels.
Yes, please.
Woo!
I got to tell you, my number 5 is a very different game. We're only halfway through this list, fellas. This game was always going to make my list of my favorite games ever, and certainly in the last 8 years. However, there were some additional games that were in the same vein that I felt like I wanted to make the list, but I had to just choose one. So there's no Destiny 2 on this list, but there is Call of Duty Warzone, and you can listen to episode 129, absolutely dumpstered, to really get the full scope of my love for this game. But I have said it before, and I will continue to say it. I don't think I will ever, or am capable of ever, loving a game again the way that I loved this game, both competitively, and part of this is time and place, right? Like COVID, and, you know, just that whole really 2-year stretch of life not really being normal, and playing a lot of video games. But just how obsessed I got with learning that skill gap, and like trying to get better every single day, mastering the mechanics, getting better at my shooting, mastering the maps, and like developing a game sense. And it, again, is well chronicled. I love the idea of dropping in, having nothing, and having to formulate a strategy based on what the game is giving you, based on where you land, based on what other players are doing. It is always evolving. It is different every time you drop. And I love that. That's where I really get off. It's like, all right, we have to figure it out now. We have to make decisions quick. I like the cooperation, you know, with people that you play with consistently, and you have a rapport, and you're feeding off each other, and it's go, 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 go. And there's no high like getting into a gunfight and all this is happening, and you're like throwing out call outs, like there's a guy here, oh, he's one shot, boom. And you guys are just working in tandem, and you get that squad wipe. ooh, there's no dopamine hit quite like that. And it happens so often, and every time you're just like, oh, fuck you. But there's also this element, I think, and this played into it to a large degree. I mean, this is a game I just went so crazy for. I was watching streamers. I don't watch streamers, guys. I've never watched streamers. I still don't like watching streamers, but I'll watch guys playing Call of Duty, the masters of their craft. I'll watch Warzone clips, guys who do things I just can't imagine doing with their movement and with their gunplay, and it's just, I'm like blown away. I'm not like that with any other video game. I don't know how it's happened. And I got to tell you, I mean, I was so bad when I started playing Call of Duty. Like, it was embarrassing how bad I was. I've never liked Call of Duty, so I don't know how this happened. The first Warzone will always hold a special place in my heart. Even with Warzone 2 or 3, I guess, whatever they're calling it, they've fixed a lot of things, and it feels good now, but it's not, it's just never going to be what it was. It'll never be what it was to our group and to me, and it's that time in our lives. It's not replicable, and that is sad, but also cool that we got to like be so invested in this like moment in time in this genre of game at its peak. It's sick, and I will watch back on. I mean, I have tens of hours of clips saved from the last 3.5 years of playing this game, and every once in a while, I'm sure I'll dip into that Premiere project and look at some of the clips, and lots of funny shit, lots of great, just crazy plays, a lot of just, oh man, just the clutching up at the end of a match, and it's 1v3. You're out rotating someone, you make a big brain gas play to get around the backside, and they don't expect you to be where you're going to be, and you end up wiping a team when you're vastly outnumbered, and it's just, there's just nothing that feels better. Nothing. The love of a woman, a plate of hot food. No, a Warzone win trumps all.
Well, EJ, when we did the top 100 a year and change ago, I did not yet understand the degree to which you invested in this game.
The depths of my sickness.
If you wish to frame it that way, I won't object. After the sort of, post-mortem that's not a post-mortem because you got back in again and then you didn't.
Different
and then
games.
You did, and now you're not. Different games,
Different
sure.
games. Different games.
But just that recontextualized for me the significance of this game in your life, and I just kind of feel like Warzone needs to be higher when we revisit next week.
Well, it lives happily at 99 or whatever. Is it the last game on the list, or is it above Plock?
It's 100. I think it's 100. It's too low. It's too low. And Plock is being hung out to dry next week. Spoilers for my own substitutions, but
I
It's like
figured
his damn shorts.
Plock and Trauma
Exactly.
Center and
oh no, Trauma Center's
Doom.
not good. Why do you associate Trauma Center with Plock? Okay, I get the Plock was a good bit. I agree. I'm happy it was there. It needs to go. It's going to go. But keep Trauma Center's name out your fucking mouth.
I need to insert clip the exact same quote, but like you put Plock there. Like I think at one point you literally yelled at me, "Keep Plock's name out your motherfucking mouth."
You keep Plock's name out of your mouth.
EJ, you talking about watching Warzone players and not watching other streamers generally just made me think, you know what? You're not watching streamers. You're not watching entertainers. You're watching athletes. You're watching people at the top of their game performing a skill, a sport that you also enjoy partaking in. And that hits different. That totally hits different. I totally get that. I do not really watch streamers generally, but when I was getting hot and heavy into Mario Maker, I was watching people play Mario Maker, and that shit was very entertaining because I knew what it took to accomplish the maneuvers they were doing. And I leveled up my own understanding based on my experience watching them. I got like some second degree skill.
Totally.
So I get it totally.
Both like explicitly, but also through some sort of osmosis where you're just like subconsciously absorbing some of the things they're doing. And next thing you know, you're doing those things and you're like, oh shit. And going from like the worst and by a large margin to the best. Like there's not a lot of things in my life where I am grinding to a point of outperforming my peers. Like there's just very few things, especially working in a creative industry, which is very competitive. And I don't like that about the industry I work in. I really hate that actually, because I'm just kind of a hippie about like just wanting to make stuff. Like, I want people to like my stuff, but like it's not a competition to me. It's like I want everything to be a collaboration. I don't ever want to be like, he fucking sucks what he does, but we're all just trying to do the same thing. So like in my industry, I'll never be the best, obviously, and I hate how it turns into a competition when everyone's just trying to like make things. It's cool to feel like, oh, not only am I encouraged to like try and get good at this thing that I like, I'm actually able to do it. It's a cool thing to experience in a hobby, you know?
And in adulthood.
Yeah.
Like seeing that growth, putting in the time and effort, and seeing the improvements take place. Like, you put in the reps, you studied, you did the homework.
Right.
You got a lot to show for that.
Again, there's a massive chasm between me and the top of the top, like the guys I watch. But on Warzone for the first game, I think I was in the top like 0.3% in wins and like 0.1% in kills. That's like some OnlyFans numbers right there, bro.
You did the damn thing.
Or maybe it was 0.1% in wins and 0.3% in kills. That sounds more right. So, you know, and I can't get that way about video games now. Like, it was that window of our lives where things were weird and uncertain. And obviously, I know, Nick, you didn't really get, you had to work through most of COVID. I didn't work at all for a year. I got laid off and I went back to school and I made a record, and that was like it. And then video games a year before I went back to working. So it was like, I'll never have that kind of freedom again where I am both not working, have all that free time, and also don't have to worry financially just because of how things were during COVID and the stimulus and the unemployment, whatever. That'll never happen again. So I will always remember that time fondly, and I'll look back at my time with this particular video game because of when I was able to experience it, knowing that I'll never be able to do it again. And that's okay. I'm in my 30s now.
It is okay. And like those moment in time things often are more precious than something that continues to happen. I don't know. It sets a frame of reference, I think, for this is the level of enjoyment that I know that I can have with something. And that means that, theoretically speaking, and I found this to be true, I will have that level of enjoyment again. And I get to look forward to that. And in the meantime, I hold that as a time where just everything was all hitting in exactly the ways that it needed to for that moment.
Was that my number 5? Are we under Nick's number 4? Chris's number 4 now?
We are.
Chris, yeah.
All right, we're on the other side, boys.
Number 4. Yeah, we can do this. We're in rarefied air for me here, in 4 through 1 of games that have already stood up the test of time, or that it's just immediately evident they are going to stand up the test of time. They're not all older. But not all of them I have replayed yet. And some of those are for very specific reasons, including my number 4, which is Metroid Dread. And I haven't replayed Dread yet. I am waiting for... I was waiting for Zero Mission to hit Switch Online. I can't remember if it has yet. But I'm waiting for that. And I'm also holding out hope that Samus Returns is going to get ported. Given how dire everything looks this year for Nintendo, this would be the kind of shit that gets released with like 2 months fanfare. It's like, hey, here's Samus Returns airbrushed for Switch. Enjoy it alongside your, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD Garbaggio. But Metroid Dread is a game that I did not think I was ever going to get. It is a game that I had been waiting more than half of my life for, that I came to Metroid Prime and shortly thereafter Metroid Fusion as my introductions to the series relatively recently after they had released, and wondered for most of my life what a sequel to Metroid Fusion would look like and what would it mean logistically if Samus was carrying Metroid DNA inside her body and how that might affect her. And just wondering how that story was going to be resolved. And then not only do we get Metroid 5, but it is one of the best looking and best running games on the Switch. It is to me, the best 2D Metroid, and I know that there are people in the Super Metroid camp who will ardently disagree with that. I think that they are a little rose-colored in the way that they look at a game that is very, very ponderous at this day and age. Not that speed is always best, but that it just doesn't. Dread is so smooth in the way that it plays, in the way that you move, the way that you fight, the abilities that they added to help with those things, traversal and combat, be more than a one-dimensional charge beam / fire missiles affair like every Metroid boss pretty much ever had been in the 2D Metroid world. And on top of all of that, to give us an interesting and satisfying conclusion to that story, to answer definitively the question of what's going to happen now that Samus is part Metroid, that she is going to be able to do things that Metroids do, giving us not only best in series Kraid fight, best in series final boss in the form of Ravenbeak, which is a fucking thrilling fight, a 3-phase fight, 4 if you count the coda at the end. 2 of my personal favorite suit designs ever, including my number 1 in the form of the Metroid suit, where it's like, this is the apex of the Samus Metroid fusion, I dare say, is literally her suit. The organic components have like turned, she's just a fucking Metroid, and she's firing like beams of red that match the nuclei of a Metroid inside of them. Like, I still am in disbelief that this game is even real. And you know, the 4-panel Vince McMahon meme of, you know, like looking interested and then looking excited and healthy, but then like beams coming out of the eyes. Yeah, it's like new Metroid game, intrigued. Metroid 5, very intrigued. Metroid Dread, head falling all the way back, coming out October, you know, like coming out in like 4 or 5 months, however much further it was past Jude, like, you know, full laser, like that is an all-time Nintendo reveal moment for me that I will never forget. And once I can, touch wood, get my hands on Samus Returns, not on a 3DS, I will be doing a core series playthrough, and I can't wait to hit these all in sequence. And just God help me if Mercury Steam is remaking Super Metroid. I will be unreachable for years. I will be gone. I will be fully down the Metroid rabbit hole. Great fucking game. Having Mercury Steam as sort of a quote unquote second party developer for Nintendo to keep making Metroid games, I could not ask for anything better. It's in such good hands. They've clearly shown they can do good work with the IP. They could return to old titles that need brushing up. I would love to own a whole series of Mercury Steam Metroids. If they remade the whole fucking franchise, like back up to Dread, great. I'll buy all of them. They will all be great. They will all be the definitive way to play these games. Couldn't ask for more. And for fans of B or arguably C tier franchises in Nintendo, getting something like this is it's like 50 Christmases all at the same time. You wait for so long, and then it happens, and it is so good. Good year. October 2021, great month. Dune Part 1 hit theaters, Metroid Dread released. All-time month for me.
Chris month.
Yeah, and then this fucking March 2024, Dune Part 2 releases the same day as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Forget about it. That's up there.
Oh,
like
wow.
these two will be having a knife fight for, you know, fighting over one of the greatest months of my life.
Metroid Dread is sort of the most, well, I mean, it is the most refined of the 2D Metroid games, but it was quicker and like responsive and intentional, I think, in its combat. And that's what I enjoyed about it in a way that I didn't really enjoy about like previous Metroid titles. Is this, do you think, like a kind of a one-off, or is this like the direction these games are going in to be more fluid, sort of action-based games? Even though it was still very much Metroid in its design ethos, obviously, but
It is 100% the way that it's going, and I think that the proof of that is looking at the things that they did that Mercury Steam did in Samus Returns. That was a bridge to the systems that they more fully implemented in Dread, like the arm cannon parry, introducing unique abilities that would aid with traversal, exploration, combat. I'm not saying that it's going to just keep getting faster and faster until it's a speed platformer, but I do think that quickness, responsiveness, more combat options than simply shooting, and incorporating the abilities that you're getting more meaningfully into boss battles, I do think that all of those are here to stay.
I disagree. I think that's just a Mercury Steam imprint upon the Metroid franchise, but I do not think you will be getting anything close to that in Prime. I think Retro is very deliberate in what they're developing. Like, this is not a sign of the times coming forward, but as long as Mercury Steam is making 2D Metroids, they will be like this.
I totally agree. Yeah, I do not want to lump Prime in with that.
Prime 4 will not be fast, EJ. I'm sorry.
No, it shouldn't be either. Like, that's not the point of those games. It's about experiencing a Metroid world and Metroid design and puzzle aesthetics from Samus's visor.
I do think it would be cool to get a sort of marriage of the two, fix the wrongs that Other M imposed and do a third-person, over-the-shoulder style action Metroid game that is faster, it is more platform-based, it is more about the acrobatics of Samus and less about the walking around scanning things that Prime is. I think there's room for that.
Did you see the Returnal mod this week that did the
Just put the
Metroid
Samus suit on
skin?
her. Yeah.
It looked pretty cool.
I did not see that, but
It looked pretty sweet.
But something like that, something that is akin to Returnal, even if it is like a smaller, a roguelike version of a Metroid game, I think there's room for that. I mean, we've got fucking Rift of the Necrodancer or Crypt of the Necrodancer spinoff with Zelda. We've got Mario RPGs. Why can't we have a Metroid roguelike? Why can't we have, what the fuck ever, a Star Fox Rhythm game? Like, just do shit. A good F-Zero. Like, anything could be possible.
This is the thing about Nintendo. They're so precious with their IP, but then you look at how they've run some of those IPs into the ground. Look at the last Star Fox game. Really? You're going to be precious with Star Fox? D-tier fucking character? Because you're afraid of what someone could possibly do with your precious IP? What if someone taints your... It's ridiculous. You guys can't make a good fucking Star Fox game. Give it to someone else who can. Like they did with... Ubisoft, we joked about how all Ubisoft games are just middle 70s for the last however long. And it's not the Mario ones. They did pretty good with the Mario ones. And they did something totally different and new. And I know Nintendo kind of had they're like, Mario can't jump. You can't make it a Mario game. And they're like, oh, bet. And they made a sick ass strategy game with Mario. Let other fucking developers do that with your fucking IP. Please, God. Please.
Yeah, I think it elevates it, it broadens it, it is evangelical to the franchise. You play a spin-off first and then you want to play the core title. You play Smash Bros. And then suddenly you're interested in Earthbound. It totally works. So it's good marketing, it's good business. And we see that obviously Nintendo has very strong, like Chris said, second-party relationships with these outside studios. They don't make Kirby in-house, they don't make Fire Emblem in-house. Those are not owned by Nintendo. The properties are, but the studios are not. So I think there's room to add more companies to the fold and to have a good stewardship for these dormant IPs that could get the shine that Metroid and Kirby have gotten in the last few years.
All right, Nick, number 4.
Number 4, another game that got remade and was remade by a second-party developer that Nintendo doesn't own, but trusts a lot with a lot of their important franchises. I'm talking about Link's Awakening. Specifically, I am talking about the DX version for Game Boy Color, because this is the version that I had as a lad. This was my second Zelda game after Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time is a game that I was too afraid to fight the bosses. It was a scary game for me. Fighting Goma was not in the cards. That was a go get Nat and he will fight the scary spider monster for you kind of video game. Link's Awakening was probably my second Game Boy game. It was after Pokemon for me, so I think DX probably came out in 98 or 99, that was around that time. And I hadn't played a 2D Zelda game before. I didn't play, the OG. We didn't have an NES, and then on Super I never played Link to the Past. So Link's Awakening was a whole new experience for me. This is me playing Pokemon and that being the Game Boy game. And then suddenly I'm not walking around tile by tile. I'm smoothly walking around a screen, swinging a sword, killing these enemies that I recognize a little bit from Ocarina of Time. And I'm playing it in the car. I'm playing it on the way to school. I'm playing it on the the car ride to camping. I'm playing it at night when I should be getting some sleep. Like it was that game for me. And the way for me, coming at it from Ocarina of Time to this, the way they translated the Zelda formula into a top-down perspective, but with all these interesting characters and like the tiny touches, the polishing that this game accomplishes by you washing up on the beach. Like first you have that incredible opening cutscene of Link on a boat shipwrecking, landing on this island, being found by Marin, and that's the start of your adventure. You have to go there. You're in their house, and she says, "Oh, you washed up on the beach. I think you like left something at the beach," and you go and you get your sword, and that's like your first thing that you do. And that moment of walking and not having any defense, you just have to walk around these enemies, these Octoroks that are shooting rocks at you, and then you get your sword, and suddenly you do your spin. And a fun thing to do now, if you've played this game before, is you lure some enemies to be near you when you pick up the sword, because that spin attack will kill them instantly. And then you lift up your sword and you're like, fuck yeah, we're starting. We here now. And then you hear the overworld theme and you're just like on a fucking adventure. This game blew my mind. And it's still the most charming and personal Zelda story that we've ever gotten. Like there's no Triforce, there's no big overarching plot. You're just in this weird island with these people that have their own like small problems. You get your first trade side quest. You know, it's the typical Zelda thing, but it's so heartfelt. And by the end, if you get like the true ending where you look up and you see the seagull flying over and you know that's Marin, and it's like, we were all just in a dream. Was it my dream? Was it the Windfish's dream? But it's like, it's not real, but it was so real because we experienced it together. Like it actually hits, because there's so many times that you experience media. It's like, oh, it was all a dream, or it was a what if scenario. It's like, oh, ooga booga, whatever, fucking lost ending. You're like, well, this fucking sucks, because that takes all the context. It takes away the stakes. But the stakes in this game still felt real by the end. Great music, great boss designs, like 2 bosses in each dungeon, 8 dungeons. I mean, it's typical Zelda fare, but I love fighting that shitty skeleton man, throwing bombs at him. I love the weird goober that has the rolling spike pile that's like going across the screen, doing the jumps. I mean, getting like the Rock's Feather and doing jumps in a Zelda game. That was new for me. That was like, what the fuck, Link jumping? I thought I had to run up to the edge of a cliff. That's the only way I can jump in Ocarina of Time. This is crazy. And then the DX version, obviously, was the color version. So having an additional color dungeon, like that was like added on content. I didn't know about that. I never played the original, but like this was my experience of it. And like all the seashells dug up around the world. Each screen has its own thing to get. And that is like so like obvious that you should do that. You should make every area interesting and memorable and like worth your time. But they did that on the Game Boy. This Koholint is one of the coolest places in video games. And the fact we got a gorgeous remake of it in 2019 is like watching that reveal, like for Chris talking about Metroid Dread, that reveal in like early 2019 was, I didn't tear up, but like I was damn near close. It was like, this is so fucking cool. As soon as you see like the lightning flashing and Link on the boat, I'm just like, oh fuck yes, we're getting Link's Awakening. Let's go. And then you see that they made this like cartoon, not cartoon, but like the visual design in Link's Awakening on the Switch is just so singular and particular. Everything looks like a toy. It's that tilt shift sort of short depth of field. It's very diorama, which is so in keeping with this being a dream. It's not real. This is like the view from the inside of like what's happening in a Zelda story. It's just beautiful. Chef's kiss. Love it. Wish it ran a little bit better, but damn, what a fucking great remake we got. Fuck.
Man, the way you talk about the games you love makes me wish our tastes were more aligned. Because I'm like, damn, man, maybe my problem is just depression. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows the answer to that question? But
how can you be depressed when you're learning the Mambo song from the Crazy Frog Man? That's clearly a reference to Wart. Also a subcon, a dream character. You meet a dream character in your dream game for Zelda, for fuck's sake. And you get this nasty frog man singing this bullshit song that you learn on your ocarina to help you. I don't even remember what that song does, but just the bop, 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 just, it's so stupid.
Well, I tell you what, maybe I'll throw this curveball at you. Maybe it's not so much a curveball. But you want to know what my number 4 is?
I do. I want to shout out Twin Peaks as having explicitly inspired Link's Awakening just so that I could get David Lynch on record in this podcast. Great fucking
The
game.
validation continues.
Arguably the best 2D Zelda. For me, it's a knife fight with the Oracle games, but unimpeachably fucking excellent. EJ, hit us with this curve.
My number 4 is also going to be a Zelda game.
Hyrule Warriors.
You can probably guess which one. Can you imagine? No, I'm going to hit you with Tears of the Kingdom at number 4.
Let's go.
On my favorite games of the last 8 years. I thought about this one long and hard because the positive feelings I have toward the game, I think, are less about the game and more about time and place and the scope of the game itself and the scope of its place in video game culture. You know, it being kind of an event. The first game, Breath of the Wild, is such like a monolith on the fucking system. And I can't believe we're 7+ years into this console's life. That's crazy. Time has flown. And the follow-up to this game, you know, much anticipated. It was a big moment in video games. And for a console that very soon is likely to be the best-selling console in the history of video games, which is just, again, absurd. So it's just big deal. And normally when something like this happens and I get the FOMO of like, oh, I need to like experience this, I don't want to miss out, because so much of the fun of a lot of these games is being able to play them with your friends or talk about them with your friends. And it's one of those times where the game came out and I'm playing it concurrently and I'm talking about it with all of you. I have all these individual threads going because we don't want to spoil anything, you know, and I'm texting Nick and we're in the Discord and we're in the group chat and Chris and I are voice memoing each other just constantly for weeks about, you know, Drew and I are talking. Like Drew and I don't text each other outside of like the group chat, and like we're talking about the game. I'm sending Drew voice memos. He's probably like, "What the fuck is going on?" You know, and we're like, "Where are you?" Okay, I got to tell you about this thing because I have no one else to tell because you know Chris is over here and I'm over here and Nick's over there and yada yada yada. So it was a very cool shared experience, and I value that a lot. You know, going into the summer weather and just carrying my Switch around with me. And I remember I went on vacation and this is like all I did. And on my birthday, my little brother came over and stayed the night at the beach house we were at. They were camping in the city next to us. And so I went over and picked him up and he stayed the night. And we just like, I just watched him play Zelda basically all night, you know, and because he loved Breath of the Wild, but he kind of got to a point with his Switch, like we've talked about. He's just a little too old for, you know, he's a PC guy now. Seeing him pick up the sticks and slip right back into like being a 6-year-old kid and figuring out like what to do. And he immediately was like, he doesn't know anything about this game. And he immediately was like, I'm going to go fight the final boss. And he goes to the castle. And I'm like, I know where the final boss is. And I know he's not going to find him where he thinks he's going to find him. And it took him like 3 minutes of exploring. And he's like, oh, he's underneath, isn't he? And he just fully gets to like almost the final boss encounter in like an hour. And I'm watching him. He's just like figuring all this out and just being like, anyway, I don't think he actually got to Ganon. I think he got to the, you know, they start sending all the bosses you haven't beaten out at you. And he beat, I don't know who he beat first, but it was quite the fight. And then another one comes out and he's like, another one? And I'm like, yeah, you probably have to beat them all before you can fight Ganon. So we kind of gave up. But anyway, it was just a cool experience. The game itself, I think meaningfully iterated on enough aspects of Breath of the Wild that for me it completely supplants that game. Like I have no reason to ever play Breath of the Wild again. I don't need to experience that game. I don't want to experience that game. Tears of the Kingdom, while being interesting in that it's a sequel and you're seeing the sort of fallout of what happened in the first game and you're seeing this kingdom be rebuilt, and it's like probably cool for some people to like revisit these characters and, you know, Leo memeing at the screen every time something happens. I barely remember Breath of the Wild. I didn't remember the characters, so I didn't have any of those moments of like, I know this guy. Like sometimes I'd be like, oh yeah, I like vaguely remember this dude, but like I don't have any connection to them. So that wasn't an element for me. It was just the return to the world, the overall vibe of what this game felt like originally for me. But now, instead of just being frustrating in the way Breath of the Wild was, where I was frustrated with everything from the damn stamina wheel to how weapons worked, and the durability, and how obtuse the menus were. And you were always, even something like cooking became this overwhelmingly frustrating thing because it was so unintuitive and cumbersome. Tears of the Kingdom fixed some of that, but gave us all of these tools to, the way, Nick, that you have described how you feel about Breath of the Wild and how it was the sandbox where you could kind of approach encounters any way you liked. I never felt that way. To me, it was just like, I have to either shoot something with a bomb or I need to go in and hack and slash. Whereas Tears of the Kingdom, they gave me the tools to really feel like, oh, you can literally do whatever you want, however you want. And that extends not just to like little boss encounters, but every shrine could be reverse engineered in 10 different ways with whatever you had at your disposal and the way you could use the tools. And I just remember some of those shrines. I probably recorded some of these. I should go back and look and see if I have them recorded. But some of the shit I did to what turned out to be like reasonably obvious puzzles both made me feel stupid and also like a goddamn genius. Cause I'm like, nobody in this world, no, I'm the only person in the world who got into this dungeon and was like, all right, how do I do this? And then did it this way. Like nobody did it this way because I am singular in my idiocy. But it's cool that I can figure it out and just do this weird, fucked up, broken shit. I love that. That is so much cooler to me than just giving me a set of obtuse tools and then making me frustrated while I try to figure out the one way to do it, And so to me, they sort of delivered on the ethos of the first game in like such a big way and just saying, all right, here's this world. Do whatever the fuck you want, however you want. That's sick. It's cool. It's a good game. I enjoy my time with it. And it's a game that I could see myself going back to and playing it differently every time. It being like broken and being able to do all these exploits like only enhanced my time with it because I love doing weird fucky shit when things are broken. That's sick. And I did some really fucky shit, dude. Like by the end, the infinite durability Master Sword glitch is so fucked. I don't know how anyone figured it out. It's like you take 12 paces north and you have to line your character up precisely with a line in this texture block on the wall. And then you take 4 steps and you jump into this pool of water. It's just like, who figured this out? How do you do it? And once you do it, you're like, dude, this is completely fucked. It's amazing. I love it. This game rocks. I don't know if it's going to appear on either of your lists, but I know it'll make the top 100.
Indubitably. It's really rare, and we've talked about this, that we have such widely diverging interests in games. It's rare that not only are we all playing the same game that is a lot of game to play, that gives us a like depth and breadth of shared experience to discuss together. Like I think we talked about Tears of the Kingdom like 4 times through the course of that summer, just with some periodic updates. And God knows that, it was my second job. So I was.
Then we watched Chris beat the game live.
Well, I was just gonna say,
podcast.
And that was one of the coolest gaming related experiences I've had, of like experiencing this with both of y'all, like right there in the moment to experience it vicariously, and then just going right into the final like deep dive on Tears of the Kingdom is amazing. And also that is happening with a game that is simultaneously a worldwide phenomenon, so that we're all experiencing this together in a way that is rare. And then we're also experiencing it in the zeitgeist in a way that is rare. Yeah, that's an all-timer for me in terms of the summer of Tears of the Kingdom and what that was like.
And I'm a big YouTube guy, so seeing the shorts pop up and seeing all the guys that I watch regularly all covering the game and doing different things with it. And I'm less like particular about spoilers, so I would watch some of the stuff and I would just be like, oh my gosh, I didn't know I could do that, or oh, I didn't know I could go there. And yeah, that broader sense of community with people who are covering the game. And it doesn't happen often, for me anyway. And that it had staying power through that whole summer. Most games, dude, Helldivers, bro, people were all about that game for like 3 days. Power World, people were in on that for a week, and then it dies and they're on to the next thing. Zelda was like all anyone in my timeline talked about from like May through August or whatever, which was kind of the same as like Animal Crossing during COVID. And I like that a lot. I like feeling like this is what everyone's doing right now and I'm a part of it.
Yeah, it lasted up until I think Baldur's Gate 3 came out. I think there's probably a pretty strong correlation there.
When was Baldur's Gate 3 released?
I want to say that was August. I want to say.
That would make a lot of sense. August 3rd. Yeah. Okay. There we go. That timeline lines up.
Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild also were like video game black holes that sucked all of us in. And that, yeah, Chris is totally right on the money. I mean, experiencing this game, like just massive amount of it at the same time, both of y'all were working on it, is like really cool. I wish I could experience more games that way, but like we said, I mean, we all have very similar but different tastes. Like the Venn diagram does not always line up, and apparently right in the middle of that diagram is a goddamn Triforce, because it is just like it is only really Zelda that's brought us all together, that we're all playing the same thing at the same time. Very rarely does that happen. I'll have to make a list of those games, but Tears of the Kingdom, like you said, EJ, it couldn't exist without Breath of the Wild, like laying down the groundwork. It is very rare also for Zelda to do a true sequel, and this was a different kind of sequel than Majora's Mask was to Ocarina of Time. That game was like a wildly different mechanically and structurally sort of departure from the original, whereas this is like in keeping with a lot of the same design ethos and like the way it presents you a conflict or a problem, and you decide the resolution. Like this game is just Breath of the Wild but more. It keeps progressing and increasing your tool set, but it is just more of the same. But because the kind of small-ish differences in the world and the way they add the sky islands and the depths underground, you have a larger variety of things to accomplish than feeds into going somewhere else. Like the stuff you get in the depths helps you with the surface, which helps you with the sky, which helps you with the depths. And it's like this amazing, beautiful cycle of progression and growth, and the way you can interact with objects by fusing them or by attaching them to your weapons, or the reversing time is just such an interesting and awesome twist on the stasis ability. I mean, everything is just bigger and better than Breath of the Wild. That you're right. I don't know if I could go back to Breath of the Wild, but also I want to, because those goddamn shrines were so good. The shrines were good in that game too. So ideally, what I would want is like a definitive edition that has both. I want to have all the shrines from the original. I want to have all the shrines from Tears of the Kingdom. I want all of everything. I want it all. I want it in one game, and I want to switch back and forth between the hand and the Sheikah Slate. Like I think that would be broken and stupid, but I would love to just do 240 fucking shrines and do all those puzzles in god awful busted ass ways. I think that would be fucking fun as hell.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, yeah, turning it into the kind of sandbox that they did, that I think everyone, and this is maybe just me being cynical, but the way everyone thought the first game was, or they wanted it to be, and they talked about it being, I don't think it was. I never thought it was. And obviously my gripes with that game, despite enjoying my time with it, like run deep. And I still have similar gripes about the new game, but they really just blew the fucking doors off with the type of powers and the way they designed both the world in the new islands and the depths and the shrines. I mean, everything to me seemed like a very meaningful, and not just like a iteration. Like it was a massive step disguised in the same pretty Breath of the Wild package. But to me, like there's such a chasm between how those games are designed and the tools they give you and what they want you to do with them. Like it's crazy that we even talk about them in the same breath. And I know a lot of that is just like nostalgia. Like people love Breath of the Wild and rightfully so. And Nick, you told the story a few months ago about like revisiting the theme song early in the year and how emotional it made you just because you loved your time with that first game so much. And that's like I totally understand that, how people feel so emotionally tied to that first game.
Yeah, just watch the reveal trailer that they did from January of 2017. And it is probably, in my estimation, one of, if not the best video game trailer of all time. Like it is impactful. It has its own like rise and run of story and conflict, and just like the rising action of that trailer is impeccable. And it's like it's a tone piece, but it's a story synopsis. It is everything that you could possibly want if you were interested in getting excited about Breath of the Wild. And for a long time before Tears of the Kingdom, we didn't have that until they finally decided, okay, let's do the Breath of the Wild trailer, but for Tears of the Kingdom. That was a great trailer, but it was not as good as the Breath of the Wild trailer. But that's just like marketing, you know, that's a completely different thing than how I feel about the video game itself. but that song is so singular and is not in the video game, but it is in Smash Brothers because Sakurai knew that that is an important song to the Breath of the Wild link that he put in that game.
Sure. Coming into this list, I didn't think a Zelda game would make it. I figured we'd hear a few Zeldas from you guys, but actually, I don't know, Chris. You might not have a Zelda game in your list because you have at least another Metroid game, and we only have 3 games to go. So what's your number 3? It has to be a Metroid game, right? Or that's you saving that for number 1? The suspense is killing me.
None of my top 3 should surprise y'all.
Yeah, I figured.
Again, we're into hallowed territory. We are into, now that we've got past Dread, we are into, I have played all of these games many times. And
so
in
Mega Man, Metroid. What am I missing? What's the third one?
These 3 games, I think, are the 3 games that I have played the most number of times. I think that to completion. And number 3 is Mega Man X. This is a goddamn perfect Mega Man game. It is beautifully balanced. It has a gorgeous world design that is varied and interesting and takes the whole concept of, the robot masters to a more detailed and degree with a greater sense of scope. Some of those robot masters, they're just like little Mega Man sized guys. In the Mega Man games, like Flame Man, he's a little Mega Man sized guy shooting his little fireballs. And it's all very robot looking with some nature. But we have this, 16-bit powerful ass console in the Super Nintendo. Let's make an edgy Mega Man spinoff that all of these levels are rooted in the union of nature and technology as they would be in 2XX30?
20XX, dude.
Yeah, 20XX. And featuring another double S tier soundtrack. My God, the Mega Man X soundtrack fucking rips. It is so good. Literally every single track on it is an absolute banger. Hard rocking, like metal ass rock and roll tracks for all of these different Robot Master levels. A wonderful number of like secrets and things to find, introducing like the armor upgrade system where it's like, here's your dash boots. That's a new way to move through the world. It's faster than Mega Man. You can skip up walls by wall jumping. Damn, this game's so fucking good. And even beyond, you get all your armor upgrades. You find all the hearts, which is not a given. When I was a kid, I remember thinking like, no, there's only 6 hearts because that makes your HP equal with your weapon ammo. But there are 2 more hearts. There's a heart in every level. Kid me to know that. That was revelatory for kid me to be like, holy shit, your health gets bigger than the ammo bar. Because that's like the measuring stick. Once you get your first boss power weapon, is like, damn, my health is going to be that high. It's higher. They took that mechanic that you were expecting and they Uno reversed it and were like, you could go 2 levels beyond. And even if you get all that stuff, even if you get all the sub tanks, there is still the hidden Hadouken. Capcom nodding to Street Fighter, their like nascent fighting game empire. And you could go find that capsule and go up, and there's Dr. Light in a fucking Ryu costume and gives you Hadouken that can one-shot any enemy in the game. And you can either use the special weapon, you can either use the attack button using special weapon, or you could just fucking do the Hadouken button inputs and fire a fucking Hadouken. Amazing antagonist. Sigma lingered for so long in these games because he was just so fucking cool. He's like tall, he's humanoid, he's got a fucking cape and an attack dog and a goddamn lightsaber. And he can also skip off the walls. He is the greatest threat in that he is so like you. He has a bunch of different weapon abilities that he can use that feel like echoes of some of the other robot masters. Zero, this like badass, unkillable laser sword wielding Reploid himself that is like, this is your goal. Like this is you can maybe one day you could maybe become as powerful as I am, Zero says after the intro stage. And then you surpass Zero and they fucking kill him at the start of Sigma's Fortress. And it's like, you can't rely on that man anymore. Like, you have to go take the mantle and rise up and become the best of the hunters. God damn. This game's so fucking good.
There's a few depictions of him where I'm like, okay, that guy's pretty cool. But I always thought he was a little Buzz Lightyear-esque, and I never took him seriously because of that. Like, he always he's got the buttons over here even, and like the same color scheme with the green and purple. And I was just like, oh, Tim Allen's under there. That's how this man sounds to me.
It's a shame that none of the other ones reached the height that this one did. 2 is very fucking close, and 4 is good, but is not, I think, quite
Different,
at the same.
yeah.
Yeah, it's different. It's not quite at the same level. Yeah, this game is impossibly good. Impossibly
Very
good.
bite-sized and great to return to, I imagine. You can play this game every year. How quick do you beat this game? 2 hours?
Oh no, way faster than that. I think my best time is like 105. And I would really like to do a sub 1 hour. I was really close to my first sub 1 hour when the SNES Mini came out. I was speedrunning this like with some regularity. And I fucking choked on Final Form Sigma. I think I was gonna clock in at like 54. I think I was gonna be sub 55 even, and I fucking choked. I got too greedy in the last fight that you can go up, hit the head with a rolling shield, and get back to the side of the claw and either skip off the side and go for a second hit or land right on the edge so that the lightning doesn't hit you. And you can get multiple hits, and I tried to do that one too many times, and it cost me way too much HP, and I fucking died. I absolutely fell apart, which is a shame. But that's my goal. Sub 1 hour Mega Man X run is like a bucket lister that I need to get back to.
The any percent speed run is 30 minutes and 54 seconds, and the 100% is just shy of 35 minutes. That's crazy.
Yeah, some of the pathing that people do is fucking insane. I think that Hadoken is pretty much required. One of the world record runs that I watched, which is not the current record run, he hits Boss Spider in the end of Sigma's first stage. First fucking descent, he hits it with Hadoken, which is it's RNG in terms of like where this spider is going to descend. And then not only that, you can't damage it until the eye opens when it lands. So for him to get fortunate pathing to hit Hadoken at exactly the right moment to make contact with the eye to one-shot it, that's the moment where that speedrunner, like he has a moment where he's like, this could be a world record run.
Yeah.
This could be a world record run if I can hang in. And he
That's
does
the split right there.
He also does, and I've incorporated this in my own pathing, and it is pretty fucking hard. In order to avoid doing any repeat stages, you have to do Boomer Kawanger way before you get his weakness, so that when you go to Spark Mandrill for the first time, you can get the E-Tank and you don't have to return, which involves like hitting a pretty good jump off of a charged ice shotgun ice to jump off the sled, get the heart in Boomer Kawanger, and then you've got to beat him with lemons. It's a fucking hard fight if you can't stun him, because he's fucking Dragon Ball Z, like just all around
Teleports
the fucking
behind
arena.
you. Nothing personnel, kid.
And when he's fading in, you know, vroom, vroom, when he's teleporting in, he has some iframes until he's fully materialized. And if he catches you one time and tosses you up to the ceiling, like, you're pretty much fucked, just because there's only so much health that you have at that point in the game. And also he can chase you off of hiding on the walls by throwing his boomerang headpiece at you. So like, literally, I mean, it's a game of cat and mouse, and you are the mouse. I've never
that
done
ninja
it.
bastard.
I've never done it in one run. And his stage also is an easy one to take some cheap hits on. And I think you only have one E-Tank by that point. So it's a very fucking challenging pathing to do that, but it saves you a whole ass rerun of Spark Mandrill and also his stage. Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough.
Something I wish more games did, but also definitely more Mega Man games, is the changing stages, the evolving stages as you beat different robot, the different Maverick bosses. It changes different levels, because if you beat Storm Eagle, his airship crashes and it fucks up, what is it?
Spark Mandrill. Yeah,
stage?
and you can see...
It's dark.
Yes, you could see the remains of Storm Eagle's ship at the beginning of Spark Mandrill's level. It's amazing. It's fucking amazing. Same thing with Flame Mammoth. If you've beaten Chill Penguin, that ice
freezes over.
Yeah, freezes over all of the lava in Flame Mammoth stage.
Or defeating Launch Octopus and then it floods Stinkamillion stage. Like, it's just every stage has a transformation. There's 2 stages for each stage. It's just, so it makes it infinitely replayable because depending on which boss order you choose to do, it changes what subsequent stages are going to look and feel like.
You also can't get the heart instinct chameleon stage without having completed Launch Octopus stage, because otherwise the jump that you need to make is too far, even with an ice sled. But with the water physics, the lower gravity, it's just one dash jump over to the side. That's amazing. It's incredible. Thank you for reminding me of that, because that is like a standout in this game that even the future Mega Man X titles, to my knowledge, don't implement again.
Also, some of the best underwater physics in any game, just like making everything horizontally the same speed but vertically slower, is beautiful. It's amazing. I love riding that shitty dragon around the underwater stage and shooting it in the head. Like, top tier gaming memory.
Spamming lemons or one tornado, if you wish. Oh, God.
Nick, is there going to be a Mega Man game in your top 3? What's your number 3?
My number 3 is Bloodborne. The Souls games are just so goddamn good. At this point, they are influential. They are as important to the industry, dare I say, as maybe even the Zelda series. They don't have that sort of long lasting staying power. Like, they haven't been around as long, but I think they are the newcomers on the block. They are the new, like, everyone will stop and look when FromSoft puts out a game. And it started with Dark Souls. It really solidified itself with Elden Ring, but Bloodborne is my personal pinnacle of the franchise. Its aesthetic design, its weapon variety, all the different move sets you have. It's just peak. I can't say it in a different way, but it is just the best of what video games have to offer. My dog is freaking out now.
10 years old at this point.
Yeah, 2015 is when it came out, and I didn't play this game until I had bought a PS4, which was definitely way after this game came out. The way they incorporate the weapons, each weapon has its own move set. There's fewer weapons because of that, but there's still like a shit ton. There's like 20 or 30, and it changes the way the game is played because of the different move sets are so unique to the weapons that they are attached to. And each weapon has a transformation. So you have your standard R1, R2 Souls combat. You have dash attacks. You have running attacks. Like, after a roll, you have a different attack. After running, you have a different attack. You have a transformation attack that when you transform, it does a transform attack, and then you can go into that weapons, R1, R2. And the combat in this game is just the best combat I've ever played in any video game. The way you have to really be diligent in your positioning and when you attack. It is a dance. You do not have openings all the time. You can make yourself have more openings with the pretty, I don't know, this game has a fairly lenient parry system, I think. It feels a lot more lenient than the Dark Souls games, particularly because you're just a squishier character, but they counteract that by allowing you to rally your health back by being aggressive. They really push you towards aggression in this game. There's a shield, but it's a joke shield. It is a joke offhand weapon that doesn't block shit. It just makes you worse at the game. And it says so in the description. Like, it's like, hunters don't use shields. Hunters hunt. They are the predator. Go kill your prey. Don't block.
That's sick.
You pussy bitch. Kill it. The best defense is killing your opponent. And this game just, it's thrilling. It gives you the biggest high when you finally surpass and defeat a difficult boss or a difficult enemy encounter. And everything in this game wants you dead. There is no respite. There's one respite, basically, when you get to the cathedral ward. But beyond that, you are just always, something will kill you. Like, it doesn't matter how strong you get, you can still get killed by like the shittiest little mobs if you're not paying attention, if you're being complacent. And I love that. I love that there is still progression based on like the strength you spec into, like the different stats you spec into, the way you upgrade your weapons, the way you upgrade your runes, the different runes you get that impact, like, oh, this gives me better experience buff, or I'm more resilient to poison, all that kind of stuff. So you can counteract the things that are coming up against you in that RPG way. But a lot of it is just the way you level up is you level up in your brain. You're just getting smarter. You're getting better at the game. And I think about this game, like if I pick this game back up, I would probably just like play it start to finish again. Like I don't think I could stop. It is so kinetic in the way it draws me in, the way I go through Yharnam. I fight the cleric beast. I fight Gurman. I get to the cathedral ward. I fuck off into the woods. Like it's just, there's so much beauty and cohesion in the way you travel through the game. It is not like a tunnel. It is a winding path that comes back in on itself in that way I love from Metroidvanias and the original Dark Souls, but it is still very linear in what you do next. But you can still like double back and you can go farm some blood vials if you need to. You can go to a harder area than you might be ready for. Like there's still those options, those beautiful things that FromSoft games do, but the way it's just really it's so rooted in the combat and how good it feels to fight things in this game that makes me want to play it more. And if I picked it up again, I'd just get right back into it and it would just feel so good.
A damn shame. I know it's a meme every like state of play or whatever. Bloodborne Remastered, Bloodborne PC. Like, why hasn't it fucking happened? It's absurd at this point.
I do not know.
Not even a 60 frame patch for a game that people could play on the PS5 without them having to like remaster the like what? It makes you think like,
is there bad blood?
Was it developed by a bunch of monkeys and they can't reverse engineer? Like, well, if we uncap the frame rate, it would completely ruin the game.
There are hacks. People have hacked the PS4 and the PS5,
God.
And you could play the game at 60 FPS on your PS4 or on the PS5.
That's ridiculous.
That's
ridiculous.
It's a little janky with like physics and stuff because FromSoft definitely did do the jank thing with physics and tying it to frame rate. But that can be fixed. Just fix it or just remake it. They remade Demon's Souls. Demon's Souls, the game that nobody cares about. They remade that because suddenly people do care about it because Dark Souls is super popular and Elden Ring is coming out soon. But imagine how well Bloodborne would sell on PC or a remaster of that. For fuck's sake, give us what we want.
This got optioned, right, for a film?
Everything gets optioned for a film. I don't know if...
Yeah, exactly like EJ said. They're making a fucking Gravity Rush movie. What did Demon's Souls sell? The original Demon's Souls.
Demon's Souls sold the worst.
And they remade it. That was the launch title. That was the one game to get on your PS5 when that came out in 2020.
Wait, I'm looking at Japan only here? No. So Souls was 16, Souls 2 was 13 across all platforms. This is also including like some DLC apparently. Dark Souls 3 was 20.
Well, yeah, Scholars of the First Sin and like all the DLCs are a big deal for the FromSoft games.
Yeah. Demon's Souls 5.5, Bloodborne 14.
It sold well. That's one of the best-selling first-party PS4 games.
Yeah, but like to them, it's like a clear downgrade from the last 3 games. And maybe they're just like, but then again, Elden Ring only quote unquote sold 22. It's not like it vastly outperformed.
No, it's been just an upward trajectory. And Bloodborne sold the worst because it was only on one platform. Everything else was cross-platform.
That is a very good fucking point. Why wouldn't they? It doesn't make any sense.
They are, I'm telling you, I went and double checked and yeah, there is smoke with some names attached that Sony is developing a film. And there's a couple of writers.
Okay, make a film for your franchise that has, it's stuck on the PS4. Don't do anything with it. Just make a fucking movie. They're making a Gravity Rush movie. They're never going to make a Gravity Rush 3. What the fuck is Sony doing? They are so full of shit. My God.
They're gonna release it on PC and or do a remaster to coincide with the film.
Great, with their movie they're putting out straight to Crackle, for fuck's sake.
In 6 years?
That's where I was going with that. It doesn't make sense, but it does make sense in executive speak. Because in executive speak, it's how do we promote this if it's a game that's already really old? It's we release it to coincide with the cycle of promotion for this. So that will be my guess as to why it hasn't happened yet. Because otherwise, there's no good reason to do it. They've remade 2 of the other ones.
They put Days Gone out on PC.
They did. Makes no sense.
Days Gone did not sell 14 million copies.
No, that game sucks.
I don't think Ghost of Tsushima even sold 14 million. And that game did really well. People love that game.
Nick, it's a goddamn shame that Bloodborne has just languished in 2015. Like, it did get DLC, but
And it was great. Dude, the DLC, the Old Hunters DLC is so fucking cool. And it is rewarding in all the right ways to enjoyers of the original base game. And some of the coolest goddamn boss fights of all time are just in that DLC. Just like, very casually. Like Lady Maria, the Clock Tower is just a goddamn fantastic fight. And then Orphan of Kos is one of the hardest boss fights in any video game I've ever played. Like, it is just, they reward the players who enjoy their games with such like fantastic material. It is, we don't deserve it, but they give it to us anyway.
They're selling millions of copies. Maybe we do deserve it. We're filling their coffers and they're not giving back the way they should.
It is a beautiful relationship. And this is a game I really wish that either of you would like. It's just, it's so, I love it so much. And I'm not alone, obviously. There's tons of sickos that love From Software games. At least 14 million of us have bought Bloodborne. There is a ridiculously high percentage for the platinum for that game. Like, it is far beyond what should be like normal, but it's just the sickos that care about this kind of stuff are truly sick, and they need to get everything, and getting everything is so rewarding. It is really, really cool. But I like to think that I can love something by myself and like recommend, encourage you guys to play it. And like, if you like it, great. Like, I love that. I loved getting Chris on Hollow Knight. I loved, EJ falling in love with Risk of Rain. But this one is like a little bit personal, where it's like, man, these fuckers, I wish they would, but they won't.
I've tried.
It's fine. I know.
I played a lot of Bloodborne. Chris tried Bloodborne. I played a lot of Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, you and I played 3 together. That was nice.
Had a nice time with it, but we kind of stopped halfway through,
I have Dark Souls Remastered. I got my physical on Switch. So that's where I'm going to start. I do not think trying to start with Bloodborne was a wise idea, and that's been echoed back to me by basically every Souls player that I know. That's like, I would not start with Bloodborne. You're not going to have as good a time as you could otherwise. And I am optimistic I could beat the first Dark Souls with a little bit of pathing guidance from you, Nick, of like, all right, I want you to just tell me that when I'm done with this area, I need to go to this area and not to go to this area.
It's like following a guide to beat Metroid, man. What are you talking about?
I'm trying for the boy back home, EJ.
And we told you, EJ, to follow a guide if you needed to, because we would rather you finish it. Yes.
God, like, talk about like, glass house hurling trebuchet-sized stones, man. Like, come on. I will revisit Bloodborne in a post Dark Souls world. I'm also heartened by the path that Steve, shout out Steve, took through these games of Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring. I'm like, maybe that could be me. Also, I'd kind of like to hold out for that remaster or that remake or that whatever it's going to be.
Boy, at this time, no. Do not hold out. Have no hope. The 30 FPS is totally fine. It's like, it's definitely playable. It's not like gonna fucking make your eyes fall out of your head. It would just be preferable.
I also am not gonna play that game again unless you or someone else who is steeped in the world can be there to go, this is what you're doing wrong. Because I swear to God, and I don't want to like do this right now because we are celebrating Bloodborne at this moment, and rightfully so, but 5.5 to 6 hours, man, straight. And I was like, I don't have a fucking clue what I'm not doing. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, I'm trying to engage with all of the different systems that are offered me, and I'm still just dying constantly. I'm not accruing souls or whatever it is in that game. It's not souls, but souls.
Everyone just calls it souls, but blood echoes. Yeah. It is the currency.
Nick, next Console Crusade beach retreat, I want to put Bloodborne in. I want to play Bloodborne with you, with your expert guidance of like, okay, so you're doing this, and this is why this is happening, and if you use these systems in this way, like, this is going to be more successful for you. And then at times where you're like, this is just like a skill curve thing, you will get better at it, but you're doing what you need to do. Even knowing that would have been really helpful. That will be the right way for me to reapproach this game, because I want to try. Yeah. It's like a top franchise for you. If it's not number 1, it's probably number 2. Like, I want to know. I want to.
You want me to show you? I want to know.
I know.
There
I
you
was
go.
like, yep, Phil Collins, come on. EJ, what's your number 3, man?
We're going to go Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da.
I'm cheating a little bit because this game obviously came out in 2014. And we talked, in the last top 10 about like, which Mario Kart slots in here. And back then it was overwhelmingly Double Dash. But Deluxe comes out and is not only I think a really meaningful improvement in small ways, like being able to do like the 2 items and be able to hold that second item behind you. I think that was a big deal, and then they added like, was 200cc a DLC for the Wii U, or was that a Deluxe thing? I can't remember exactly when that happened. It might have been DLC on the Wii U.
It's hard to say. I can't remember where one ends and the other begins. I don't remember it being on Wii U for what it's worth, but I might have just not engaged with it then.
When the Wii U version came out, I grinded this game to triple star every single level.
As one does.
And I was 1 cup shy of achieving that. And I grinded it, I just couldn't do it, and I just put it down and moved on to something else, and that was what it was. And then I re-grinded it all out on the Switch, and it was a lot easier because of having that second item and be able to have that like protection of always having a banana or a shell behind you, like made it a lot easier, I think, to accomplish that. But then 200cc came along, and so that was a totally different beast. And that was a lot less, items in 200cc, your own items become your own enemy at some point. And like, it really becomes more about raw skill and learning the map. And it's a different game than 150cc. And so I grinded it out on all of the base cups. I triple starred everything on 150 mirror and 200, which is a dick grinder. But it's a ton of fun, man. I mean, this is obviously the best Mario Kart game. It is. Mechanically, it feels great. There's talk about Mario Kart DS and how the snaking worked and how great that felt, but and it was for the system at the time. This is the best looking Mario Kart game. It's the best feeling Mario Kart game. It has the most courses. It has the most characters. It has the most customizable karts. There's so much you can do and so many builds depending on how you like. Obviously your main, you've got your light, medium, and heavy characters, and that affects how your car feels. But then depending on the type of tires you use, on which terrain, like the way I build my character, I'm a Rosalina character, and she is a heavy character. She's not like a super heavy character. She's not like Bowser, but she is a heavy. And with the specific build I use, I'm like, none of my friends I've ever played this game with have played this game. It doesn't feel the same way for them as it does for me. Like, we all have our preferences, and I like that there's that degree of customizability. So that's great. It's just been around. I mean, it's just been an ever-present thing for 7 years now. Almost 7 years. When it launched, obviously bought it day one, grinded it all out again. They added a new battle mode to fix the flaws of its predecessor. The battle mode was egregious in the Wii U one. It was like, growing up, my favorite part about Mario Kart was jumping in with my brother and just balloon battling and just destroying each other. And they brought it back in a really big way here. Shine Thief is great. Is it Shine Thief? Yeah, the one where it's cops versus robbers, basically. No, I don't think it's Shine Thief. In any event, whatever it's called, it's cops versus robbers, and you're putting people in little jail cells. It's not Shine Thief. That's a ton of fun. The bomb mode only, fucking great. Like, during COVID, we came back to Mario Kart battles, and we would have parties of 8 people. What is it?
Renegade Roundup.
Renegade Roundup. Shine Thief is it's from Double Dash.
No, Shine Thief is also in 8 Deluxe.
Is it?
Yes.
I probably knew that somewhere. That's where one person has the crown, basically.
Being from Double Dash, shines, obviously, referring to the Sunshine collectibles.
Right. So, it being the best Mario Kart game, a Mario Kart game had to make the cut. And it's interesting because on my personal top 10, Melee and Double Dash both make it. Like bastions of the GameCube console in that era of multiplayer games, right? And the only console for a long while that had 4 ports for local multiplayer, the N64 and the GameCube, without needing an extra peripheral. And that was why that game or those consoles are so fondly remembered, I think. Despite selling so poorly relative to their competition, is because the people who owned them, they had basements full of children, their best friends, playing these games at the same time, which you could not say when you're playing the PlayStation 2 or whatever, So it was in my adult life, I was like, I think
Mario Kart has been more present in my adult life than Smash Bros. Even though 2013, 14, 15, like we got really into like Other M and we were playing Melee again, and Smash Bros was obviously like revived with the 3DS and Wii U, and Ultimate is great, but I haven't put the hours in, certainly not with people. And part of that is because the online is so bad, whereas Mario Kart 8's online is extremely competent, which is great. Thank God. Like that, if the online didn't work, I wouldn't have played that game since the launch month, you know? Its only flaw is that it looks and runs like shit when you go 4-player split screen, and I understand why, but it really hampers the experience. Like we were at the beach, and I'm like playing on this teeny little box, and it's running at 30 frames, and I'm like, I can't fucking see what's happening. This is running like shit. This is not fun because I am performing so poorly in that. Plus, Chris is just uninhibited shit talking 4 whiskeys deep. Ugh, I couldn't handle it.
I crushed you.
Dude, I was in a blender, man.
In that last one, like you said, the frame dip is so unfortunate, where I was like literally, I don't know if you probably remember this, but I literally got up off the couch and stood right to the side of the television where I was like not obscuring anyone, but my face could be like this close to the TV because I was like, I'm not fucking losing this last race. Like there's no way. And Drew is the king Mario Kart shit talker. But he famously has not been able to get one over on me in Mario Kart 8. He'll take the odd circuit off me, but I think he sat on me one time in Leaf's living room. Maybe it was one of the early group chat hangouts, but he got I literally snaked him at the finish line. I think he came over and like sat down on my chest and was like, I'm going to kill you. Like I've never heard Drew get so upset.
It's nice when something from our childhood can like iterate and evolve to the degree that like it still means something to us at this stage of our lives. You can't not have a good time booting up Mario Kart whether you're with your boys or you're playing online. Like you can't not have a good time. We'd like to talk about like our Mario Kart skill, but it's fucking RNG. It's the rubber banding with, it's a totally ludicrous concept, and I love that it's still a thing, and I love that they supported Mario Kart 8 to the degree they did with the booster passes, and they've doubled the track size from the base game.
What, 96 courses when all is said and done?
It's absurd.
Double Dash had 16.
Super Smash Kart win. I don't want Mario Kart 9 if you're not going to give me more. Well, I do want it. I'm going to play it. But I would love for them to embrace the way that they went with some of the early DLC for this game of giving us Link, giving us the Villager, giving us Animal Crossing and Hyrule themed courses. I think that Splatoon, yes, the Inklings, I think or the Octolings,
F-Zero courses.
Yeah, I think and karts. I think that's the way of the future, is just fully embracing, and you don't have to call it Super Smash Kart if you don't want to. You can call it Mario Kart X or whatever, Mario Kart 9. Call it whatever you want to call it, as long as I can be Samus and drive Samus's gunship and do a fucking Bridstar Depths themed course where I'm avoiding acid pits and crades like spitting shit. Even like the Yoshi's Island course that they released in one of the more recent ones was goddamn gorgeous and lovingly crafted. And I'm like, you can do this for all of the Nintendo games, and that can just be what the next Mario Kart is. So from my mouth to whatever Nintendo God needs to hear this ears, please, 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 please. Give us Smash Kart.
The fact that they've milked it to the degree they have on the Switch over all these years is like pretty impressive.
Well, it's only sold like 50 million copies.
Yeah. Best-selling Switch game by a mile.
And rightfully so. Like it's the most accessible. It's fun as hell. Like it's unimpeachable in that way. I'll hear no Mario Kart slander, okay? And I know I won't get it here, but
none shall be given.
All right, we are in the home stretch here. This is going to be such a long podcast when it's all said and done. We've already been recording for a long time. So we're going to get into the final.
Some of us longer than others.
You know, it happens every once in a while. Number 2, Chris.
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
The first one.
The first one.
Yes!
Only because I have formally and completely soured on number 2 after Aspire fucked up so heroically in promising the restored content and then not delivering it, which I still don't fucking understand how you just decide that's not going to happen.
There should be a class action lawsuit over that.
I believe there is.
False advertising.
Yes, I believe there is, because I literally would not have purchased this game if I knew that was the case. I'm very still really upset about this. And I was waiting for that and would have used that maybe if I had that now, like I was supposed to go, look, we have a complete version of this game. This deserves to be higher on the top 100. And now I'm just like, it's going to be broken forever. And that really pisses me off because of what the promise of what that game could have been and what it was to a large extent in the restored content mod. Anyway, Knights of the Old Republic, this was a revelation for me in my youth, coming to a game, I would say the first game that was intensely player choice and narrative driven. This game introduced a morality system that permeated through all of BioWare's offerings for the next like decade after that, through the whole Mass Effect franchise into Dragon Age. The way that you could deepen your relationship with your party members, that was introduced in this game by spending more time with them. There was not yet any affinity points with the specific characters like they did in Part 2, but they all had unique things about them, and in some cases quests that you could go do. If you continue to engage with them and keep them in your party, it would prompt dialogue options for you. And it was just the dream of, let me build the Jedi or Sith that I want and just run wild in this world with all these really interesting situations where you get a couple of clear paths, and like a Jedi would probably go about this way, but you could go about this way in a way that would be true to the Sith. You didn't have to stick to the moral high ground. You could engage with that, and they each had distinctly different builds with distinctly different pros and cons to them. And it runs on a D20 system, so it's like pretty easy to understand the way that combat is going to work. It's like every action has a hidden roll with modifiers based on your skills, any force powers you're using, any stimulants you've taken, and then your weapon stats. And off you go. And it's just roll, counter roll until combat's resolved. You can stack commands. The story is still the greatest Star Wars story ever told. It is unique and rich in fleshing out quarters of the galaxy that we have never been before in Star Wars media, while also taking you back to, 1,000 years ago, Tatooine or whatever, when the Anchorhead settlement is still like teeny tiny. It is a goddamn amazing game with amazing characters, and a game that really makes you live with the consequences of your actions, and not always just in the dark side path. Sometimes it makes you go, okay, so maybe this was the moralistic choice, but is it ultimately going to be the best choice over time? I don't know. And it would let you wonder for a minute if that was going to be the best choice over time. Not as much as Part 2 did, but it was still there. And then, of course, like the dark side pathing, infamously, when you reach the top of the temple on the Rakatan homeworld, and Basila offers you a chance. Spoilers for Knights of the Old Republic. Basila offers you, like, I will join you. We can take down Malik and rule the galaxy together. And Jolee and Juhani, who is a Grey Jedi. Also, first introduction of Grey Jedi in the fucking canon. Shout out Jolee Bindo. Amazing character. Where he's like, you all have it wrong. Adherence to any dogmatic order is the problem. Not being light or being dark. And Juhani, who you reclaimed from the dark side in order to even have in your party in the first place. And you don't have to. You can literally just kill her on Dantooine when you're doing the last quest. And the Jedi Masters will be like, well, that is definitely not the choice that we would have taken, but I understand your life was at risk, but you're still like, damn, I sure did kill someone who literally will be a party member if you don't kill her. But they stare you down and they're like, you can't do this. Like, this is very bad. Like, this will have horrible consequences for the galaxy. And you're like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? And they're like, we will kill you to stop you. And it forces you to kill 2 of your party members if you wish to proceed down the path of the dark side into the dark side ending. Fucking nuts. I literally couldn't sleep. I went to bed. I was shaking. I was like, what the fuck just happened? I don't know of a game. I had never played a game that asked me to do anything like that before. And I can't think of another game prior to that literally forced you to kill your own party members in order to complete a series of non-deterministic choices that you made and complete a journey that you made. And I was so upset that I had been dark side the whole time, was like, haha, this is hilarious. I'm like bullying people and I get to do the end of the pit brawls in Taris. And I get to kill, Bendak Starkiller and finish that quest and get his blaster and get some cool gear and stuff like that. And haha, yeah, dark side fun. And then it's like, okay, kill these people that you've been like running around with. It was crazy. It upset me so much that I went back the day before and I reloaded an autosave. And I literally redeemed my Sith at the 11th hour and switched to the light side ending, which made finishing the game really difficult. If you choose to reject Basla or to kill Jolie and Juhani, it gives you a substantial number of light or dark side points that will pretty much put you like top bottom. So for me, being an all the way at the bottom Sith, it took me all the way to squarely in the center of the bar when I chose to spurn Basla. So all the force powers that I had used for the whole game that get cheaper to use the more dark side points you have were now very expensive in terms of my force point costs. So I had a really hard time finishing the game, but that felt narratively appropriate given that I was a Dark Jedi who turned at the 11th hour and chose to like save the galaxy from itself. Fucking insane. It's an amazing game. I'm sad that Disney has no interest in exploring this. I'm sad that they're kind of doing this High Republic thing as a way to go, let's move into antiquity and tell our own stories, but also we're not going to adapt that thing that you did, which I'm kind of like, I'm sad they're not doing it, but I'm glad because I know they will fuck it up beyond all repair. And I want to see like a KOTOR limited series or give me like one planet per season where we're going through all these different like quests. I would be so fucking here for that, but not under Disney's watch. So it can stay in this game, which I can now play on the Switch anytime I like. EJ, when I'm done with Final Fantasy, it's fucking time, buddy. Like, we're going back in. Nick has said, well, Nick needs to get a physical. But Nick has said, if you're on board, he's willing to do it. He's willing to give it a shot so that we can fully all talk about this game, brother. So we're going to reclaim the lost episode. We're going to do it even better than it would have been in the past.
Be a very middling hour and a half for Nick, I'm sure.
Hey, I beat Final Fantasy VII. I beat games for Chris.
Oh my God.
Oh, don't put that on me.
Oh my gosh.
Don't you put that on me, Nicky Bobby.
So this has been the Console Crusade podcast.
This is so discord between you two. No, I do want to play it. I need more experience with Western RPGs. Yeah, I'm not sure what other lineage, because I know BioWare is lineage from, was it Black Isle that did like the old, not that old, but like the late 90s super important D&D RPGs like Baldur's Gate and what, Torment, Pillars of Torment? What is that? I can't remember. There's
Pillars of Eternity?
Well, they did Pillars of Eternity. That was like Obsidian doing their own version of that old school stuff. But yeah, like Baldur's Gate and was it Torment Tides of Numenera? Or was that a different game? God, I can't remember.
Black
They're all
Isle
like,
becomes Obsidian.
But there's similar lineage as far as like big lead developers. But yeah, Obsidian and BioWare have similar origins coming from that PC RPG history. Think of like Icewind Dale, like those kinds of games. Neverwinter Nights.
Icewind Dale, yeah. That's funny, dude. I've never heard of Icewind Dale until looking at this wiki. What?
Icewind Dale, I remember not knowing anything about it, but just getting like video game magazines, and they would keep like historical scores that they've given games in the past. And that being whatever PC or whatever magazine I was looking at was like, that's like one of the best reviewed games of all time at that point. It was like unimpeachable. This is what video games should be. This is like, if you own a PC that can't handle it, play this game. You need to. Up there, like, so well-regarded games.
I tell you what, I'm glad that I went top 10 of the last 8 years, because Chris and I would have had like 3 games overlap. I don't think we're going to have any overlap. I'll be shocked if we have any overlap at this point.
Well, Metroid Prime Remastered isn't on your top 10, EJ?
Believe it or not. Is it on yours, Nick? Is that your number 2?
No. My number 2, this is the hardest choice I've had to make, because I'm looking at my list right now that I have written, and I want to change it. I want to change my number 2 to something else.
Call the audible.
And I can't decide. I'm calling the audible. Do I tell you what it would have been? Maybe not. We'll see.
Oh, man.
I'm thinking for my number 2, This is gonna surprise you maybe. I'm thinking it's Super Smash Brothers 4.
What?
Because
What?
I want to cheat. I want to say the 3DS version and the Wii U version are both important versions of that one game. They're both important aspects of my experience with that one game. Smash 4, although it's better than Brawl, like it handles a lot better than Brawl. It's not as good as Melee. Ultimate, I think, supplants both of them. But Smash 4, it was a time and place thing, EJ, like you've talked about in the past, like you've talked about with your previous top 10. Smash 4 is the Smash game I played the most of, and it was the game that I got the most into because of that. I mean, obviously, but it was like a waking up that I had because I'd always loved Smash Brothers. Like Melee was fantastic. Even the original Smash 64 is a great party game, great fighting game. It's one of the best N64 games. Brawl, like playing through Subspace Emissary with you on the big rear projection TV.
Yeah.
Like I have great memories with every Smash game. But Smash 4 was living at the bro house, playing it all the goddamn time. It was the reason I got a Wii U. I got it launch night with a Wii U. It was the reason why I was playing 3DS all the time. Like I remember playing the demo over at like Trevor's place, playing that with like you, and there was like, 6 or 8 characters that you could play as. I think they let you play as the OG Smash 64 roster, which is like so dope. But Smash 4, the 3DS version in particular, I loved doing Smash Run. It was so cool. I loved the roguelike element of it, and it just being like a fun party mode to run around this area, gathering power-ups was randomized, and then at the end, you're just duking it out with your buddies on the fucking couch in a garage. And then Smash for Wii U, like the roster was so impressive and the lead up was so exciting. It was really the only reason to be excited about getting a Wii U. But like the Mega Man reveal, I think about these reveal trailers. They were so big back in Brawl. I loved going to the Smash Dojo and refreshing the website back in that day. But in 2014, in the lead up to this game, seeing like the villager be added is just hilarious. I loved all the additions they made. It was a huge roster and they were all big, important characters, and the DLC adding really fantastic characters as well, mostly broken in like the vein of Cloud and Bayonetta, ruining the tournament scene. But just like watching the tournament scene, that's what I was like getting into it with this game. Watching competitive players, pro players at the top of their game, much like you with Warzone, EJ. It's like this was me paying attention to the competitive aspect of it and wanting to be competitive, wanting to be better. And because of that, getting better and playing better and being better than a lot of my friends, but still having a lot of fun. Still like, hey, you should do this because I'm bad at recovering against that particular play style or move set or whatever. Playing as Ness and being a fucky little PK boy and lighting EJ on fire and him shaking his head at me right now. But like, yeah, just doing a PK fire into a back throw is like so powerful, and like getting the little chains together, being a little asshole as Yoshi. Like I love Smash Bros so much. And the amiibo, the fucking amiibo, dude. These like so inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but like I thought it was really cool that they made this physical representation of these characters in the poses that they are doing on the character select screen specifically, which obviously was not the best choice for a lot of characters. I'm thinking of like the Luigi amiibo where he's just planking on a weird piece of plastic because of his stupid ass pose. But like, I think personally, I have not had a lot of attachment to figurines and that kind of thing. And a lot of the Nintendo ones in the past have been kind of lackluster, not very interesting, not very well made. But the amiibo was like this like really approachable price range to quality ratio where they became immediately super appealing. And then also having this history with Smash Brothers, like I wanted all these amiibo. I never went down that path. I know EJ, I know you did, but I had to get my mains. Like I had to get the characters I played as. It's like, okay, and then, I really should get an amiibo for like Zelda, like for Link, because I really love the Zelda games. And I got like a Donkey Kong as a present, and I got a Diddy Kong because I on a lark was playing Diddy Kong a little bit. But so now I think my most common like collectible figurine is obviously it's an amiibo because they're so approachable and easy to get into. And then you could also train up a computer version of yourself with the amiibo, so you could like teach your Ness to be a little fuckboy shooting fire at everyone. Like really, really hone in on that. It's just a hilarious addition. I love the side content in Smash Bros. Games in general. Home Run Contest was always like my go-to back on Melee. And they make changes, and it's like I don't love the changes, but they're interesting and different and worth like encountering and trying it out. But goddamn, I played so much Smash 4, playing 8-player Smash, just on the biggest couch you can imagine, with like a bunch of dudes that aren't very good at Smash Brothers, but just want to like beat the hell out of each other. It was the last time we got Coin Battle, RIP. I love Coin Battle. Love picking up coins. God. Smash 4 is a great ass game, dude.
It's a, like you said, time and place thing, and it's one of those things you look back on it and realize like, oh yeah, obviously we've grown up a lot and now we live in different cities, and we'll probably never have that kind of time again where you have 7 or 8 people in a basement playing video games together, you know? And like it's sad on one hand, but also like, yeah, that was the last of the good old days, and so you kind of remember it fondly, you know? That sounds really depressing. It's just different days now, you know? It's just different. And that was sort of the last of that era. I think I have some video I should dig up. I had some like a GoPro, and we were all playing Smash Bros. And it's all of us like you said, crammed on that big sectional couch. And then Sam was like, "Fuck this game," and started like stage diving off the back of the couch while we're like trying to play Smash Brothers. And we're like, it's just unhinged early 20-year-olds doing dumb shit. Anyway, it's good times.
I don't think I've ever felt so seen on this podcast. And that's not a comment on any of our previous moments of like synchronicity, but this is easily the most overlooked Smash game, and maybe one of the most overlooked Nintendo games because of the disparity in experience in the 3DS version, which still, like, first portable Smash, we all, because that came out before the Wii U version came out, and we all went. Everybody who was in our fucking sick ass house in Santa Maria when I was at PCPA, me, Nate, our roommate Viet, who was an aeronautics engineer at Lockheed Martin, we all rolled out, got at midnight, and just started devouring Smash 3DS. Because we were like, this is the coolest fucking thing ever. We're playing Smash Bros. On a handheld console. It's finally happening.
On a fucking Game Boy, EJ.
On a Game Boy!
Game Boy! And then you could then use that as a controller.
No, that's disgusting.
We did that. It was so unnecessary.
We had to, because we didn't have, like, I had a Wii U, right? And we had the adapter, and we went and Nate had all of the GameCube controllers because he was holding on to, for a long, long time, this is a brief Nate story, Nate held on to 4 GameCube controllers and 4 GameCube to Game Boy Advance adapters and 4 Game Boy Advance SPs, just in case he could find a play group to do Four Swords Adventures with eventually, and to do other 4-player co-op Nintendo games. And we did do Four Swords Adventures with those. Then he's like, I can let this go now. Like, these could be sold finally. But Nate had GameCube controllers, so we had those. We had the gamepad, and then it's like, Wiimote? Fuck that. Absolutely not. We learned our lesson from Brawl, so we're connecting our 3DSs. We're like, this is so fucking cool. We're using, this is like the next version of the GameCube to Game Boy Advance link cable, but it's all digital. So then it comes out on Wii U, and I go all the way down this rabbit hole that it's the first time, Nick, same thing, that I was finding mains I actually really liked and learning combos for them and trying to be watching what pros were doing. We threw Evo on the TV the first year that Smash 4 was there so we could watch the Smash 4 out rounds and see the things the pros were doing. I felt like Krillin the entire time of like, oh, they're moving too fast. Like, I can't comprehend a lot of the things they're doing, but then I'm going, oh, that right there. I see how they just put that combo together. I'm going to use that. And every fucking week we hosted Smashed Sundays with folks from PCPA, students, interns, and we would have, most of the time, everybody could play all the time. You know, 8-player Smash on Bigglefield. We'd get everybody in, or Bigglefield. Yeah, Bigglefield. And we'd all be playing. Then sometimes we would have enough people that like we're rotating out, like winners out or top 2 out, that this was an event. It was a staple for all the nerds who were in conservatory at PCPA at the same time. And we would fucking go at it. And as much as it was called Smash Sundays, like, yeah, sometimes like we drink a little and some people would smoke, but mostly it was like, we're going to fucking throw down and like, we're trying to get better. We're trying to push each other. That is one of my most cherished gaming memories were times of that. And I feel like I wanted to restart Smash Sundays in Oregon when we got back to Gresham. And a big part of why that didn't happen when Ultimate came out is that that's when my divorce happened. Like right after, I think, because when did that come in? That came out 2018. Smash Ultimate. Yeah, I did not have my shit back yet. I did not yet regain possession of a lot of my shit by the time that game came out because I was in the middle of my divorce. And so there's a whole bunch of games in that time period I missed and I had to come back to. Smash Ultimate was one of them, and it just was not meant to be. So it is a time and place thing. I love the way that Smash 4 felt and the way that it played. It wasn't as fast as Melee, but it was way faster than Brawl. It felt good. Like hitting my combos with Zero Suit Samus, like, oh my God, like she was an absolute fucking menace. Some of the things you could do with some of her specific abilities, like baiting people like near the edge just to get them into a down B meteor smash, like was the most fucking satisfying feeling ever of that little like backflippy thing and just like dead instantly. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe it. I thought it would have been nuts this whole time because no one talks about Smash 4. And then here comes Nick with not only like Smash 4, but such a similar experience. That's amazing. There are more of us.
Early 20s, not a lot of like disposable income. We're not going out to bars really, but we all want to hang out still. And this game can accommodate up to 8 people and we could just be stupid, or we can get a little sweaty and like put in some reps and try to, 1v1, try to get better.
I remember the lead up to this game. And this is the summer. So I moved to Eugene in the summer of 2014, and the run up to Smash Bros. 3DS Wii U that summer, we were spending a lot of time at Trevor's house in the zone, and we were playing a lot of Melee. That's when we got into Project M. That lead up through the summer, we were over there all the time. And then after I moved to Eugene, we drove up every single weekend and then started coming over to your place, Nick, when you lived with everybody. Literally every weekend. It was like, we're driving up and we're going to Nick's house. We're going to play Smash Bros. And it was good times. I think the reason people don't talk about it as much is because Ultimate refined the way Smash 4 felt without drastically altering it. And then all of the other improvements it gives you. Smash 4, just there's no place for it. It's not distinct the way that Brawl or Melee or even 64 are in our memory. But the time and place is important. I hope that we get Smash Ultimate 2 or whatever, and they give us all these characters again. And please, just port Smash Ultimate and spend your damn time making a few meaningful game mode improvements. Smash Run was good. It was a shame it was only on the 3DS because 3DS is an abhorrent piece of shit console. Never bringing back some of the classic stuff the way the classic stuff existed on the GameCube. Like, there's no excuse for that to have not happened. We'll see. Sakurai keeps saying he's not doing it anymore, and then he's doing another one. So it's like...
Yeah. He said that after, I believe, every single Smash Brothers.
Yeah. What a sicko.
I thought for sure, EJ, that you were going to say what I'm going to say, which is do it again, but with good online.
Well, yeah,
and
obviously.
I would play this game. I would play that every single night if I had like one of you guys to drag down into the degeneracy of doing that. Like that could easily happen, because the only thing that doesn't put Smash Ultimate on here is because the time and place. Like, I was living with 5 people.
Yeah.
And they all played Smash Bros. So guess what we did? We all played Smash Bros. But now, 2018 and forward, I do not live with 5 people. I live with one other person who would maybe play Smash Bros. With me, and I don't think she wants to. So
yeah,
my opportunities are diminished, to say the least. But if we could play online, I would definitely pop into Discord and fucking beat your asses 6 ways to Sunday.
All the time.
I would love that more than anything.
Absolutely. And it's embarrassing that Nintendo has not been able to figure out their online systems for a game like this, when plenty of companies with fewer resources, the only difference being they give a shit and know what they're doing. They're able to do it. But Smash Bros is just this fucking code you can't crack. It's embarrassing. So
also shout out Smash Wii U having the exact same OpenCritic average as Smash Ultimate. The people
Nice.
know. The critics know.
It was a return to form at the time. It's the only reason that console sold 13 million units or whatever.
That and Mario Kart is the only reason it broke 5 million
I mean,
copies.
really. All right. My number 2, I'm going to try to keep it brief. We try to get through these last few here. Fire Emblem 3 Houses. A game that I am split on in some ways because while they refined a lot of the tactic elements, which is why I play these kind of games, the difficulty curve was not exactly where it needed to be, which I think is okay. I think it's fine. I don't like dick in a blender games either, Chris, in the sense that like we're just going to like pump the numbers up and make this hard for hard's sake. Like in a game like Wargroove is like that, where it's just punishing and the encounters take forever. And if you make one wrong move, you're fucked. I don't like that. I like having options. I like different ways. You know, if I back myself into a corner, I want to be able to figure out a way to get out of that corner. 3 Houses is a little easy. And it is split down the middle, where the first half of the game, while you are battling, the emphasis is mostly on these like Persona-inspired RPG elements where you're running around collecting bullshit, talking to people, doing like mini games, and like then going out and doing a random battle at the end of a chapter or whatever. And it's more about building the world, setting up the story, getting to know these characters. The whole conceit is you're at the school and you join a house and you're building the party that you're going to have for the second half of the main game when everybody splits off and it's this big war that breaks out and everyone is fighting for their respective families. And I love that emphasis that it puts on getting to know your characters and really dialing in their classes and how they're going to work within your party comp. That's great. And the story is great. I put 80 hours into a single path. There are 4 paths in this game, 5 paths with the DLC. And each of them are 60 to 80 plus hours, which sounds like ridiculous, and it is. And I only played 1.5 paths. Like there's literally like games waiting for me in that game if I ever go back to it. And I feel good about the path I took. I think that was probably the most compelling story pre-time skip. I think there's probably some cooler shit that happens in some of the other houses post-time skip. And I wish I was sick enough to have like played all of the paths back to back to back so I could learn how all the stories wrap up. I didn't. It is what it is. But I had such a good time with this game. I was so attached to the characters that I got to know, and Petra romancing her, even though the romance in this game is like basically nothing, unfortunately, especially after something like Awakening where your romance options and your character affinity like matters so much. With the whole time travel conceit. That was a bummer, but the voice acting was awesome for the most part. I mean, 80 hours is a lot of hours. And then I started, is it the Blue Lions? I started that playthrough and put in another 20 hours into that. Didn't quite get to the time skip. There's just a ton of content there, and it's not just the same crap with like a little different flavor here and there. The different paths you choose are insanely different stories. Like I said, it's 3, 4, 5 completely different games. One of the paths is like you split halfway through kind of thing, and so it's not but it becomes its own thing, and there's just so much there, and the way that all these different factions work together, and it's sort of Game of Thrones light with these different families and sort of the political machinations of all these different characters and what they want out of this, and at the end of the day, everyone for the most part is like fighting for something righteous, you know, like Edelgard is like experimenting on kids is a bad thing, but then she becomes like fucking Hitler in her quest to like do something righteous. And then you've got like these guys who are like, I'm just trying to protect my family and I don't want to be a part of this. And then you've got the dude from the Blue Lions who's like, I'm going to kill these fucking traitors who imprisoned me for a decade or whatever. And it's just like this revenge story. It's just so much cool fucking shit going on in a series that I love as much as Fire Emblem. The final encounter, I remember Brandon was down at my house. And dude, it took me hours to beat this final encounter. And because I'm like I play in hard mode, and I don't want my characters to die. So if I make a mistake and I can't get out of it, it's like, oh, this encounter has to get reset. I just lost 2 hours of progress, and like that hurts, you know. Maybe not as much as losing a character you love, but it's like that was 2 real hours of my life, and I have to get it back because I care about these characters so much. I don't want them to die. Great fucking game. Console Crusade Top 100.
So your one actual playthrough was Golden Deer then?
No. I did I did Edelgard's path, but I split from her.
So you got the short fake ending to her story.
Where I kill the shit out of her and then I still stop the school. So I think it's like the ideal outcome because you stop Hitler and you stop the school from doing like the fucked up shit and you fight the lady who like runs the whole charade.
Yeah.
Who you thought was a good person.
Yeah, but I remember talking to Max and him saying that was like there's like half as many missions as if you side with Edelgard, so it's like kind of obvious which one is the canon, as it were, ending of that.
That's probably right because like you kill Edelgard and then you like do all this like side bullshit with a different faction and then you fight the lady at the end and it feels a little disjointed towards the end. It's still, I put 80 hours into that game. Like I'm like, damn, it's even longer if I chose a different path. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, after the time skip, the game is primarily just battles, and that's the shortest part of this game is the battles. Everything else is takes forever, doing like the tea times and shit.
Good ass game.
A fantastic game.
Chris, you should play it.
I'm a little interested because of the fact that it's a lot of, relationship building and non-deterministic, pathing, and it sounds like an interesting story. I'm holding out for that Awakening remake to be my introduction to the series.
That would be amazing. Oh, Awakening remake would be so good. There's just like everything Fire Emblem does, Awakening does the best, except for the console it exists on. Like, damn. Give me Fire Emblem Awakening remake.
Reawakening.
All right, we are at our number ones. Let's do this. Let's get over the finish line. Let Nick get out of here so we can eat and enjoy his Sunday. This will be a fun podcast to edit / listen to for, it's as long as the top 100. Jesus Christ.
I love that. I thought that we were going to be able to do more than just this today. Number one. No surprises. I told y'all when we got up into the top 5, no fucking surprises here. It's Metroid Prime Remastered. I mean, this is as close to perfect a video game as I have probably ever played. Everything in this game fits together almost flawlessly, if not flawlessly. It looks incredible. It is a lived-in, fascinating world. The way that you interact with it, using like investigation as a mechanic, is amazing and so true to what makes Metroid, learning about these areas through like really light clues and just what you can glean with your own eyes, and in this case a scan visor. It sounds incredible. It's got an unbelievable double S soundtrack that just has stood up the test of time every time I've come back to this game. It was my introduction to a franchise that is now my favorite that has ever been. And I was so moved to see it return last year in such loving fashion that I now have a definitive way to play this. It's not stuck on the Wii anymore. I can throw it in the Switch and see it in beautiful 60 frames, upscaled, with gorgeous graphics, new textures. I could see, I know I joked about like I could see what the burrower looks like now, instead of it just being like a blob that flies up and shoots something in my face. I'm like, oh, you have like eyes and antennae. Like I could see all of them. This game is perfect. It's a beautiful, beautiful game. And I just, again, can't believe, as with KOTOR, as with Mega Man X, as with Final Fantasy XII, as with almost everything on this list now, my top 10, I could play it on Switch in the best possible version that it exists. And it got to have a moment in the sun again after all these years, and to get a reaffirmation that, yes, it has always been as great and as generational and as legendarily good as we have always said, but that we wondered if it would still be true on modern hardware. And it is. And the control scheme switching to dual stick was a big reason for that, I feel. That was a given, though. Like, we were never going to get a remaster of this game that stuck with the god-awful GameCube controls that were like cope controls of, we kind of have to do it this way because we kind of don't have a choice. Amazing and validating, and really thankful for the time that this podcast put into it. I mourn the loss of your run, EJ, but I do not begrudge you for 1 second of walking away. I still have not booted up Rocket Red again, and I only lost like 5 hours of progress. So I get it.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Man, it's been validating to see it have such a moment in the sun. And I'm bullish that we're getting 2 and 3 because of how well received 1 was. And knowing that 4 is right around the corner at the very least, everything's coming up Metroid Prime in these days. And I love that for me.
Nick, are you going to finish your list with no Metroid games?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Metroid Prime is fantastic. I'm really glad that it got that remaster remake, kind of skirting the fence there a little bit.
Number 11.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I like Metroid Prime a lot. I like that series a lot, but I don't know if it didn't burrow itself into my brain and my heart like it has done with Chris, obviously. But I can still appreciate it, and I still really do like it. It's just not top 10 important for me.
Sure.
I did not expect it to be, as an aside. I was curious, and DJ was like, where's the Metroid game? And I'm like, I don't know if I see that.
If anything, it would probably be Fusion. It would probably be in like the 15 or 20, like in that sort of cousins of the top 10.
Oh, I know what your number 1 is. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay.
Yeah, you are an idiot. Come on.
I'm a dumbass.
You know it too, Chris. It's Hollow Knight. It's the best Metroid game.
Yeah. Okay. Duh.
I love Metroidvanias, and I love Metroidvanias with physical melee combat. So Metroid, it doesn't have great combat, I don't think. Really, I mean, Dread has great combat, but it is not the focus. It is not as much an action platformer as it is an exploration platformer. However, Hollow Knight is definitely a combat-driven game, and the combat feels real good, probably because the movement is more inspired from Mega Man X than it is from the Metroid games. It is very precise, and the way you're traversing up walls, like you get the Mantis Claw and you're doing wall jumps akin to Metroid, or not Metroid, but Mega Man. And you don't really get the kind of moveset that you would get from a traditional Metroid-like. So that kind of separates it from that lineage for me. Hollow Knight is so goddamn well designed, though. My God, the world, the maps, the way you explore the locations, the pacing in which you get your mobility upgrades, it is so perfect. And there's still like a ton of variety in the way you can tackle these areas. Like I know Chris, when I finally got him to play, he was like talking about how he went to this one area, probably out of order technically, but nothing's really out of order. It's kind of all available. It's not just intended. And he's going somewhere. I'm like, I don't know. Wait, you can get there like right away? And he was like, yeah, I just did this thing. I'm like, well, I mean, good luck, but that sounds like that's going to be a dick blender because you don't have like any nail upgrades yet. You haven't gone to the city. You haven't gotten a stronger weapon. And he's like, well, I'll just try it and, whatever. I'm like, okay, fine. Live that life. This game is so good at just like presenting you with, okay, here's an upgrade. And now you're going to do the Metroidvania thing of being like, okay, well, that just opens up this, and this. And they're not being like a obvious first choice. Like you kind of have to like think about it. Like, I am more interested in going to the King's Crossing station and then going and like checking out the city because that sounds like maybe it's there's people living there. And if there's people living there, maybe I can like buy more things because the opening town, like there's people living there, and like I could buy maps. I could buy, once you find Sly, you can talk to him. Like there's people. And it's a very lonely game, so you find people, it's like a big deal. It's well written and the story is great. So I want to meet more people. I want to get more story. I want to hear what's going on in this fucked up bug kingdom. So that was always my inclination, was like go to where there's people. And then I also went to the shitty dark place. I went to Deep Nest pretty early on too. It was like, well, once I buy the lantern, I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go fuck around with these nasty centipedes and get kidnapped by spiders. But goddamn, there's like every time you get something, there's a new opportunity opening up, and you're like, oh, it just like it blows your mind. You're like, oh, I saw that, and like obviously I was supposed to see that, and I'm making the connection now, but it still feels really good to like make that connection. And like you said, EJ, Leo meme at the screen, like, oh, I could do the thing now. I could do the wall jump. I didn't even think I could do the wall jump right away. Like that wasn't ingrained in my mind as being a thing that I'm missing. Like you kind of expect like, oh, I'll get a double jump at some point. Maybe I'll get like a hook shot or something to like really rapidly get from one point to another. But the way they sort of trickle out the wall jump first, basically, and then getting the upgraded like the super dash, which is like this game's version of the Shine Spark from Metroid. So it does have a little bit of Metroid DNA, of course, obviously all these games do, but goddamn, the progression, and not just in your mobility, which is like so key to Metroidvanias and the thing I like the most, but your progression and your skill in combat. And these boss battles are the best boss battles I've ever played in a 2D game. Mega Man X is great. I don't think the boss battles or the combat is really that interesting beyond like getting your dash and like being able to like zip around and like placement of your body is the most interesting in something like Mega Man X. In Metroid, it is just upgrading yourself and then face tanking bosses. But this is a dance. It is noticing patterns. It is the most interesting things that Dread did, which is here's a platforming challenge and then the opportunity to punish and destroy the boss with your combat prowess. And Hollow Knight does the same thing. I think of going where it really kicked off for me, like enjoying it, having a great time. And then I get to the Mantis Village and you fight the Mantis Lords. And there are just like 3 big bugs sitting in the background, and you go up and they don't fight you. They ask you, they challenge you. They say, do you want to fight us? And you say yes or no. You say no, you go somewhere else. You say yes. They say, okay. And one of them hops down and starts fighting you. And there's a really cool kind of like back and forth. Like they do their attack, they're open for hits. You get some hits in, they disappear, they go somewhere else. They have a different attack pattern. Great. And then after you defeat the one, the other 2 hop down and they're both fighting you at the same time. They're like one after another, bop, bop. So this like 2-4 fight you were doing before where it was like them attack, you attack is now a waltz. It is them attack, you get an attack somewhere. It's a 1, 2, 3, and that's your hit. And the music ramps up and it's thrilling. You knock one out, you're like, oh, I can do this. You get the second one done. You vanquished your foes, they bow to you. And then you can go to Deep Nest or you can, do whatever else. But that fight was just so... I didn't like beat my head up against it for a long time. I tried it maybe like 3 or 4 times. But when I finally did it, I was like, I felt that rush, that exhilaration, that completion mentality of like, I did it. That was such a good fight and I earned it with my skill and my gumption. And that's when I knew it was pretty much at that moment was like, this is going to be a top 10er. Like this is an all timer for me.
They reward you also if you have the patience to do things you're not supposed to do yet that will be easier when you get future upgrades. There is always something at the end of that you're like, yeah, that was totally worth it. And thinking like, oh, that's the way to do it. Like, cause I can do it like this. So this must be the way that I had to do it. Like I think of one, I don't remember what part of the map it was in because I think it's been too long and too many games ago at this point, but something that would have been so much fucking easier with the super dash that I did entirely by platforming off of spikes with the nail. And
pogo sticking your way.
Pogo sticked my whole fucking way through this whole little janky ass tiny corridor towards, I don't even remember what the reward was. It doesn't matter. But I was like, God damn, I just did the fuck out of that sequence. And then getting future mobility upgrades and going, oh God, that would have been so much easier. That's fucking amazing that I just did that this way. And in the boss fights too, if you get in over your head, and I definitely got in over my head with the way that I did some pathing. Like I think I ended up fighting the like the dung beetle guy way
Dung Defender.
way earlier. Shout out Dung Defender way earlier probably than I should have. That fight was fucking tough. That was the one for me, Nick. That was my Mantis Lords where I would, God damn, like that was so hard. I can't believe I just beat him. And the Coliseum, of course, which is one of the only times I have yelled after finishing, like actually, you just sometimes you get that yeah afterwards, but this was a full on like yes when I beat the Coliseum of Fools finally, because like not one but 2 unique bosses that you have to fight at the end of that, and finally breaking through, literally triumphantly yelling at finally finishing it. That is quickly becoming one of my favorite kinds of games in a post-Cuphead life for me, that the Hollow Knights, the Celestes, now the Hyper Light Drifters of this is hard but fair, and I understand why I'm not succeeding and what I need to do to succeed, and the rush of overcoming that trial that seemed insurmountable just fucking gets it done for me these days. Maybe I am ready for Dark Souls.
Next time I play this game, I really, really, really want to do either the optional Steel Soul mode where it's no deaths, or I want to do what the God Seekers DLC added, which was
Oh my
boss rush
God.
mode, but it's like variations on bosses. You get like True Form, Hollow Knight, or Pure Vessel, they call it, or like Absolute Radiance.
Yeah.
Like, also, can we just for a second think about how cool it is that you get to fight this giant moth god that's called Absolute Radiance?
Yeah.
That is the big threat of this world that is infesting people's dreams and turning them into husks. That is conforming to their will. They have no voice, but they must speak. Like, it is the lore and the writing, just the names of these enemies and creatures and everything about this game is just so thick and rich with story and evocative just naming structures. It's the best parts of fiction is when it just like grips you in your brain, your very soul, your deepest core root of your being, and just lives there. Like, Hollow Knight definitely reaches that point for me.
I can't imagine a better fusion of Souls and Metroid than this game. And I think that
For sure.
has to be, I mean, there's no way it could be number one with that in mind, that the lore is interesting and rich and obtuse, and they're not going to hand it to you. There's not going to be a cutscene where you get information. I love Metroid Dread, but there is that massive info dump midway through. And it's like, is that the best way that could have happened? I don't know. I'm glad they did it. But in Hollow Knight, it's like, oh, here's a little placard. Here's a person that's going to tell me a little snippet. And then eventually I'm going to figure out that, this Worm King that gave everyone sentience, it deposed the absolute radiance, or the radiance. Yeah. And the radiance felt spurned as a fallen god and is only existing in their dreams now because he's not a part of their reality. And that's infecting them like, this is so
Just
cool.
out of spite.
Yeah. And again, like dreams, reality, what is real, how they bleed into real life. Very David Lynch. Oh, this game's so good.
These like tertiary characters, the story of the nailsmith and how he wants to make his perfect nail. And once he does that, then he wants you to kill him, and you can choose to either kill him or not and spare him. And if you spare him, he doesn't have a reason to live. But then he hooks up with the painters, the students of the nail master, or Quirrell once you find him at the lake after he finishes his job, because he was a follower of Monomon, the teacher, and he helps you with that fight against the not Metroid, but distinctly jellyfish looking creatures, and he's just sitting by the lake and resting there, and then he's gone from the game. He leaves his mask behind, but he's done for. These sad characters that just have one purpose, and once they have fulfilled it, what do they do with their lives? Cloth with fighting the traitor lord. This like so many good, like very small role characters, but just add to the flavor and the lived in nature of this like decrepit, nasty bug town.
I did not know you could spare the nailsmith.
You can spare the nailsmith.
Man, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna have to think about that.
Next time you play, spare him. I definitely killed him the first time I played, so it's fine. And EJ will play this game one day, maybe.
One day I'll go back to it. I know this has been long, and it's even longer when you take into account the first half, but have really appreciated just sort of getting opinion dumped, like in this context. Like, we're just focusing on the positive of it. Nick, I have never heard you glow about video games the way you have almost every one of these 10 that you've talked about.
Turns out I like these 10 games, EJ. You were very glowing about Fire Emblem. You only mentioned the downsides very rarely. I was very happy about the way you're talking about that. Made me stoked about Fire Emblem Three Houses. Makes me want to play it again, but it's 80 hours like you said, so I don't know if I really have the bandwidth, but I would love to.
But you can automate all of the like pre-time skip stuff to like, if you, because you kind of already know who's who, so it's a little easier to like, all right, I know who I want to like pursue for my party, and I can just hone in on their story and experience the unique parts, and I can automate all the like school bullshit, so you don't have to spend 40 hours doing all that. Anyway, my number one is not nearly as exciting as Hollow Knight. Also, again, not number one in my heart, just number one on this list that I cobbled together and randomly talked about. But I'm going to go Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. I said when Chris brought up Pokemon Crystal, while that game was on my previous like top 10 of all time, I think if I were to revisit a top 10 of all time list, which was very hard to do, which is why I cheated and went past 8 years instead, I think if I'm just talking strictly feeling and vibe and like stories I can recount, like the first time I played a Pokemon game with Nick, the first time I caught a Pokemon, emulating for the first time and trying to convince my dad to install a janky emulator back in the day when everything was a virus. I played Pokemon Red on a PC at my Uncle Ben's house. That's the second Uncle Ben shout out of this episode, I think. Just the vibe, hearing the music and seeing those shitty sprites. And I think Red and Blue would have to be on that top 10 if I were to go back and like really think about just the nostalgia of it. Anyway.
You speed running?
Yeah, I mean, when the anniversary came around and I bought that special edition 3DS that I still regret selling with the Charizard and Blastoise faceplates, and I just was like learning the current speedrun routes playing on the 3DS and then jumping over to the SP to like quote unquote do my official run so it was legit and like refining those paths. Yeah, I think Red and Blue, it's Gen 1, I think. Anyway, I'm cheating. So this is the last 8 years and this is a remake, which is I think my third remake that I've talked about on this podcast, but Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. It is both a beautiful remake retelling. It's not a one for one. You're revisiting, but you're still playing the same story beats, but like there are things that are different and there's some references in universe to past events. So it's like not really clear where it falls or how but it doesn't matter. You're back in the world, you're hitting all the same beats, all the high notes are there. It's the first game that introduced like overworld Pokemon, first mainline game. I mean, we had the GameCube RPGs, but those are very different. But the first classic Pokemon formula that introduced the overworld Pokemon, which is now a staple. It's been in several games, and I can't imagine they'll go away from it again, nor should they. You guys remember, Nick, this is pre-Chris era, but Nick, you remember how angry I was about this game when they announced it, thinking this was a fucking bullshit cash grab. This is just capitalizing on Pokemon Go, and it's watering down the formula, and it's an embarrassment. Pokemon Company should be ashamed. There were a lot of embarrassing and shameful things that the Pokemon Company should feel bad about. Let's Go was certainly not one of them, and I was blown away. If ever there was a moment to look at and be like, oh, EJ can be wrong, this is certainly one of them. I ate my humble pie, and I enjoyed the shit out of this game. And again, time and place thing, and it was in no small part how I played this with my brother, who had been off of Pokemon for a lot of years. Since he was in high school, he had been off the Pokemon train. And I remember it was Black Friday, and I went over there, and I was like, dude, you gotta buy this game. Like, you gotta do it. And he was like, whatever, man. Like, Pokemon Go sucks. And like, he had no interest in revisiting Pokemon. He barely, it was like pulling teeth to get him to even get a Switch. And he's like, Mario Kart, I guess so. I pull up on Black Friday. I'm up in the music room with Andrew. Sarah has gone to go do her shopping. It's like midnight or whatever. And I'm like, just fucking play this game. And he runs around, and I give him the Pokeball, and he catches something. He's like, okay. And we call Sarah, and it was like, hey, Sarah, can you pick up a copy of this game when you're out? Yeah, the special edition with the Pokeball. And she goes out, and she picks it up and brings it back to Andrew. And we just went fucking ham on this game after that. Oh, Nick's got the Pokeball up there on his... It's beautiful. Dude, I disassembled mine and took the string out, so it was just the Pokeball.
Ooh.
It's a beautiful
like that.
peripheral.
I played the whole game with it. It's gorgeous. And I wish that we would get another game that I could bust that thing back out and use it again. I know it was I know this is like pre-group. Well, it was group chat, but we weren't really talking too much about it. But I very famously was ready to like throw a Molotov through the window of the Pokemon Company when they announced this fucking game. Because I had I had fallen off of Pokemon Go really hard and was like, this is it. It's over. This is the future of Pokemon. It's going to be all this fucking mobile shit, not really capturing or battling anymore. Like, this is a fucking cash grab. This is bullshit. Hated it. Could not have been less looking forward to it.
Ironic considering how much you love Pokemon Go.
Well, I do now. But that was, I had played for the summer like everybody did and then stopped. This game's amazing. It's amazing. It's arguably the best, like no game ever was.
No game ever. The thing about it that I loved so much, I mean, this is multifaceted here, but as far as core gameplay, it just trimmed the fat of Pokemon for me. And a lot of people who kind of go full sicko mode on Pokemon, and they like to breed, and they like their EVs and their IVs, and they're trying to train perfect I understand that this game isn't for you then. But for somebody whose like entire experience with this game has been focused on catching them all, that's the fucking tagline of the franchise. My entire experience has revolved around catching all the Pokemon, and I've always wanted to catch all the Pokemon, and I had never completed a Pokedex in any game. And it was always my goal going into these games. It was like, I'm catching Pokemon. Yes, I'm raising my party and battling, but like, I don't like wild battles. I hate grinding in Pokemon games. And this game was like, all right, here's an experience share. Catching Pokemon gives you experience. There's still plenty of battles. You're still fighting gym leaders. You're still fighting trainers. There's still more battles than you could ever want. They're just like, yeah, what if we just took all the annoying things out of this game? Wild encounters are about catching and battles are about battling. And the way that all worked together, despite being an easy game, was still incredibly engaging. I did my living decks in that game for Gen 1 Pokemon and all the like Alolan variants and whatever. And then I went deep down the shiny Pokemon rabbit hole.
This game encouraged it.
It
Yes.
did.
Made it viable.
Totally. Dude, my brother and I would sit on Discord for hours just like bullshitting while we're like running around in and out of buildings trying to respawn new Pokemon and just like filling up the coffers with new shinies. That instigated a whole different sickness in Andrew that is still not dissipated to this day. He is still like deep down
Full shiny pilled.
Dude, he's doing like seed resets on like Emerald, trying to like generate the right trainer ID so that he can get shiny Rayquaza and I mean, it's like disgusting, but it's addicting, man. Once you start doing it the legit way, you know, it's like, oh yeah, like I grinded for this, you know, and the system was like, you complete the Pokedex, you get the shiny charm, it decreases your odds or increases your odds rather to like something ridiculous. It's very easy from like 1 in 4,000 to like 1 in 500 or something like that.
I have to correct the record on something I just realized when I was thinking about all the different ways this game you can engage with this game that are outside of the normal bounds. I incorrectly earlier said that Crystal version was the only Pokemon game to feature a secret final boss. That is not true. The Let's Go games feature a secret final boss that once you beat the Elite Four and you unlock the ability to challenge the expert trainers with each specific kind of Pokemon, if you beat 6 of them, you can fight Red. And he's got a fucking beefy ass team. I don't know if it's the same as from Pokemon Crystal, but yeah, you have to go. And some of those fights are fucking tough because it is a 1v1, your version of the Pokemon against their version of the Pokemon. Venusaur fucking cooked me. It took me forever to get the RNGs as I needed for Venusaur because it's Gen 1 movesets. I can't just pop Earthquake. I don't have it. And I can't poison it because it's a fucking poison type. That one was tough. That battle was fucking tough. And then you go fight Red. Like, this is amazing.
I must have done this, but I don't remember it. I had to have done this. 6 Master Trainers.
Trainer Red, level 85 team. Pikachu, Machamp, Arcanine, Lapras, Snorlax, and Venusaur. Tough fucking fight.
I am going to boot up my game tonight and find out if I did. I had to have done this. I don't remember it if I did, but
dude, that'd be wild if if that game was hiding one more thing for you, just further cementing its place as not number 1, but the last mentioned game on your top 10 list.
Yeah, man, this game rocks. It is the best looking Pokemon game. I think no modern Pokemon game runs better than this. It just cut all the chaff, man. It just did what it needed to do, and it was a breezy yet engaging return to a place that I love. And the original 151 with a couple of twists, you know, just taking me back to my youth. All the time that Andrew and I put into it together, you know, how foolish was I thinking I'm going to grind out my shiny team so that when Let's Go 2 comes out, I'll have my team ready to go from the start. Well, here we fucking are 6 years later waiting for another fucking Let's Go game. That's not going to happen. Let's Go has become my Bloodborne 60 frame patch or maybe my Silk Song. I don't know. Let's Go 2. Let's Go 2.
Oh.
Let's go, Johto.
Yeah, man. Wooper and Togepi or
Yo. Wooper and Chikorita.
just do Pikachu and Eevee again. Like just do like it doesn't even matter. Just do Pikachu and Eevee.
Yo, get Umbreon, Espeon.
That would be really cool.
Pichu and Eevee. How about that?
Yeah, you know, the idea that like you have this starter that you can't get rid of. It's like a little cheeky, and they have like goofy special moves. Like there's some goofy stuff about it.
And they're OP as hell too.
They're super OP. So like if you're playing a Pokemon game for a challenge, I encourage you to find literally any other game. And that's what I loved about it. Again, they said, what makes Pokemon special? Gotta catch them all, motherfucker. How about we just do that? And they did it, and it was brilliant. And then it sold like quote unquote shit, 15 million or whatever, which is great for most games, but bad for Pokemon apparently. And they just said, fuck it, we're never going back to this. We'll put out a bunch of uniterated broken crap.
And Legends Z to A.
Whatever the fuck that means. Great. That's our list, fellas. That's a long one.
Should we each read 10-1 to close it out?
Chris, do you want to do yours first?
Sure.
For
Stay
the
in
sake of order.
Stay in turn order. I was just thinking that. I was like, yeah, you go. Wait, no, you don't go. No, I have to go. Yeah, 10-1, Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, Super Mario RPG Remake, Pokemon Crystal, Resident Evil 4, 2023, Hades, Final Fantasy 12, Metroid Dread, Mega Man X, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and Metroid Prime Remastered.
So, Chris, then, is Crystal the only game on that list you can't play on the Switch?
I can't play Morrowind, and I can't play Resident Evil 4. Everything else.
You can play the original.
That's true. I could. I don't know. Ooh, I don't know if I wanna go back to that though.
Give it a try. Anyway, that was a thought.
Yeah, almost all of them.
Alrighty, my top 10 most important games to me are Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Banjo-Kazooie, Mother 3, Guitar Hero 3, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, Donkey Kong Country 2, Link's Awakening DX, Bloodborne, Super Smash Bros. 4, Wii U and 3DS, Hollow Knight.
This is a really good cross-section of games, man. This is great. My top 10 favorite games of the last 8 years, since the last time the Console Crusade did top 10 favorite games of all time, is, in no particular order, Marvel Spider-Man 2018, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 remakes, Risk of Rain 2, Animal Crossing New Horizons, South Park The Fractured Butthole, Call of Duty Warzone 1, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Fire Emblem 3 Houses, and Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. That's a hilarious list, reading it back. Oh, shit.
We are varied and complicated people.
Beautiful, beautiful. I think this is a good sort of supersized addition to warm us up for the bloodbath that our 150 revisit may or may not be. So that'll be next week, or maybe the week after. It'll be the next episode in any event.
There you go. And then after that, we'll do a quarter update on the league.
Oh boy, yeah. Talk about building towards acrimony. All the shit, all that we've said about Brandon's going to be live in the flesh. And he's probably got plenty to put on the record himself. So that'll be fun.
Join the club. Great. Console Crusade. Hit us up. solo.to/Console Crusade. The whole deal. The whole business. If you made it through this entire podcast, wow. Something's wrong with